All right, Mr. Wood, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Brandon Boudreau.
And who will be conducting direct examination?
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, thank you, Mr. Boudreau. If you'll come around this way and be seated in the seat to my left. All right, just a few quick instructions. We're making a record of the case, so please make verbal responses to any questions. Say yes or no instead of shaking your head. For example, please try to avoid talking at the same time anyone is questioning you. And with that in mind, Ms. Smith, you can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the grand jury, please?
Yeah, my name's Brandon Boudreau. I'm from Mesa, Arizona.
Okay. Sir, could you spell your last name, please?
Boudreaux.
Okay. Mr. Boudreau, are you married?
I am.
How many times have you been married?
Twice.
Okay. Let's.
Sure. Sorry.
Okay. And I think it'll help if you just lean just a little forward. It might be a little uncomfortable, but lots of people need to hear. Okay. All right. And you said you'd been married twice. Let's talk about your first marriage. Who were you married to?
Melanie Cope at the time. She became Boudreau.
Okay. And with your marriage to Melanie Boudreau, did you have any children?
I did.
How many?
4.
Okay. And what are their ages?
I have Braxton, who is 13, Brighton, who's 9, Blake, who's 7, and Breeze, who just turned 6.
Okay. How long were you married to Melanie?
A little over 10 years.
Okay. What year did you marry?
2008.
Okay. And during that time, did you meet her family?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us who you remember or who you had relations with?
I mean, she has a big family, so her mom passed away when she was young, so I met her birth mom family, her dad's family, and then her stepmom's family.
When you say her birth mom's family, what are their names?
The Coxes.
Okay. And if you could just scooch just a little closer. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry.
I know, it's all right. And so the Coxes, what are their names, please?
Barry and Janice Cox are her, that'd be her grandparents. And then Adam Cox, Summer Shiflett, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
Okay. And those 4 people are who to Melanie and therefore were to you?
They would be her aunts and uncles.
Okay. Therefore, your aunts and uncles in-laws?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you spend much time with Lori's aunts and uncles? I mean, Melanie's aunts and uncles?
Yes. We, before we got married, I met them in Arizona. And we would spend, most holidays together. We would, when I first, right after I was married, I moved down to Arizona. I actually lived with Lori for a while and her husband, Charles.
Okay. So when you say Lori, do you see the person you recognize and knew through marriage as Lori Vallow here in the courtroom today?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Can you please point her out and describe an item of her clothing?
She's sitting over on my right with glasses on.
Okay. Your Honor, may the What table, just so that the record's real clear?
The second table,
Okay. How many people are at it?
there's 3.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant, please?
Yes, that's reflected now on the record.
Thank you. Now, you said you'd spent time in Ms. Vallow's home with Charles, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, was he her husband?
Yes.
All right. How well did you get to know them?
Very well. You know, we just spent a lot of time together.
Okay. When you say we, what does that mean?
Me and my family,
Okay.
my wife at the time, and my children.
Okay. And did you get to know her children, Ms. Vallow's children?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. What were their names?
There's Colby, Tylee, and JJ.
When you say you got to know them, did your kids also interact with their cousins?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. They spent a lot of time together. My oldest, Braxton, was pretty close with JJ. I think, JJ looked up to him a lot, and they spent a lot of time together.
So would they spend any time in each other's homes?
Yeah. JJ wasn't he wasn't super interactive as he had autism, so he wasn't always like incredibly interactive, but he seemed to love hanging out with my kids, and specifically Braxton and Brighton. As he got older, he started to be able to interact a little more, and he would always he could have had 2 fascinations. One was with traveling. He always said everybody always got him suitcases. He had suitcases everywhere. And the other was coming and hanging out with Braxton. He would always ask for that, and they had a great time when they spent time together.
Okay. And what about Tylee?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Tylee as well. I watched her grow up. I met her when she was just little, and then got to watch her kind of grow into a teenager.
Did you have any special sort of religious connection to Tylee?
Yeah. In our church, when you turn 8, you can get baptized if you choose. And so when she turned 8, she decided to get baptized. And for whatever reason, Charles wasn't comfortable doing the baptism. And so they had asked me, and I of course said yes. I would be honored to baptize her.
And you say in your church, what church is that? What's your faith?
I go to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Okay. And was Tylee baptized into that church?
She was, yes.
Okay. Were you and your wife members of the Church of Latter-day Saints?
Yeah, we were.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what about Mr. and Mrs. Vallow?
Yes, as well.
Okay. What about the relationship sort of that you observed between Melanie Boudreau and Lori Vallow? What was that like?
Yeah. Melanie, she kind of had like an affinity towards Lori. She always kind of she looked at her kind of less like an aunt figure and almost more like a mom figure. She was always wanting to be like her.
Did you get along with Charles?
Yeah, really well. Charles and I both had a passion for sales and in business, and connected well in that. And we just both loved our families, and so it was very easy for us to spend time together.
So it wasn't uncommon that the Boudreaux and the Vallows would get together and get along.
Yeah, we would. There was years where they lived by us, and we would usually see each other maybe once a month or more. And then there was times when they lived further away, but we would travel to each other's homes, stay in each other's homes when we went, and wasn't uncommon to spend a week, or more at each other's homes.
Did you spend holidays together?
Yes.
Okay. What was the last Christmas that the Boudreaux and the Vallow spent together?
That would have been in 2018.
Okay. Was that a typical Christmas for the two couples?
No, it was definitely different at that point.
Why?
When you get really close with people, you kind of become comfortable and you let your guard down, and your body language is more relaxed and more comfortable, and it just, everything kind of, I don't know how to, it can be so fluid. You can see each other and pick right up where you left off. But everybody feels like they know everything about each other, almost like it's just, you're so, you know each other so well that it's like memory, if you will. But and that one, it was very well. There was Melanie Gibb who was there, who I'd never met before, and never heard anything about.
So let me stop you there and let me ask. So you said it wasn't the same as before. Were there other people there for this holiday?
Yeah, Melanie Gibb was there with her family, who I didn't really know her, and the rest of us were all, it just didn't feel, we didn't feel close. The body language was very, in the way that the conversations flowed and everything just felt very distant.
Now, around this time, were you and your wife active in your church or in your ward?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you been active with the Vallows in your faith?
Could you maybe expound on that?
Sure. Had you and the Vallow shared that faith and shared activities at church?
Yeah, we definitely had done things at church together.
Okay. And did your wife's or Mrs. Let's take it one at a time. Did your wife's activity in religious events increase around this time, around that Christmas?
Yeah, a little bit before it actually, but
can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So when we first got married, my wife's kind of religious level was kind of low. She didn't enjoy going to church. It wasn't something that she. It was more me pushing going to church. I felt like I got like a little bit of a benefit from it, and she didn't really enjoy it that much. And so for most of our marriage, it was kind of me pushing going to church. But kind of in the fall of that year.
We're talking 2018.
Yeah, sorry. In the fall of 2018, she started getting really passionate about going to church and about different ideas within the church. She started going to these things she was calling firesides.
When you say calling firesides, are firesides within the LDS faith? Are those a common practice?
So in the LDS faith, the way our setup is organized is our congregation is called a ward, and there's usually some leaders inside the ward, and then there's a bigger congregation called a stake, and inside of that, usually ecclesiastical leaders organize the regular Sunday events, but you also occasionally will have like they call them firesides, but like a special event that focuses on something around our belief. And in this case,
so were the events that your wife attending called firesides sort of part of the organized part of your church?
No, and that's I guess what started kind of sticking out to me was she would go to these things that she was calling firesides, but they weren't put on by the church. They didn't have any ecclesiastical connection, like there wasn't anything like that, but they were using that term. And she was coming home with kind of different ideas of what she was going to do to be a faithful member of the church.
Okay. Was the defendant at some of these firesides?
Yes.
Okay. Did Charles go to any of these fireside talks?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And were you invited?
No, I had a discussion with Melanie, and she told me that these were her thing, and she didn't want me to go, and it was very clear that I wasn't welcome to come.
To your memory, who was attending some of these, extra church activities?
Besides Melanie and Lori, so
Besides Melanie and Larry?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It sounds like he doesn't have information as to who was there. Any information that he would have got would have been hearsay.
I'll sustain that. I think there's inadequate foundation.
Were you aware of who attended some of these events?
not in the present, but afterwards, yes.
Okay. Did any of the people who later went to those told you they had attended those?
Yeah, I had a conversation with Melanie Gibb later where she told me she went to those.
Okay.
Again, it's hearsay.
And that will be stricken as hearsay, the
Okay.
statement of what another said.
But you weren't allowed to go to these talks.
Correct.
All right. And when you say some of the ideas your wife came back with, did they center around particular topics?
Yeah, the things that were she felt a need to go to the temple every single day, which is a little bit extreme. And like in our faith, we believe in going to the temple, and I think regular attendance can be good. It's something where you go and kind of practice ritualistically, like your faith, and show God that you are trying to keep promises to Him. And so it's a good thing to do, but
Is it unusual to go every single day?
very, and it got even more extreme. Like she would have to go during like our family trips to Disneyland or things like that just were very, very overwhelming. She had to focus on this idea that like the world could end soon, and we had a disagreement about buying $10,000 worth of food storage right away. Things that just seemed extreme.
And so in this situation, you've been to Christmas and your wife is participating in these extra religious events. Did the situation, but did that affect the situation between sort of the Boudreaux and the Vallows going into 2019?
Yeah, I guess it got a little bit harder for us.
Why?
Excuse me.
Do you need some water?
Yeah, actually.
Do you mind, if Your Honor, if he takes a second?
Not at all. It's there for the witness.
Thanks.
Can you ask me that question again?
In going into 2019, did the situation between the Boudreaux and the Vallows, was it affected by this religious activity or the sort of atmosphere at Christmas?
Yeah, it just kind of got more bizarre. And into 2019, in January, we got a call and text messages from Lori and Charles that Lori was accusing him of cheating and infidelity.
Okay. How did you respond to that situation?
Well, it was kind of complicated.
Why?
For me, well, because initially when all of this started happening, I wasn't really like I wasn't even aware of it the night that it happened, and when I became aware of it, it just seemed odd. There was it seemed kind of like it just went from 0 to 100 really quick. Like Lori had removed all the money from their account. She had.
So let me stop you there and break it up. So did that affect the situation with your family?
Yeah, it did. My wife was very adamant that we we're going to take sides.
And did you respect Melanie's wishes on that?
Yeah, I did my best. Yes.
Okay. And did there come a time during this period that you would see Lori in the late winter, early spring of 2019?
I didn't see Lori very much at all, but I did see Charles.
Okay. So how often would you see Charles?
He would bring JJ over to play a couple times. He had JJ. Lori wasn't with JJ at the time. I don't know where she went actually.
So Charles would come over to your house with JJ?
Yeah,
And so what would JJ do at the house?
he would play with Braxton and just kind of get a release. JJ was always very high energy. He had to like lock everything up when he came so that he couldn't get out of the house or get himself into trouble. So it'd be kind of thorough. It was like having a really big kid that doesn't know how to make certain decisions yet. And so it was a lot of work when he'd come over, but you just loved him, so you did it. But so Braxton kind of always knew that his duty was to play with JJ and entertain him and keep him kind of busy, so that he would get into less trouble or get into less things.
Got it. And so did you spend time with Charles when JJ was there?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Let's fast forward to that summer. Did you have occasion to go to a family trip or visit your wife's family in Utah?
Yeah, I did. So I after meeting with Charles those couple times and kind of seeing him go through some painful process, I according as I promised Melanie, I kept asking him not to come over and doing my best to help him, but trying to create distance. And so we actually that summer went out and went to Utah to my wife's sister was going to get married, and we were staying at my in-laws' house.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen at your in-laws' house?
Yeah. So my this was in June, and to explain it, on June 23rd, my grandfather passed away of a heart attack, and I got a little bit. His health wasn't great, but it was still a surprise. And so on the 25th, my mom called me to tell me about the funeral. And I had this conversation with Melanie where I told her when it was, and she told me she wasn't going to go to the funeral. She didn't want anything to do with it. And it created kind of a
disagreement between you two?
Yeah, a disagreement. And in that process, this what I thought we were arguing about with like her not wanting to go to my grandpa's funeral, not wanting my kids to go, kind of escalated into something completely different. It just kind of cascaded into a bunch of stuff that didn't make any sense and had nothing to do with me or to do with this.
All right. And when you say to do with this, did it lead to some accusations against you?
Yeah. After I took a little break after I felt so emotional about my grandpa. I walked for a while. I came back, and I really wanted to break through and have like a honest conversation with her. So I just came, apologized for my feelings, and just told her that I would accept her not going to my grandpa's funeral. And I just begged her to talk to me about what was going on and why things were so hard. And she said that if I was honest, then we could work through things. And she said God had revealed some things to her. And so I just said, let's talk about it. I'm like, what is it? What's between us? And she started out by accusing me of hacking her Aunt Lori's computer.
Had you hacked her Aunt Lori's computer?
No,
Okay.
I don't know anything about hacking, and that was not something I did. It was really illogical, which stuck out to me and frustrated me because I didn't know why it had anything to do with what we were fighting about.
How did that conversation end?
It escalated some more hours, and then I kept trying to talk through it with her, Eventually, her father got involved, and we talked to him. And she wouldn't talk to him with me, but I talked to him, and she was saying she didn't feel safe with me at the house, and she accused me of being a homosexual, which is another thing that didn't make any sense. But Charles had been telling me previously she was going to say.
Okay.
Lori was going to convince her.
Okay. So she made those various accusations. How did it end?
It ended with her going to sleep and me feeling kind of overwhelmed. And finally, I texted Charles and Lori that I was frustrated with them, that I felt like this was on them. And
Did you ever hear back from the defendant?
Lori never answered or responded. Charles talked to me.
Did you, without getting into what somebody told you, what day was this?
June 25th and in past midnight, so into the 26th.
Okay. Did you have additional, and that's 26th of June, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have additional conversations with Charles in the following few days?
I did. I talked to him again after I kind of worked through some stuff with my dad and my ecclesiastical leader, and I went to a counseling session. I called him. Oh, sorry. With my dad, with my ecclesiastical leader, our bishop is what we call him, and then I went to a counseling session, just feeling a little overwhelmed. And then I called Charles that night and talked to him. That was the last time I talked to him, and just I felt kind of maybe like he was the only person who knew what I was going through, because he'd gone through all these things earlier, and just told him I was sorry for not being there.
Because you'd kept your distance at your wife's request.
Yeah.
Okay. You said that's the last time you talked to him. You didn't talk to him again before he died?
No.
Okay. After Charles died, did you have contact with the defendant, Lori Vallow?
No.
Okay. After Charles died, did you have contact with JJ and Tylee?
No.
Okay. How did it progress for you in your relationship with your wife? Did you eventually reconcile, or did you divorce?
No, we ended up divorcing.
Okay. When did you divorce?
Well, we did a mediated divorce, so we started the process after I got back from my grandpa's funeral. She left. She just took our car home, so I took my kids and flew home. And when I got home, she let me know that we had to do a mediated divorce. We had to do a divorce, and so that would have been in July. I started going through the process, and so we met. I found a mediator after consulting some people and hearing that would be the lowest conflict way to divorce. I tried to follow through with that, so we went through that process, and that started. I can't say exactly which day, but probably around the 1st of July.
Okay. And then did you continue working on the divorce and separation through that summer and fall?
I did, yes.
Okay. And where were you living in the end of September and beginning of October of 2019?
At the end of September, I was selling my house, my home that we had bought together. I had moved Melanie to a rental property. And then as soon as I sold my house, I got a rental property as well for the time being, just to try to create some stability. I rented a property right back in where my old ward was, where I had lived before.
Okay. And so how did that situation work out? Were you able to share custody?
I mean, it was complicated. She was just so standoffish, so it was really hard for me to, like, when I was showing the house, we had agreed that I would go see my kids and that I could put them to bed each night, but she wouldn't actually let me in her home. She said she was scared of me. And so I didn't get a lot of time with my kids up until I sold my house, at which time I got my house ready really fast, my new home, so I could have my kids in there. And
Did there something occur at the beginning of October of 2019 that affected that situation?
yeah,
What? What?
October 2nd, someone parked in front of my house and shot at me.
Okay. What had you done that morning?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevancy. I don't know what this has to do with the case at hand.
May we
Quick
approach?
quick sidebar with counsel on this issue. All right, counsel, there's a ruling under advisement. The court's going to review some previous research and rulings I've made in the case to determine this. So this will be the time we'll use for our mid-afternoon break. We are going to go till 3:30 today, so we'll try to keep this break to around 15 to 20 minutes to allow the juries a break as well. And then we'll come back on the record with additional questioning. So everyone please rise for the jury. All right. Thank you. We're going back on the record, case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. There's been an objection raised that relates to issues that have previously been brought before the court in motions in limine and motions by the state in regards to 404B evidence. The court finds it appropriate to take up a argument and ruling on the issue at this point outside of the presence of the jurors who have been excused for a mid-afternoon break. So there was an objection raised by the defense. I'd like to hear the response from the state, and then I'll allow a rebuttal argument from the defense before making a ruling.
I'll try my microphone. And the court wants it out in public, our response in front of the witness.
Yes.
Okay. Happy to. Your Honor, the state believes that this is part of a common scheme and plan. The defendant, with her co-conspirators, conspired to cause the death of multiple individuals in her world. She is charged specifically with the death of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. She's charged with conspiracy on those issues. And the state's belief in the electronic evidence, the telephone evidence, the witness testimonies through those people who participated in these conversations clearly establish a conspiracy to remove individuals who were obstacles to her future life together with Chad Daybell, and to remove obstacles to their plan for this life together. The shooting of at and killing of spouses of individuals who were part of this group was part of this common scheme or plan. The financial benefit to Ms. Vallow-Daybell's niece at the death of her soon-to-be ex-husband would have helped finance some of the defendant's travels, lives, and movement on in the future. There will be multiple witnesses who discuss that the defendant talked to people that Melanie Boudreau and her money would take care of them, that Melanie Boudreau and her money would help aid the group's plans for the future. And fundamentally, it is part of a common scheme or plan. It is far more probative than prejudicial. It is part and parcel. The other piece, just from logic in terms of the law enforcement involvement, the shooting at Mr. Boudreau is what actively got law enforcement paying attention, what actively got law enforcement looking for JJ and Tylee, and it's core to the presentation of many of the law enforcement's assessments of evidence.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Thomas, the response from the defense.
Just so that I understand, the state is indicating that this is part of a common scheme or plan, and getting rid of spouses is part of the common scheme or plan. Judge, it seems like this is a stretch at best. We'd ask the court not to allow this evidence in. It doesn't, without further foundation through all of these other text messages and whatnot. Mr. Boudreau can be called after some of these things come in to testify, but at this point, I don't think it's appropriate to allow him to testify about these things without any more foundation.
Your Honor, may I just briefly, this is a chicken or an egg thing. I guarantee you if the state offered those other items, the defense would be saying it's premature because we don't know what happened. And so in reality, we have the witness here, he had a relationship, and the state is abiding by the previous rulings of the court. We brought it to your attention in camera ahead of time. You've given us a ruling in limine, and we are following that ruling.
All right. Well, I do agree it is a chicken and an egg thing, as you mentioned, when looking at this evidence. The court has to consider Rule 404B because it's premised on what may be presented in court. Generally, it's brought up outside the presence of the jury and also in advance of trial. The parties have complied with that procedurally. And so we did have a closed hearing relating to this 404B issue back in February of this year. And on February 22nd, the court issued an oral ruling that as a preliminary matter, I would allow the evidence or not prohibit the evidence under Rule 404B, and also made findings related specifically to this particular witness and what is alleged to have occurred. I've considered whether or not the order of things should require more foundation before we go into it at this point, but I don't really see a better way other than to admonish and caution the state that at this point I'll permit the 404B evidence to be admitted. However, at this stage of the proceedings, there's not really a record that goes into the common scheme or plan in the detail that you've indicated. However, there was a proffer made by the state at the previous ruling, and again, a proffer today that that evidence will be forthcoming. So I'll overrule the objection and allow the evidence. But the, I guess, danger for the state there is if sufficient evidence does not come in later to support the allegations that take this outside of 404B, then we may have an issue with the jury having heard this testimony. So the court will rely on the proffers made today and previously in overruling that objection, and I'll allow this line of questioning based on that and my prior finding made at that February 22nd ruling that was briefed and argued by the parties before. So that'll be the court's decision on the evidentiary objection at this point. We'll now bring the jurors in, and just before I do that, I will advise and caution the witness here who, although you've heard a lot of legal argument here, you're still required to just tell only what you know from your own personal experience in answering these questions, and could be subject to further objections if you go outside of that based on anything you heard here in legal argument. So with that in mind, that's the court's ruling at this time. We'll have the jury returned and then you can continue your examination, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Boudreau, do you have water up there? Okay.
Rise, please.
Bailiff, please be seated. You're still under oath.
About being, all right, let's back up. Where'd you
Right.
now and this occurred down in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do after going to the gym? Did you head home?
Yeah. So I left the gym and I drove home. As I was driving home, I lived on the second house in off of, I would make a left-hand turn onto my street and I was the second house in.
Okay, let me ask you, how long had you lived in that home?
Only a few days. Like I said, I sold my house previously. And in a rush to make sure that I got my kids that coming weekend, I had just moved everything myself. And then two of my neighbors noticed me moving. I had just taken
Let me just stop you there. How long had you lived at that house?
only a few days.
Okay. And while you were at that, who knew you lived at that house?
Maybe 5 people.
Okay. And who were those 5?
My neighbors who helped me move, and Melanie, who I had to tell.
Okay. So you're heading home that morning and you turn on the street. What happens next?
As I came around the corner, I noticed there was a Jeep parked right in front of my driveway. My driveway would have been like this, and the Jeep was just parked right directly in front of it. And as I was starting to drive towards it, and I would have had to make a left-hand turn into it, I noticed a few things that stood out to me. The first was that it was.
What were the things that you noticed?
Oh yeah. I noticed that it was parked really closely, almost touching the van that had been parked there the previous several days. It had a Texas license plate, and the Jeep, it was a Jeep Wrangler, and Wranglers have a tire on the back of them, and there was no tire on this one. Instead, the window was kind of hanging open, but like the little tab things were like sitting on the outside of it.
Okay. So you see those things about the Jeep. What happens next?
As I drove forward, the window came up, and I saw a gun with what looked like a silencer. Heard a bang, and my driver's side window shattered. And so my natural reaction, instead of turning left into my driveway, I drove an electric car, so it was very instant, but I just pushed the gas and it just shot me forward.
Okay. What happened after your window is shot out?
I continue to drive, and when you're in a Tesla, the electric car, you let your foot off the gas, it brakes. And so I remember when I hit it, my phone flew forward. And then as I kind of came around the corner, I remember letting my foot off, and it came back, grabbed my phone. I called 911. I went around the corner, and I parked next to the public pool there for a second. And then I remember as I was talking to the 911 person, I saw the Jeep come around the corner, and I don't know what I was thinking, but I started to try to follow it. And then the person told me that was a bad idea. So I thought it, I'm not 100% sure which, but I went back over and they instructed me to park in front of my house. So I parked in front of my house, and then police arrived.
Okay. Did you give the police the information on that Jeep?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you follow up with law enforcement down in Arizona?
Yeah, after F.
So thanks. And so now my next question is, did you take any steps after cooperating with law enforcement to identify that Jeep?
I did, yes.
What did you do?
Well, after it took all day to go through, like, once this happened, but after a long amount of time, in the process, I had met with a detective and talked to him about just thoughts that I had about what was going on. He was just asking me, trying to get a handle on it. And as I was thinking about that, I realized that Tylee had a Jeep that Charles had bought her with a Texas plate that looked exactly like that. and I knew the VIN number because Charles had given it to me. So I gave that to the police officer, to my detective.
Okay. What color was that Jeep?
It was a grayish green color.
Okay. And did the Jeep you saw had no tire on the back?
Correct.
Okay. Did you take any steps then also to provide it? I'm sorry, you told us you gave the VIN to law enforcement. Forgive me. How did you get that VIN?
Charles had given it to me previously.
Why would he give you a VIN?
Oh, I was an insurance agent at the time, and he had given it to me to run insurance across all of their different cars.
Okay. And so you provided that to law enforcement, correct?
I did, yes.
All right. What other steps, if any, did you take to follow up on that Jeep that you believe to be Tylee's Jeep and the shooting at you?
I had called and talked to Adam Cox and Zach Cox because they had also had concerns about everything going on. And
Okay. Other than talking to somebody, what other steps did you take?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you look at any information on the internet
About the Jeep?
or following up on the shooting at you?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I did. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, after my shooting, I started to have my beliefs about who I thought did it, and I got concerned about the situation. And so I started thinking back to previous stuff that had happened. And I remembered that in these groups, there were people who I didn't know, but I remember there was a bunch of emails Charles had sent me. So I went through and reread those.
Okay. And did you see any names in the emails that you were looking at? When you say those groups, you're talking the groups of people that your wife was meeting in these firesides?
Yeah. She was meeting a bunch of people that didn't necessarily said they were members of the church, but didn't have any like necessary connection to the church. And in that process, some of them would, write books or do things, and she would get into some of this stuff. And I remember distinctly inside of these groups, there was emails that were being sent with a group of them. And so I just went back to look at the emails Charles had sent me from there. And most of them came from a Chad Daybell. And since I didn't know who he was, I started Googling his name.
Okay. And in that process of Googling his name, what did you see?
I was just going through some of the things that were there, and I saw on an obituary for a Tammy Daybell.
And after you saw that, did you take any steps to follow up on what you saw?
Yes. It made me really nervous because Charles.
Let me ask you the question now. What steps did you take?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Because of how I was feeling, my nervousness, I reported it to law enforcement and told them that in my gut something felt wrong, and I just asked them to follow up.
Okay. Now, somewhere in here, did you learn that JJ and Tylee were missing?
Yeah. As things progressed and I came to my opinion about who it was that shot at me, I started to try to be proactive and helping get information, doing whatever I could. And in that process, we found out that no one had seen from Tylee or JJ.
Okay. Your Honor, the state is going to ask the court for the admission of State's Exhibit number 5. It has some additional stickers on it that aren't relevant to this hearing, but the sticker is on the back at State's Exhibit 5, which is a self-authenticating document, which is the birth certificate for Tylee Ryan, showing a date of birth of 9/24/2002. And Your Honor, we did not make extra copies of that because it's in an evidence envelope. I certainly can if the court wants.
I've had an opportunity to review that, so. All right, so to be clear, it is marked previously with Exhibit 4 stickers, but this is State's Trial Exhibit 5.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, would you show the witness? Okay. And just for the record, what does that document reflect?
It says Tylee Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to object here. I don't think he has personal knowledge of anybody can just read the document.
Well, and I understand the document. First of all, it's not been admitted yet.
Oh, I apologize.
So let's figure out where we are with that.
I apologize. I thought the court had admitted it. The state moved for the admission of State's Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
As to the document being
Admitted.
a birth certificate, we have no objection to the fact that it's a birth certificate.
Okay, so Exhibit 5 is admitted. And then you continue with your questioning now that it's been admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. On State's Exhibit 5, which has been admitted, what's the date of birth listed for Tylee Ryan?
9/24/2002.
Your Honor, the state also at this time would offer to the court State's Exhibit number 6. I would give an opportunity to both give it to the court and to ask the witness to look at it. Original on top, court copy underneath. Stickers, Judge, one should say the word original on it. May I proceed, Judge?
Yeah, well, again, also this has been offered now, but not yet admitted.
Well, I was going to have the witness identify it first, but I wanted to give it to you before
Okay,
we did that.
go ahead.
Okay. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 6?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
It's a picture of Tylee from her Instagram.
Okay. Is it true and accurate picture of Tylee in her teenage years?
Yeah.
Okay. Move for the admission of State's Exhibit number 6.
Any objection?
May I voir dire an aid?
You may.
You indicate that this is a photograph of Tylee from her Instagram, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize that?
I'm friends with her on Instagram.
You're friends on Instagram with her?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw this pop up on your Instagram?
Yes, I have.
Okay. You didn't take the photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay. You don't know if it's been photoshopped or, I mean, it looks like her, right?
Yes.
But you're not positive that whatever's on the photograph or in the photograph is legitimate. You weren't there when the photograph was taken.
I was not there when this photograph was taken.
The only objection I have is that it's not an original. We don't know who the photographer is. We don't know if it's been photoshopped. We don't know if it's been altered in any way.
All right, understood. Response?
Your Honor, that's not the foundation for the admissibility. If defense counsel's concerns, they go to the weight, not necessarily the admissibility. This witness has said he is familiar with the person who's in the picture. He's familiar with her Instagram, and he knows whether it's a fair and accurate depiction of Tylee Ryan.
All right, I've considered that objection. I think what we have here is it will be admitted for illustrative purposes in terms of evidentiary value without further foundation about who precisely or when took the picture or where. If we're going beyond that, I'd have concerns, so it is admitted for the purpose of demonstrating who is shown in the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is the machine on? Thank you. Thank you. Is that the picture of Tylee?
Yes.
Okay. Now you indicated that you were aware that JJ and Tylee were missing in the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever learn whether JJ and Tylee had been found?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where were you when you learned that JJ and Tylee had been found?
I was in my parents' home in their garage.
Okay.
Sorry, just a second. I was in my parents' home in their garage.
All right. And when you became aware of this issue, did you travel somewhere?
I did. It was the day before my wedding.
Okay.
They weren't certain, so I had my wedding.
Okay.
And then the next day I came up to Rexburg.
Okay. What date was that?
It would have been June 11th.
Okay. Of what year?
Or June, of 2020.
Okay. What happened once you got in Rexburg?
I drove up. I didn't know why, but I just felt like I should come up, and so I came up, and I met with Larry and Kay and Woodcock, and
did law enforcement ask you to do anything?
yes, they had asked me if I could identify JJ.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
How did that happen?
I drove to a place where they showed me some pictures of him and asked if I could identify him, and I did.
Okay. And those were images showed you by Rexburg police officers and FBI agents, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. I want to ask you a couple of quick questions to make sure I didn't ask confusing questions. To be clear, what date were you shot at?
October 2nd,
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And then over the next month or so, you did Google searches?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when you saw evidence that Tammy Daybell had died?
I want to say that I saw it on October 21st, maybe. It might have been the 19th. I can't say exactly. It's been a few years since then.
Okay.
I should have reviewed that. I apologize.
Sorry. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Thomas, will you be conducting cross?
Yeah, sure.
All right, you can do so.
Just really quickly, I want to follow up on what Ms. Smith had said. You said on October the 2nd, you were shot at, and then over the next few months, you did Google searches. Is that what you said?
Over the next few months, there was times I did Google searches. Yes.
And what were those Google searches about?
Well, the one I think she was referring to was I searched for Chad Daybell's name to figure out who he was and try to get more information on him.
Okay. So you and your then wife, Melanie, were having some issues back in 2018, end of 2018, right? Is that right?
Can you define issues?
Well, I mean, at some point you got divorced, right?
Yeah, but in 2018, I wouldn't say that we were at a point where we were looking at divorce.
Okay. When did that happen? When did the divorce thing come up? In early 2019?
No, not until June of 2019 was the first time it was ever mentioned.
June of 2019. And that's when you had gone off to a business trip and had come back.
No, I was not on a business trip.
Okay. What was it?
I took my family and we went to her parents' house.
In Arizona?
In Utah.
Your parents' house?
No, my ex's parents live in Utah.
Melanie's
parents live in Utah, and that's where we were staying, was in her parents' home.
Oh, I see. Okay. And at that point, she said something about she had some issues with you. One of them being that she said that she thought that you were homosexual.
Correct.
And was that based on, what was that based on? Was there any basis to that?
She told me that God had told her.
God had told her that you were homosexual.
Yes.
Okay. It had nothing to do with video that one of your friends had posted on Facebook with you being at the Pink Pony dancing around.
Correct.
Okay. That was something different.
The only thing that happened with that was after a long argument. I asked her to give me some logical reasons because it didn't make any logical sense. And the only thing she could think of was that she had seen a video of me dancing with someone at a Pink Pony Club, which was available to anybody to see on Facebook. It was just public.
And where's the Pink Pony?
Objection, Your Honor. I understand this is cross, but it's getting pretty far afield.
All out at this time. It's proper cross.
It's in Gulf Shores, Alabama.
Okay. And then in, as we indicated, October 2nd, you believe you were shot at, and you believe that the Jeep that held the gun that was shooting at you was a Jeep Wrangler,
Yes.
and you believe that to be Tylee's Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you indicated that you had actually tried to follow that Jeep Wrangler, is that right?
For a few seconds, yes.
Okay. And did you get the license plate?
I was not able to get the license plate.
How far away from the Jeep Wrangler were you?
At that point, I was very far away. It was, I barely saw it. It was over at the corner of the neighborhood, and I was very far in a distant corner. I just saw the Jeep had come around that angle, and it turned right around and went the other way.
So how far away was the shot that you think came from? You think it came from the Jeep Wrangler? How far away was the Jeep Wrangler from your car when the shot was made?
The car was parked probably a little further than the distance of where you're at to me.
Me to you?
Yeah, a little bit further.
30 feet, 20 feet?
Somewhere in there.
Okay. And you indicated that only probably 5 people knew where you had lived at the time?
Yes.
And you don't believe this to be a stray bullet or something other than you're pretty positive that this came from that Jeep?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a muzzle flash from the Jeep?
I saw what looked like, as I described before, a silencer. But I can't say that I saw the muzzle flash.
And was that in your rear view mirror?
No, it was straight in front of me.
Straight in front of you?
Yeah, I was looking straight at it.
Okay. So you saw a silencer, but you didn't see any type of flash when the shot was taken?
I can't say for certain that I did.
Okay. It's possible that that shot came from somewhere else?
No.
Okay. You indicated, and I think counsel for the state and I were both somewhat taken aback when you said that you knew the VIN number of the Jeep, and you indicated that you were the insurance agent on that Jeep.
I was no longer the insurance agent, but I ran it for Charles. He had given me the information.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he wanted me to price shop, so he gave me the VIN number for each of the vehicles that they had.
And when was that?
a few months earlier, maybe around April.
Okay. And he had done that in an email or a text or something like that?
Yeah, it was just in my text.
Okay. Do you have that text still?
I'm not sure if it was a text or if it was an email. Honestly, I'm not sure exactly how I got that VIN, but I know he gave it to me. He may have emailed it.
Did you go ahead?
I'm not certain which way he gave it to me.
Did you turn that information over to the police or to the prosecutor?
I did, yes.
That email?
No, I turned over all the VIN number to the detective at the time.
And they didn't ask you how you got the VIN number?
It was a long time ago. I can't tell you for certain. I just told him the VIN number.
Okay. You indicate that you were rereading some emails from Charles to yourself at some point. Did you turn those emails over to the prosecutor or to the police?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what were those emails about?
The emails were from Charles to the rest of the family, and then some of them were, in his concerns about what he thought was going on in his relationship with Lori as they went through their breakup. And separately, there were other emails that were kind of his evidence that he was giving us of these groups that she was meeting with.
I'm a little bit confused because you indicate that you were rereading emails. I thought, and maybe this is me, I thought they were from Charles to you, not to his family.
I am part of his family. He sent them to all of us.
Okay, so these were group emails that you were a part of the group email.
Correct.
Oh, I see. Okay. When you found out that they had found the remains of Tylee and JJ, you indicate that you had a wedding on, looks like June the 10th, and then you went up to Rexburg on June the 11th. Is that right?
Yes, I believe it was the 11th. Might have been the 12th. I didn't review my notes on that either, so I should have.
Okay. And you indicate that you met with Kay and Larry Woodcock.
I did, yes, that morning.
Did you meet with anybody else?
No, I talked to law enforcement over the phone.
Talked to law enforcement over the phone while you were in Rexburg?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't talk to law enforcement over the phone while you were still in Utah or Arizona or where you were living at the time?
Are you talking about on that specific day?
Yeah. Or the day before, or,
I can't recall specifically if I met with them. I don't think I did, but I might have met with them in person besides the phone call. I did meet with them in person when I looked at the pictures.
Okay. And so then you said that law enforcement asked you if you could identify Tylee and JJ?
Just JJ.
Just JJ. And so what was that conversation like? I mean, they didn't ask somebody like Kay or Larry or somebody who was closer to JJ, or they just came to you?
I mean, I think I was as close to JJ as Kay and Larry. We were all family. They had initially asked Larry, but it's a pretty overwhelming task to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it was with his health where it was, if it was something he was up for. So I said I would.
So you were there when they were having the conversation with Kay and Larry about who was going to identify JJ?
I was there after the conversation and talking to them.
Oh, okay. All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Will there be any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony of this witness then. Thank you.
Okay, let me go over here to law and crime. Get that feed up for you guys. I feel like they're going to come in this morning and like just do a check-in before they send the jury back to deliberate. And because they did leave so early last night, it was like they went back to the room, looked at each other and said, okay, quick vote. And then they all kind of were in agreement and they said, okay, let's come back in the morning, see how we feel. Or anybody want to look over the evidence before we decide? And that could be it. That could be set. Honestly, if I'm on the jury and I don't know everything about this trial and I've only heard what was in court, I would probably say I would want to look over the evidence a little bit just to kind of, I don't know, just it would make me feel better about myself, especially, you know, hopefully it doesn't sound like this jury is taking it lightly. They don't know she's already been convicted of 3 life sentences, correct? So for them, they're sentencing this woman to life. Am I right? Am I right? They don't know anything about the other trial. So, yeah, I kind of feel like it wouldn't, and God bless them for doing that. God bless them for, just making sure they're doing it right. The police interview, right. I was thinking that they probably want to listen to that because she said something about it, and they're like, well, maybe we should. Maybe we should. I still think they know about the others. I really do. I've got a video that I want to watch with you guys today. I've got to click off this one thing and click back over because it's on my SD card, but I trimmed it down, and it was one of the jurors from her other trial, and she ended up being an alternate at the end, but it was good to hear her insights. And so I thought, it's not the exact same trial, but it's going to be very similar. So let's listen to what she thought as a juror, because she had said she heard of things. But when she got into court and she was like there, she didn't even realize that Lori was Lori. She thought she was one of the defense counsels or something. So she was that familiar with it, Can they listen to it all if it wasn't in evidence? No, they've redacted a bunch of stuff, but that's hearsay. So, but from what Trina said, they put it together enough to where, yes, it's redacted, but they can still listen to it. Like, I don't know if they just edited it down and trimmed it or what, but they can listen to it in like one portion. Hi, Mimi, by the way. Oh, hi. Hey, Kathy. I know, Kathy. It seems like it's taken forever. Any other time, I'd be like, "Ooh," when this trial first started, we were like, "Oh, we don't have to wake up at 8:00 and 7:00 in the morning to start watching this stuff," and we were so excited. And now we're like, "This is ridiculous," because I've been up since 4 a.m., so I'm ready to rock and roll on this. Hi, Mark. Is Mark in the house? Hi, Nanya. Hope I didn't miss anybody. So I don't know. I just don't they normally kind of the judge goes on the record real quick in the mornings when they first all arrive to say, okay, we'll be back when, or maybe he'll wait till the jury has their first question. They might have a question still. We've still got to see if that's a possibility. I kind of think they're not going to, because remember, they were able to ask questions throughout the trial. So it could, I wouldn't say eliminate it altogether, but there could be less questions because of that. It should be a quicker than expected verdict for a unanimous non-guilty verdict. Not what? This is a quicker than expected verdict for a unanimous not guilty verdict. Oh, I see what you're saying, Rozawa. I know, Ann. That'll happen. As soon as you get into your doctor's appointment, they'll come on and do the verdict. Watch. Put your earbud in. Put earbuds in and don't tell nobody that you're on your earbuds. So apparently, we're live on Law and Crime, and they haven't shown anything in the courthouse and they in the courtroom. They may still not. I was going to give it a few minutes because the jurors are always running late. Hi, Susan. You're not late. You're actually on time. We listened to the audio of Brandon Boudreaux from Lori's Idaho trial. So if you want to go back and watch that later, you can do that. Hi, Farmer Whitehair. We were talking about that. How long are we going to wait? A lot of us say it's going to be under 2 hours. It just depends on how much they want to peruse through the evidence, I think. Oh, Laura. Thank you, Laura. Yes. We are so funny about this. We can't stand this. If you are on a stream and you hear the verdict in a tweet or anything else prior to it being announced here, because we're going to be watching it live when it first goes up on the feed. But however, whatever happens, don't come in here and announce the verdict. Don't do it. These people, we've all been waiting. We want to hear it for the first time and watch it at the same time. We're going to get a 5-minute. So you guys know how we've been on a 30-minute delay all these days in the trial. Well, for the verdict, we're only going to be on a 5-minute delay. Now, we still may get enough heads up time. Okay, so they just started the verdict clock again, 17 minutes. So that means that somebody at LNC thinks that the jury is back in the jury room. So for this specific trial, I think what's going to happen is they're going to have to give like a notice to whoever wants to be there. Like a 30-minute notice at least, 15, 30 minutes to say, okay, we have a verdict so that everybody can get into the courtroom. Hi, Darlene. Yes, Mark will put you in the timeout room. He will wait for you there, and he will torture you with really bad jokes once you get there if you come in and announce the verdict. Now, the bad thing is that those that do that aren't always watching with us. It's these people that want to come on just randomly and just attention seekers. I really don't think we're gonna have that problem. I think all of these are pretty much in line with each other. I just worry about Twitter. But it's not like we're going to be shocked, guys. I mean, do you really think we're going to get anything other than a guilty? I mean, this is one of those that if I will fall off my chair. I will fall off my chair and let y'all listen to my fat butt hit the ground. Seriously, I don't see how it could be anything else. Okay, so according to Nate Eaton, Mandy said that the jury walked into the jury room about 3 minutes ago. Okay. Yeah, I need to pull him up, I guess. So I can read to you guys what. I love your warped sense of humor, Mark. I was just being funny. I don't think your jokes are bad. You make me laugh all the time. Oh my gosh. Are you getting sensitive on me? Let's see. Yeah, let's try to keep all of the announcements outside, and let's not make announcements inside the chat. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go pull Nate Egan up over here. Nate Eaton. Maybe I'll call him Eaton. I'm gonna pull him up and see what he's saying. And I'll read you guys what he put up. Oh, they got a story here. Let's get to the updates. Dang it, Nate. Yeah. It was 3:14 when they went. Okay, so it was 3:14 their time when they finished yesterday. They went home early. I guess that to me wasn't it 3:14 their time? Or was it? It wasn't 5. So that's what made me wonder why they went so early yesterday. So I've got updates from Nate, and I'll just keep filling you guys in on as things happen. I really don't think we're going to have anything happen. Damn it, Margaret. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Lee says, hey, Lee says 60 minutes. That's what we're giving the jury. Let's watch this other. Hang on just a second. I got to switch something out, and it's going to pull me off screen for just a second. I'll be right back. Okay. I just had to get that off my card and get it onto my PC. Let's listen to what this juror says. And again, I've got Law and Crime up on my other screen, so if they break into the courtroom, we'll interrupt this. We can always come back and watch this again after they're done.
I remember seeing you throughout my time there. I want to know first off, jury selection. Seeing Lori Vallow for the first time, did you have any idea about who she was and the case?
Well, when I filled out my questionnaire, I did know, I had mentioned that I knew a little bit about them, about this case, I meant. And when it came time to actually be interviewed by the prosecutor and the defense, Lori was sitting there during the jury selection process, and I didn't even know that was Lori. So that's how much I didn't know, because I didn't even recognize her. I actually thought it was just part of her defense team. So that was an interesting thing. I didn't even know it was Lori until the first day of court, and they introduced her as Lori. I didn't recognize her face. I mean, it's probably been 3 years since I just saw a little bit of news coverage, and that's about it. And they had asked me if I had watched a documentary on Netflix, and I had told them no, because I hadn't. I think they actually the first week, it was a lot about what happened in Arizona, and it was actually confusing to me. I don't know how it was to the other jurors, because I didn't understand how this attempted shooting in Arizona had anything to do with the case. So it was extremely confusing, I think, to start with that. I know that they were probably trying to build, the foundation of what they were trying to get at with motive. But for me, it was kind of a confusing way to start, just not having the full story yet. I watched her a majority of the time. try not to give her evil glares. But she, at one point, it looked like she was sleeping. She always used her hair as a shield. And I was like, are you seriously sleeping right now during the middle of your trial? That's what it looked like to me. And then she would also use her hair just to shield any other time that she didn't want us to see any, you know what I mean? That I don't think she had any emotion on her face. And I think she wanted to conceal that she didn't have any emotion. That's what I felt like.
Did you have any urge at all to search for media coverage? If so, how did you fight that off?
I actually didn't. I know that's probably not believable, but I didn't. I really wanted to follow the instructions, given to us by the judge. And I really wanted to be impartial. I really did. I don't want to watch the media. I don't want to form any opinions and judgments. I really began this and ended this the way I wanted to be impartial.
Was there a testimony that stood out to you, and by who?
I think probably the more emotional testimonies that stood out to me was her son Colby and her sister, just listening to them talking to her in jail, and how emotional they were. And I could feel the impact that this has had on their lives. She's destroyed so much around her and just destroyed her relationships with her family. And it just didn't seem like she realized that on the phone. There was just no hint of realizing that with everybody that she's destroyed in this.
Before those calls were played, were you thinking to yourself, okay, I want to see how Lori reacted to the people that she loves most as they question her about something, terrible? Is that what you were looking for immediately?
Yes. When Colby and her sister came into the courtroom, that was actually the one time I did see emotion on her face. So I can clearly see that she loves her son. She loves her sister. I saw it in her face. But unfortunately, I just didn't see that with her other kids, or for Tammy, or for her being on trial for, murder. She just didn't show any emotion for any of the rest of it, which was very surprising to me.
So let's establish it here right now. If you were in the deliberating room with the final 12, how would you answer the verdict form on all charges?
I was going into, if I was one of the ones I got picked to be going into the deliberation room, I would have found her guilty on most of the charges. I feel that I would have needed to deliberate more on the Tammy Daybell charge.
Conspiracy to commit murder.
Yes.
Well, what was the challenger? Why would you need more time? What do you think of?
The defense brought up actually a couple good points, that Tammy was on some medications. Could it possibly be a seizure based on these medications? Because the side effect to her medication was seizures. So they brought up a very good point about that. And another aspect of it was that they hadn't even changed the death certificate. And it's been how many years, and they haven't changed the death certificate to read death by asphyxiation. It still says natural causes. And the defense asked, the coroner why, and she's like, oh, well, we were just waiting for this trial to be over. And I just thought that was odd. Why, if this was truly a murder and you are honestly believing it is, why hasn't the death certificate been changed? I wasn't set on saying not guilty on that one. I just there was some evidence that also pointed to her being guilty of that. I just needed to probably talk to my jurors more and to see what they thought about the matter and look at our back to our notebooks.
What piece of evidence or exhibit led you to believe Lori Vallow was guilty on the charges or not? Or just a piece of evidence that you're like, that's the bombshell evidence that you've seen in this trial?
A lot of it was talking about her children, building up the fact that they had evil spirits in them, building that up to her brother. That really stuck out with me. Calling them dark, constantly having Chad rate what, dark level they were at, asking Chad what death percentage they were at. Were they at 0 yet? She asked that so many times. How many, that I think it was JJ that she asked that to, like how many, when is he going to be at 0 death percentage? And lastly, it was just the money. I mean, it looked really like it was a money conspiracy. She was planning it. She made sure that Tylee's money, her Social Security money, was being transferred into her account. So there was a lot of evidence that, without my notebook here, I can't recall it all at this point, but that was some stuff that stuck out to me.
Overall, do you think the prosecution laid out a strong case against her?
I do. They took the evidence and there was a lot of it, just so much information that I imagine that they had to sift through and piece together and put it together in some kind of orderly fashion so that jurors and normal human beings that we would understand it and be able to also piece it together based on how they structured their prosecution argument. I mean, if we would go back to the room, obviously, when we weren't allowed to hear the motions in the court, we have to go back in the room, and it was a really tiny room for 18 of us with one bathroom. So we were all just crammed in there for most of the time. We would eat lunch together, but it was mostly just talk about our, family and friends and just our general lives. A lot of really, really good people on that trial. The lawyers really did a good job picking the jurors on this case.
What were your thoughts about the podcast episode of Lori that got let in with, the details of her beliefs? That was really a curveball, I thought. I honestly had a hard time listening to the volume and the speakers in there. So I really, to be honest with you, I didn't pick up a lot on that podcast. Their volume system in there was not very good from where I was sitting. I couldn't hear over there in the corner very well. So you just knew it was about her faith and being a warrior and that type of thing.
Yes, that's pretty much what I got out of it.
What'd you think of the defense's closing arguments?
I thought they had some good points. I think I just mentioned one of the points about, that Tammy's medication might have caused that. I also think that they started pointing the finger maybe more at Chad, that he was manipulating her. And I thought to myself, geez, that should have come a long time ago. That should have been maybe your defense all along. But I don't know. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know how that goes. I don't know if she has the right to tell them what not to say, or what, not pointing fingers at Chad.
Did any part of you want to see her take the stand and testify?
Oh, I would have loved to hear her story. I certainly would have. I would love hearing two sides to the story. So that was what was really, really hard. We didn't get a chance to hear the other side of the story at all. Nothing.
And no witnesses by the defense.
Yeah.
Did more of that evidence from Arizona police agencies make an impact at all on what you thought?
I think it did. Yeah. It was hard to hear about the crimes in Arizona, but not being able to hear about the whole crime. Does that make sense? They were only allowed to give us little bits and pieces and not the whole crime. So, for example, later on, when I went home that day after deliberations, after, the verdict came out, and I watched a lot of the coverage from Arizona, and there was a lot of stuff that I would have liked to have seen. The footage of Alex Cox sitting, during basically what happened to Charles Vallow. There's a lot of video that I would have loved to have seen, and the interviews of Tylee and Lori, and then excuse me, and then Alex Cox. I would have loved to have seen that. It would have been extremely helpful, I think.
You saw Lori's facial expressions on body cam, after the verdict was read, that, she really didn't have any emotion. You got to finally see that on your own.
Yes.
No emotion.
It all just came together for me, being able to see all this, footage from Arizona, how much went down in Arizona. And finally I was able to piece together a lot of stuff that was missing from the trial I was on.
Did you take a lot of notes? Are you a note taker? Are you more of a listener?
I took a lot of notes. I did front to back, so it may not have looked like I had a lot of notes, but I had one notebook front to back full of notes. And I had a highlighter just highlighting things that I thought were extremely valuable. I'm a teacher and I teach high school students that are Tylee's age. So that was also extremely difficult. It's just difficult for me to even think how somebody could harm a child the way that she was done such a disservice, that the fact that they just didn't have very much evidence for her, I just can't. I still can't. And this is going to affect me for the rest of my life, thinking about that probably.
Did it infuriate you even more when the point was constantly made that Lori and Chad were dancing on a beach, getting married, that visual, while you knew with the timeline her kids were already buried in Chad's backyard?
That's, to me, she's a monster for doing that. Really, it was when I saw those wedding video or the wedding pictures, I was looking directly at Lori. I hope that she could look over at me and see my evil glare, because that truly showed what a monster this woman is.
And now your juror number was randomly picked in the end to be an alternate. After sitting through all of that and taking all those notes, was there some disappointment there, or relief knowing that you didn't have to deliberate? What was that like?
I think it was a combination of both. I was really hoping that I would get my chance to voice my opinion on the matter, because I had been so good at taking notes and listening and coming up with my own thoughts, that I really wanted to finally be able to talk to my fellow jurors about it. So I really felt cheated that I wasn't able to, even though I knew that there were 6 numbers that were going to be picked at the very end, right before deliberations. I was really hoping it wasn't my number. But on the other hand, I was a little worried that maybe the verdict wouldn't have been what I wanted, and that I would have to argue it, or, and that we would face backlash from the public if it wasn't the verdict that everybody was wanting. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So in a little bit, it was a little nerve-wracking, because I didn't know what the other jurors, what they thought. I mean, I could see it on their faces, but I didn't know what their thought on the matter was, and if they were going to convict her or not. They placed the 6 of us right behind Lori, so she actually walked right by me. That was the closest I had been to her since the beginning, and I was just, she looked awful, like she had been up all night, or probably been up for 5 weeks straight. She just looked really, really awful. And it was just being able to sit behind her and just see, like, right up close. I was, within 6 feet of her, and her facial expression as the verdict was read. It was just a incredibly interesting and unique experience to be a part of this trial and the process of it. She had shown the whole trial is that she seemed just oblivious to what was going on around her. I don't know. It's just unemotional, oblivious, flippant. I don't know. She was the same when the verdict was read. She might have gotten off. I don't know. I think she had that in her mind. I do, because just based on all the evidence, it sounded like she thought she was above, like a higher power, that she was above everything. Nothing counted for her. As a matter of fact, I think that was something she would always repeat. This doesn't count for me. And I think that's what she felt at the very end too. This is not going to count for me. And it counted for her.
I think that she spoke pretty much what we all think about Lori, in that it's pretty easy for the jury to pick it up, even in the short period of time that they're in trial with her, without seeing everything, how she truly is. All right, you guys see the verdict clock up there to the top right? It is 39 minutes in, and that includes 17 minutes that they were in yesterday. And that 17 minutes included on the record. That was on the court minutes. I've got Nate Eaton pulled up. That's who I got that information from about the 17 minutes. I've got his Twitter pulled up. And there's been, well, let me do this real quick. Yeah, there's been no updates on it. So he did say that in the other trials, when they had such a quick verdict, he had purchased donuts and brought them in for everybody on deliberation day. He said, I didn't do that today. I wonder if I should go get some. So if if they don't come back with a quick verdict, we can all blame it on Nate, right? For those of you who do not know who Nate Eaton is, he is with the Idaho East News. They're an independent news source, and he has been on this case like a bulldog from the very beginning, and he has been kicking butt, getting all kinds of information out to everyone. Like anything you hear on YouTube, more than likely it's come through Nate Eaton originally. It's from him. He's probably the original source. So he's a really good guy to follow. I'd like to see him on some other cases. I wonder what he'll take on next. Mark said they didn't deliberate longer yesterday because they were told that they would be serving spam for dinner. Mark's on that spam kick. You know, I was in the grocery store yesterday, Mark, and I almost did buy a can of spam just because you've been talking about it. I'm like, you know what? I haven't had it in so many years. Let me see if it's still that bad as I thought it was. Yes, when Law and Crime started this morning with 17 minutes on the clock, that was the carryover from yesterday. So 41 minutes that we're looking at now is the actual time that they've been in the verdict room completely. Oh, Scott's. I was looking to see what the behavioral panel had said on them. So the behavioral panel, one of the guys, Scott, said that he thought Lori was the classic. So Lori was this classic sociopath. I was also looking. I can't wait till they do one on Richard Allen. I really want to see a good one on that one. I know there's one guy on YouTube that did one for him. I didn't agree with him though. So I watched some of it. I was like, no, I don't agree with you. I think you're reaching. I don't know. Maybe I am a little biased on that one. But I don't think we have to have the education and knowledge that the behavioral panel has to figure Lori out. She wears it on her sleeve, does she not? Well, guys, I thought that we might get like I don't know, we might get a courtroom visit today from, just they're going to meet in the courtroom and all that, but apparently they're not going to do that. So what I think we'll do is we will go back and I've got some more audio for us to listen to from the other trial, give you guys something to listen to in the background. And meanwhile, while you guys relax and do that, I'm going to be on top of what's going on, watching the feed, so that when we do get a verdict or the announcement that there is one, we'll be flipped over there right away. And I also have Bama and Laura as my backups helping me out with that too, watching that. So there's no way we'll miss it, right? Oh, thank you, Barbara. Barbara said this $5 super chat for Mark and Blanco's spam fund for the timeout room. That is so sweet. And we can even afford to buy bread and make him a sandwich with it. Mark will like that. Aw, that's so sweet. Oh, we got court feed. Oh, already, you guys? Could it be already? Oh, let me make sure we got volume. Okay, we got volume. Maybe it's already done. Maybe they just had to come back and fill out the paperwork, which is weird. Why wouldn't they have just done it last night? See, I think they have a question. The verdict clock is still running, though. Usually you'll see the verdict clock stop. Maybe, well, it doesn't mean anything that they switched over. Maybe they're just adjusting and getting prepared for when the time comes. We'll wait a little bit and see. They could have, it may be questions. Yeah. Let's see what happens. I really enjoyed listening to that juror talk about her though, because I felt like she nailed it. She really did. She was very relatable. She's very down to earth about it all. Clock doesn't stop until the judge says so, Laura said. Yeah, but if they heard that there was a verdict and that's why they're going on screen, they would have stopped the clock. Right? Is Spam the greatest mystery meat of all time, or is it a hot dog? I wonder if Deb says we're frustrated because we do not know about her. They do not know about her previous convictions. I don't know. I kind of feel like they might. It's not like they can say, "Did you know she was previously convicted? Are you aware of her previous? What do you know about the case?" I guess they could have said that. What do you know about this case? And then if somebody said, "Well, we know she was previously convicted," okay, you're out. Is Chad Daybell included with the chart? No, I don't think he is. Unless, now, I love history. Welcome in. They separated the trials with Lori and Chad. And it could be that, no, I don't think so. Mm-mm. Not a hot dog. I love hot dogs. Is Spam ingrained in Hawaiian culture? You guys are going to make me want to go buy some Spam and fry a Spam sandwich. And a lot of people think that's gross, but I don't know. That kind of sounds good. I'm, it's one of those things where you eat it like once every 10 years and you're good. Like for me anyway. Mark apparently likes it weekly. I don't know. But I also like tuna casserole too. And a lot of people think that's gross. Let's see. You won't eat a hot dog, Patty? Oh my goodness, Patty. I love hot dogs. They're the best. The best. Okay, so the clock is still running. Oh, let me just check something really quick. Do a refresh on Nate's updates. See if he has anything new to say. Because he is in the courtroom. Nope, nothing new. Okay. So they were just repositioning the camera and getting it ready. All right. I do. I like tuna casserole. I like to make cold tuna salad too with pasta. I probably like that better than I like a casserole. All right. But it's something I can only eat like every now and then. I can't eat it all the time. Like once every year, maybe. It's not like fried chicken. Fried chicken, I crave it all the time. All right. What was I going to let you guys listen to? I've got a couple of things here. Let me look at my notes. Oh, I know what I wanted to play for you guys. The Arizona. I do. I crave donuts too. Oh my gosh. I love Krispy Kreme. I've got the Arizona investigators that testified. I've got them. That would probably be a good one to listen to today while we wait. I just have to find it. I haven't put it up already, have I? I don't think so.
record on KCR 22211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. The case in chief is continuing by the state. The jurors are all present, accounted for, and properly seated. All right, Ms. Blake, who will your next witness be?
Detective Nathan Moffett.
Rules in mind then. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sergeant Nathan Moffett, M-O-F as in Frank, F as in Frank, A, T as in Tom.
Where are you currently employed?
The Chandler Police Department in Arizona.
How long have you been employed with them?
I've been with Chandler Police Department for about 21 years.
And your current title is Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you held other positions within the department?
I have.
And what are some of those positions?
Well, I spent, obviously, started as an officer with a previous agency, but when I came to Chandler, I spent about 5 years on patrol, and then I went to criminal investigations as a detective, where I was there for about 14 and a half years prior to getting promoted to sergeant.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes. In 1999, I attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy and graduated and became a sworn police officer.
And since then, have you attended additional training as a detective?
I have.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall responding to the report of a shooting?
I did. Yeah, I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to just make sure the record's clear. I've objected to this witness previously under Rule 404B of the Idaho Rules of Evidence that anything that happened in Arizona is not relevant for this proceeding in Idaho.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. The court notes the continuing objection to evidence relating to what occurred in Arizona. The court previously made a ruling on that issue in February, and for the reasons incorporated in that ruling, I'll overrule this objection, noting the jurors have been previously also instructed about the limiting nature of this evidence and will be instructed also before their deliberations with an explicit instruction describing how this evidence could be considered. So with that, the objection's overruled, and Ms. Blake, you can continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Moffett, are you aware of who reported that shooting?
Yeah, a 911 call came in from the residence from Alexander or Alex Cox.
Do you recall where you responded to?
Yeah, it was 5531. The street numbers or the streets escaping me.
South Four Peaks Drive?
Yes, South Four Peaks Drive. I'm sorry.
And that was in Chandler, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived on scene, were other officers already present?
Yeah, patrol officers were already on scene when I arrived there.
And is that fairly common to have patrol officers there before detectives?
Yeah, very common.
When you arrived, did you take on a specific role with regards to the investigation?
Yeah, I was assigned role as the case agent.
And is that common practice?
Yes, yeah. On every case like this, we have a case agent and a scene agent.
As the case agent, did you walk through the scene?
I did. I was briefed by patrol, for their initial investigation or their initial interviews, kind of what they had at the time. I briefly walked through the scene and then I responded back to the station.
When you were on scene, do you recall seeing Miss Vallow or Lori Vallow present?
I did not see Lori present.
Did you see Alex Cox present?
I did.
Did you speak with him on scene?
I did not.
Did you observe Charles Vallow?
I did.
And what did you observe about Charles Vallow?
When I briefly walked into the residence, Charles was deceased on the living room floor.
Did you end up conducting an interview with Alex Cox?
I did, yeah, back at our station.
Is that common to interview individuals back at the station?
Yes.
Did Alex, in fact, participate in the interview?
He did.
Did Alex tell you why he was there that morning?
Yeah, in his interview, he told me that he had spent the night at Lori's house because they planned on doing something the next day.
So he would have spent the night of the 10th?
Yes, the 10th into the 11th. Yes, ma'am.
And did he tell you what happened with regard to Charles getting shot?
Yeah, when we started talking about it, he said that Charles and Lori were in an argument inside the house, and he was back in a bedroom, and he could hear Lori and Charles arguing, and Lori came into his room, and he basically said he intervened between Lori and Charles.
Did he indicate if he knew what the fight or what the disagreement was about?
No, he just said they were arguing.
Did he indicate that he ever saw Charles put hands on Lori?
No.
And did he indicate that he did not see that?
Yeah, he indicated they did not get physical. He never saw it get physical. It was just an argument with Charles following Lori through the house.
Did he say anything about Tylee?
Yeah, he said that when the argument had worked its way into the bedroom where he was at, Lori basically circled around behind him, and he got between Lori and Charles. And he said that Lori came back around him and made her way into the living room or into the kitchen. The living room and the kitchen were divided by a wall, and that at that point in time, Tylee came out of her room when Lori was back in the kitchen.
Did he tell you why or how he ended up shooting Charles?
Yeah, he said that when Tylee came out of her bedroom, Tylee came out of the bedroom with a bat and was basically trying to protect what he was saying is protect her mother. And that at one point in time, Tylee took the bat and kind of poked it out at him. He said at that time, Charles took the bat, and then there was an argument over the bat. And at some point in time, he said he got struck. He, being Alex, got struck by Charles with the bat in the back of his head.
So he described Tylee as having the bat towards Charles pointed out at him?
Yeah, he kind of demonstrated poking it out towards him.
And that Charles had then grabbed a hold of the bat from Tylee?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe any injury to Alex consistent with being hit with a baseball bat?
I observed a small laceration on the back of his head. It was a laceration, but it wasn't consistent with being hit extremely hard in the back of the head with a baseball bat by an athletic man.
And have you responded out to battery cases where people have been hit by objects?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it consistent with what you've seen before?
Not with a violent strike.
What did Alex indicate he had done after he shot Charles?
So Alex basically says that the argument happens, he gets hit in the head with a bat, and he goes back to his room and retrieves a gun. And that he came back out into the living room to confront Charles because he was still in the house with the bat. Alex says he told Charles to drop the bat. Charles said, "What are you going to do about it?" And at that point, Alex says he came at him, and then Charles shot him.
You said Charles shot him. Did you
I'm
mean?
sorry, Alex shot Charles.
And Alex claims Charles came at Alex.
Yes.
And at that point, did Alex tell you how many times he had shot Charles?
He said he was not sure, but he said it was more than once.
Did he tell you where he thought he had shot him on Charles' person?
Yeah, he said center mass, so torso area.
Did you ultimately determine that Charles had been shot center mass?
Yes, Charles had 2 gunshot wounds, one to the chest, one to the lower abdomen.
And after Alex had shot Charles, did he tell you what he then did?
Yeah, after he shot Charles, he said he walked into the kitchen, washed his hands, because he said he had blood on his hands from his head, and then walked back into his bedroom, set the gun down, and then called 911.
Did he tell you anything about where Lori and Tylee were when he shot Charles?
He said he didn't know. He didn't know where they were at.
Did he indicate that they were in the room with him?
I asked a couple different ways, and he just said, I don't know where they were at at the time of the shooting.
Did Alex indicate anything to you with regard to performing life-saving measures?
I asked if he performed CPR, because when he called 911, they asked him to, and he said he had.
Did you ask Alex if he was there to help Lori?
I did. So when I was conducting my interview with Alex, we took a break for a minute. I stepped out because Detective Inclin was interviewing Lori and Tylee. And when I talked quickly to Detective Inclin, who said that Lori asked Alex to stay the night at the house because he was there, because she wanted him to be there to protect him from Charles. And so I went back in and asked Alex, actually on more than one occasion, if he had been there, in fact, to protect Lori from Charles. And he adamantly said no. He said multiple times that's not the case.
But Lori had indicated that he had stayed there to protect her.
Yeah, according to Detective Inclin, that's what Lori said.
Did you ask Alex if he had called anyone else before he called 911?
I did. When I was briefed by Detective Inclin about what her interviews kind of had revealed, she told me that Lori told her.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
That's sustained.
Is it common that as the case agent you speak with other detectives?
Yes.
And do you speak with other detectives about the portions of the investigation that they are conducting?
Yes.
And did you in fact speak with Detective Inclin regarding what she had learned from an interview with Miss Vallow?
I did.
Based on what she had learned from the interview, did you ask Alex whether or not he had called anyone?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said he had not.
Was it your understanding that that was inconsistent with what Lori had stated?
It was.
I'll object. The only way he can answer that is based upon hearsay.
And Your Honor, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter.
If it's not the truth, then it's not relevant.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you at some point make additional observations of the scene?
I did.
And did you specifically make observations regarding the scene where Charles was found?
I did, yes.
What observations did you make?
When we were back at the house after we completed our interviews, Detective Coons was processing the scene. I was present while they were processing the scene for evidence. We learned that there was in fact 2 gunshot wounds to Charles. One of the wounds, the exit or the trajectory was down, and we pulled that projectile.
And I'm going to object, Your Honor. This testimony is based upon hearsay. He learned it from someone else.
Your Honor, I believe he's talking about his observations of the scene. I think there were other detectives there that he's referencing, if I could clarify that.
If you'll clarify, I didn't see the hearsay in that. Go ahead and clarify, Ms. Blake, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Moffat, did you go back and make observations at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And were there other detectives present when you were making the observations?
There were.
And so I think you were talking about looking at the exit wound.
Yeah, so
tell us what you observed.
We were looking at basically the evidence at the residence. As I was saying, there was one bullet strike that landed in the baseboard. And then there was another bullet strike under Charles's body.
And did you notice bullet strikes anywhere else in the residence?
No, besides those 2, there were none.
The bullet strike under his body, did that lead you to believe anything regarding the position of Charles' body when he was shot?
Yeah, the bullets.
I'll object, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor, I think he can answer what he believed.
I think a little additional foundation would be necessary in regards to training before he could give that opinion.
How long?
Sustain the objection on those grounds for now.
How long were you a homicide detective?
I did 11 and a half years in homicide and 3 years in family crimes before that.
Have you responded out to gunshots before?
Yes, several.
Have you observed bodies that have been shot before?
Several.
Have you done trainings on bullet wounds, things of that nature?
I have. I'm currently assigned to the executive board of directors for the Arizona Homicide Investigators Association. I've been for 11 years. We conduct about 100 hours of training a year. So I have hundreds and hundreds of hours of training in homicide and related items.
And based on your training and experience, based on that mark in the floor, where did you believe Charles' body was when he was shot?
Yeah, my observations from where Charles was shot, especially when we rolled him and saw the strike underneath him, is the wound to his abdomen was what is called a short gunshot wound. So the wound to his abdomen traveled through his abdomen and out of his shoulder and was consistent with Charles being flat on the floor when that projectile exited his body out of his shoulder.
And was that consistent with what Alex Cox reported?
It was not.
Were you involved in transporting Lori Vallow back to the residence?
I was.
Did you make observations of Lori on the way back?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I'll object, Your Honor. Relevance.
That's overruled.
So Detective Inclin and I transported Tylee Lori and Alex back from the station to the residence while we were still processing the scene, so they could get a car and go somewhere else, or stay on scene outside of the scene, or stay at the residence outside of the scene. So Detective Inclin was driving. Tylee was in the front seat. We were in a minivan, so I was in the far back of the minivan, and Lori and Alex were sitting basically in the middle row. The ride back from the station was bizarre, to say the least. It was very lighthearted, very just conversationalist. It was, like I said, it was very different but bizarre.
At some point, did you, in your well, let me ask this. Did you continue as the case agent?
I did.
At some point, did you switch and you were no longer the case agent?
Yeah, once I was promoted to sergeant in June of 2020, I was no longer assigned to homicide, and it needed to stay with the homicide detective as I was going back to patrol. So Detective Duncan took over as case agent for me.
So, and that was based on your promotion?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Duncan had been involved from the initial part of the investigation?
He had since the day of the incident.
And prior to you being switched as the case agent, did you learn anything with regard to an insurance policy?
I did on July.
I'll object, Your Honor, based upon hearsay.
I'll sustain that.
And Your Honor, I would indicate it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, but for what was done next in the investigation.
Well, I guess the objection's being sustained because it was a question of did he learn anything, and I didn't see a foundation of how he personally would have had that information unless it was revealed through hearsay of another. Was the basis of, I think, the objection and how I ruled.
Let me have just a moment.
Yes.
Detective Moffitt, in your experience as a homicide detective, are finances oftentimes a motive for homicide?
They can be, yes.
And based on that, do you, as part of investigations, do you look into life insurance?
We do.
Did you, in fact, in this case, look into whether or not Charles Vallow had life insurance?
I did.
Did you learn whether or not he did have life insurance on himself?
He did. He had a $1 million policy.
At some point, did you learn who the beneficiary was?
I did.
And who is that?
Well, when I contacted the insurance company, there was some confusion because had been a recent change of who the beneficiary was. So initially they weren't sure. It had been changed from Lori to Kay, Charles' sister, at a point in time a couple months prior to this event. And the legal department was reviewing the forms at the time.
Do you look into whether or not anyone attempts to make a claim shortly after someone's deceased?
Yes.
Did someone attempt to make a claim?
Yeah, and when I contacted the insurance company on July...
I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Overruled. You can continue to answer.
Thank you, sir. On July 17th, I believe it was on or around July 17th, I contacted the insurance company, and Lori had tried to file a claim on that $1 million policy.
Did you learn whether or not that claim was paid out?
I later did, and it was not paid out to Lori.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake. Let's see. Mr. Archibald, will you be conducting cross?
Your Honor, I've previously objected to this testimony in its entirety, so I don't have any questions.
All right. That'll conclude then the testimony of the witness. May the witness be excused or released from any subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask that the witness be released.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Thank you for your testimony this morning. You can be released. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. We're back on the record on CR 22-21-1624, State versus Lori Noreen Vallow. The state was preparing to call another witness. We just finished the lunch recess. I'll note the jurors are all present and accounted for. Counsel for the state and defense as well, and the defendant is present. Is the state prepared to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can call your next witness.
The state will call Scott Cowden. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cowden, where are you currently employed?
I work for the Chandler Fire Department in Chandler, Arizona.
And I guess for the record, we'll have you state your full name. I forgot to do that.
Okay, yes, my name is Scott Cowden.
How long have you been employed with the fire department?
almost 24 years.
And what is your specific title or role in association with the fire department?
I'm a fire engineer, which means you drive the apparatus, still a firefighter, and then also a paramedic.
And do you have training in order to be a paramedic?
Yes, I started out as an EMT, and I went to paramedic school and graduated in 2007.
Do you also teach courses on CPR?
I used to be a CPR instructor for about 12 years, teaching those courses, yes.
Were you working with the fire department on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall being dispatched out to the report of a shooting victim?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object just to make sure on the record that our 404B objection is still noted. My client's not under trial here for anything that happened in Arizona, so we object for relevance.
All right, I've considered that objection. The court's previously taken that issue up on a ruling that was made in February. For the reasons I incorporated into that ruling, and for under 404B, the court does determine that this evidence can be presented with an appropriate limiting instruction. So, Ms. Blake, that limiting instruction has already been provided to the jury and will be provided again at the time of deliberations. For that reason, the objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you respond out, or I guess let me back up. When you responded out on July 11th, where initially did you respond to?
We responded to a residential house for a gunshot wound or gunshot victim.
Did you enter the residence when you initially responded?
Yes.
And when you entered the residence, did you locate the individual that had been shot?
Yes.
What did you observe regarding that individual?
We were led into the house by a Chandler police officer. They were on scene before us, and when you went into that front door, that entry room is where we found Charles laying on the ground on the floor on his back, and he appeared to be unconscious as you approached him.
And when you say Charles, did you learn his last name?
Charles Vallow. We did learn. My captain on the crew was documenting the call. He would have been communicating with the Chandler officers who were communicating with other individuals on the scene that would be able to supply that information.
And you eventually learned his identity as well?
Yes.
And you said he appeared to be unconscious. Did you get closer to Mr. Vallow?
Yes, I would have been the first one to actually make it to Charles. And so then you're going to go through that process of kind of doing your assessment and evaluation of him.
And when you were doing the assessment and evaluation, did you notice any injuries on his person?
Yes, there was some blood on his shirt. I had to lift up his shirt so I could find the proper landmarks to be able to perform CPR while checking for his level of responsiveness, breathing, things like that. And he had 2 gunshot wounds.
And had you seen gunshot wounds before?
Yes.
And those were consistent with other gunshot wounds that you'd seen?
Yes.
And when you say that you pulled up a shirt or removed the shirt to perform CPR, did you in fact perform CPR on Mr. Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any observations as you were performing CPR?
Yes. So based on my experience, both as a first responder, firefighter, and a paramedic, and also a CPR instructor, you have certain landmarks that you're looking for, and we were led to believe that CPR had been started prior to our arrival, communicating with dispatch en route to the scene, monitoring that radio channel. We were led to believe that the caller, the shooter, had started CPR. And so when that happens, if the person is doing CPR and they're doing it effectively in the right place, it's quite common to where you can sustain injuries to the chest. You have to be forceful enough that you're actually going to compress the heart to be able to pump the blood to the body, trying to keep them alive and buy some time for help to arrive. And so typically when that happens, an impression would be left in the area of their sternum, the lower part of their chest, where the hands would have been doing the compressions. And then I didn't see that initially. I started my compressions and I felt what I would describe as like a crunch or a crack. Again, when you're doing it forcefully enough to be effective, you can have injuries occur to the sternum or a broken rib. They could displace from the sternum where they're connected on that chest wall. And so you can feel that occur typically in that first compression or first couple compressions. And I did feel that.
And in your training and experience, if someone had been performing CPR, would you have expected to feel that crack or that crunch?
I would not have expected to experience that and feel that had they been doing CPR and doing it effectively.
And would you have expected to see some kind of an impression had someone been performing CPR?
Yes, and then in fact, when it became appropriate time for me to stop doing CPR, because my colleagues were further exposing Charles, putting a heart monitor on him so we could see if he had any activity with his heart. So I had to stop compression so we could look at that, and I could see the impression that I created and made now.
Have you performed CPR before on individuals that have some kind of an injury to their body that could result in bleeding?
Yes.
And when you were done performing CPR, did you have blood located on your hands or your gloves?
Yes.
Would you have expected to see that if someone had been performing CPR before you arrived on their hands?
Yes.
If I may have just one moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Cross-examination?
Your Honor, since we've previously objected to the entirety of this testimony, we don't have any questions.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony of this witness then. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. Is there any objection to this witness being excused?
No, Your Honor, and we would ask that he be excused at this time.
All right, any objection to his being excused?
No objection.
Okay, you can be excused then, and we'll allow the state to call another witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Detective Werther.
How do you spell that last name?
Werther.
Thank you.
Would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Ariel Werther. That's A-R-I-E-L. Last name W-E-R-T-H-E-R.
Where are you currently employed?
I work for the Chandler Police Department, and I'm assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
What is your current title?
Detective.
How long have you held that position?
As a detective since 2016, but with the Robbery Homicide Unit since 2020.
Do you have prior experience as a law enforcement officer before becoming a detective?
Yes, I was a patrol officer for the City of Chandler. All my employment has been with the City of Chandler.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a peace officer?
Yes, I attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy in Phoenix, Arizona, where I was provided training in order to become a police officer. And then once I graduated from the academy, if I recall, it was a 16 or an 18 week. It's been quite a while. Then I went on the road for a thing called field training, where you are assigned an officer who's been identified as a trainer to teach you how to do the job on the road. Completed my field training, and then I've had advanced ongoing training ever since then.
And did you, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the court be handed State's Exhibit 43. For the record, it consists of 7 pages. They are printout from a PowerPoint. Defense counsel was provided a copy as well just before we started court this afternoon.
All right, Madam Prosecutor, before we proceed again, I'll just note we had a brief sidebar regarding the previous rulings the courts made in this case before trial. I did want to just reiterate, since it was some time before I had this instruction. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've previously been advised that certain evidence may be admitted for a limited purpose. This evidence may be admissible for a purpose such as proving a motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. However, such evidence is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character. You will be further instructed on this point in an instruction that will be provided to you during your deliberations. So with that, Ms. Blake, you had started offering on an exhibit, and if you want to pick up there again, we can continue with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask that the witness be shown that exhibit.
And Your Honor, just so the record's clear, I continue my objection for what happened in Chandler, Arizona under 404B.
All right, I've noted your objection, Mr. Archibald, and at this time the objection is overruled.
Detective Werther, could you look at that the exhibit you've just been handed?
I've reviewed it.
Do you recognize the images shown on those papers?
I do.
And did you in fact create those through a PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you create those based on information that you had obtained?
Yes, I did.
Do you believe that those slides would be effective in assisting you today with your testimony?
I do.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 43.
Any objection?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Very well. Considered that, and based on the court's previous ruling, the objection's overruled and that exhibit is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Werther, were you working on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
Do you recall responding out to the report of a shooting?
I do.
When you responded out, were you given any specific assignment initially?
I had no specific assignment. For context, at the time I was actually assigned as a detective in the Special Victims Unit, primarily investigating sex crimes. But as a matter of succession planning, it was known to everyone that I wanted to come to the Robbery Homicide Unit. So at times on calls, and this was one of them, I would respond out to essentially shadow and assist with minor tasks, but I was not given primary responsibilities as I was not on the team.
But you were there on scene on July 11th.
I was.
And then the following day, did you have a conversation with another detective?
I did.
And who was that?
Detective Moffat.
At that time, based on your conversation, were you assigned a specific task?
I was.
And what was that?
The task was to call Ms. Vallow, as no one had, as I understood it, obtained documentation information for her son JJ, Joshua Jackson Vallow. As he wasn't present at the scene during the initial investigation, it seemed no one had gathered his name, date of birth, or any of that information.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
And when you made contact with Ms. Vallow, did she provide any information to you?
Yes, I called her on the phone, and during our recorded call, she provided his basic information to be put in the report, which is fairly standard, as he was said to have been present during the incident. And then we talked about the school to which she had allegedly taken him after the shooting occurred, and she gave me the information for a Lawrence Life Academy, and I later looked up where that was. And she also told me that between leaving the scene of the shooting and going to Lawrence Life Academy, she had gone to a Burger King to get JJ food.
And after you had spoken with Ms. Vallow, did you end up taking on any additional tasks in regards to an investigation?
Yes, the next task that I was given was to actually locate video from the Burger King showing at what time she visited the Burger King.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
And were you able to determine what time she had gone to the Burger King?
Yes, on that same day I was able to go, and one of my practices which I adhered to in this case is when I'm looking at video evidence, I will ask to see the live view first and see what the timestamp on the live view shows and compare it to the timestamp on my phone in order to show that the time is relatively reliable, which I did in this case. The times matched. Then I was able to see video from the 11th and establish what time she and her vehicle passed through the drive-through.
And were you aware of what time, or are you aware of what time the initial 911 call was placed regarding that shooting?
The initial 911 call was placed at 8:36 in the morning, if I'm remembering correctly.
So it would have been after Miss Vallow was at the Burger King?
Well, yes. So what I found on the video is the video evidence showed that her vehicle, and also captured her image through the drive-through window, that visit was at 7:55 in the morning, 7:54 or 7:55 in the morning.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish the State's Exhibit 43.
You may publish it.
Oh, it's going to be actually on a PowerPoint presentation. And I do have a copy, it's the same slides that the court saw. I do have a copy of a jump drive marked that we will submit into evidence as well.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. That'll be the formal exhibit that will be admitted into the case.
And in looking at the image on the screen, I'm not sure if it appears on that screen in front of you as well.
It does.
What are we seeing on this screen?
So these are a few locations in Chandler, Arizona, and also in Gilbert, Arizona. The direction indicated in the lower right-hand side of your screen, if you're facing it, shows north to be towards the top of the screen, and there's a mile marker indicating 5 miles for scale to give an approximate idea of the relationship of things. This is sourced from Google Earth Pro, and the locations that I have marked on here using Google Earth Pro from the bottom of the screen up are 5531 South Four Peaks Place, the scene of the shooting, the Burger King, and the Lawrence Life Academy where JJ was dropped off. And then another location we'll speak of in a moment, and which I neglected to put here on the page, but just above and one street over to the west from Lawrence Life Academy, we will talk about a Walgreens location, which is on a slide that will come up shortly.
And Your Honor, may I ask that the detective be provided with a pointer to just show us that location?
Yes, we'll give him the laser pointer.
I thought that was a pen.
Thank you. If you just want to show us on there the area you were just describing.
Right there is there's a Walgreens at that location, and again I have a detail that shows it later on in the sequence.
And these are the locations that were provided to you by Ms. Vallow.
Yes and no. The Walgreens is not something we discussed, and I'm not certain if she specified that Burger King to me, but that is the Burger King that I went to where I found the video.
And then if you look at the slide that's being shown right now, could you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is detail for more context. Again, north towards the top of the screen. We're now at a scale that has a 1 mile indicator, and this shows 5531 South Four Peaks, and then about two major streets north of there on the west side is where the Burger King is located at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler.
And you indicated that the Burger King video showed her there around 7:54, 7:55 a.m.?
That's right. I also obtained a receipt which was timestamped 7:56 for the actual purchase.
And she had indicated to you she had taken JJ to Lawrence Academy.
Correct.
Did you do anything as part of your investigation to try to determine how long it would take to get from the residence where Charles was shot to JJ's school?
Yes.
And what did you learn, or what did you do to determine that?
Again, using data sourced from Google, I evaluated the most direct route as Google provided it, which comes in somewhere between 7 and 8 miles from 5531 South Four Peaks to Lawrence Academy. I was aware that the 911 call came in at 8:36. I was aware the first officer was on scene from body-worn camera that I had reviewed and from the CAD record that he was on scene at 8:42. And I was aware that he had captured Ms. Vallow on recording at 8:48 back at the scene at 5531 South Four Peaks. One of the things we discussed is it didn't seem plausible that a person could drive that distance and back in the amount of time from the 911 call to when she first appeared on body-worn video.
And when you say that you had discussed, do you recall who you discussed that with?
I know I discussed it with Detective Moffat. I may have discussed it with other members of the team as well.
And is that pretty common that you will discuss investigations as a team?
Yes, so that we're sharing ideas and trying to determine the best way to proceed, and so that people aren't going off in one direction without everyone else knowing what's going on. It's the best way to proceed.
And after you'd gone to Burger King and verified that video, did you do anything further with trying to verify locations?
Yes. I did on that same day, I believe, which was the Friday, the day after the shooting. I went and visited multiple CVS locations. I had been told that another detective had information that Ms. Vallow may have stopped at a CVS or a Walgreens, and I think it was originally communicated as a CVS in order to buy flip-flops for the children who had apparently left the house without shoes. I went to, I think, 6 or 7 locations trying to find video and did not find video on that day.
Are you aware if at any point video was recovered of Miss Vallow at a CVS or a Walgreens, excuse me?
Yes, because I did eventually recover it. It was based on the location data, however, which we haven't discussed yet.
So leading into that, other location data, did you review data from Charles Vallow's phone?
I did.
And is Charles Vallow's phone in possession of the Chandler Police Department?
Last I knew, yes.
And do you know where that phone was recovered from?
I understand that another detective recovered it from Ms. Vallow after the event.
Were you tasked with looking at location data linked to that phone?
I was.
And did you in fact review that data?
I did.
What did you discover from your review of that data?
So if we advance to the next slide. This here is 5531 South 4 Peaks Place with the north indicator again and to scale for reference. What I've added on here, notations with the about symbol, for me that stands in for approximately. I'm saying at approximately 7:32. What I'm calling CV phone, which is Charles Vallow's phone, arrives in the area of 5531 South 4 Peaks. Now, the location data that we're deriving this from is data that was stored physically on the phone and then extracted by the computer crimes unit and provided to me. This data from the phone indicates that at about 7:32, the phone was in the area of the 4 Peaks Place address, and at about 7:49, the phone left that area. And then the next slide. This is the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, again with the north indicator, although I seem to have cropped it out just slightly. This shows that at about 7:54, LV, which is Lori Vallow in my notation, is on video in the drive-thru. That's the video that I obtained and that I reviewed and placed into evidence. Around 7:55, there's location data from Charles Vallow's phone in that area. Around 7:56, Lori Vallow is on video leaving the drive-thru. And at 7:56, Charles Vallow's phone location data also leaves the area. This is that Walgreens I talked about. So if you recall on the first slide I showed, this is the one that was a half block north and 1 block west of the Lawrence Life Academy approximately. This shows that at about 8:15 in the morning, Lori Vallow is on video at this Walgreens. Now, the way I found out about this was by reviewing the location data, noticing that there was a Walgreens there, calling the manager, asking if a person fitting her general description, although I did not provide her name or the reason for my inquiry, only that I was a police detective calling to ask. I asked if such a person came in and perhaps purchased some flip-flops. She located the data, provided it to me, and then the video was placed in evidence. So having reviewed that video, I see that at around 8:15, she is on video entering and making that purchase. I also obtained a receipt for that. And at around 8:15, Charles Vallow's phone location data indicates that the phone was in that area. At around 8:20, the video at the Walgreens loses sight of Ms. Vallow as she leaves.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This here indicates that around 8:32, Charles Vallow's phone is in the area of the Lawrence Life Academy, which Ms. Vallow had previously stated she had gone and dropped JJ off at that location after the shooting. And I think, yep. And then if we go to, oh, there it is. So here we have, there's a typographical error. That's my error. That says 7:36. That should say 8:36. There's a 911 call reporting the shooting. The reason that's relevant is we were just at 8:32 at the Lawrence Life Academy, indicating that the phone was in that area. But the 911 call does not come in until 8:36 in the morning. 8:42, as I previously stated, the first officer arrives at the scene. Around 8:47 is the first location data from Charles Vallow's phone, indicating it's back in that area. And at 8:48 on the body-worn camera video timestamp, Lori Vallow appears on that officer's video.
And in looking at the location data with Charles' phone, did you learn who had Charles' phone in their possession?
Not from the location data, but I had been advised by other detectives that the information...
And I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
I'll sustain that.
You had responded to the scene on July 11th, correct?
Correct.
When you got to the scene, did you ever observe Charles Vallow?
I did.
And where was Charles Vallow observed?
Charles Vallow was in the first room when one enters into the home, and he was laying on the floor, and he was deceased.
Did Charles Vallow have his phone with him?
I never saw his phone.
Did you learn through your investigation whether his phone was recovered on his body?
I learned that it was not.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor. And I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Cross-examination, counsel?
Detective, do you have information as to who made that 911 call?
It's my understanding, although I never had contact with him, that the 911 call was made by Alex Cox.
And did you speak to Alex Cox?
At no point.
When you arrived at the scene, there were other officers talking to Alex Cox?
Yes, I believe so.
And in your investigation, you're not one of the officers who talked to him?
That's right. I did not interview him.
And with the Charles Vallow phone, that the phone itself was going to Burger King and to Lawrence Life Academy and to Walgreens, is that right?
That's right.
And who else was in the car with Lori Vallow?
I can't know for certain. I know on the video at the Burger King that there was someone in the front passenger seat. It wasn't someone I recognized, and I couldn't tell if anyone was in the back seats of the vehicle.
Would that have been Tylee Ryan that you learned that she was in the car and at that time?
I was told that both of the children were in the vehicle, but I never directly verified that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. And we would ask that this witness be excused.
All right. Any objection to excusing this witness?
No.
Very well. Detective, you can be excused. Thank you for coming and testifying today.
Thank you.
All right. The state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Detective Inclin. That's YNCLAN.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think they're bringing the next witness up. While we're waiting, I did want to clarify with the court that Exhibit 43 was admitted.
It was admitted, and it will just be the file on the jump drive for the jurors.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Before you start on your direct counsel, let me just inquire as of the witness. Have you reviewed any of the trial testimony in this case, watched it or listened to it online or anywhere else?
I have not, no.
Okay. Thank you for that representation. I'll also advise you to please, for our record, in the case, make verbal responses to any questions and try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone that's questioning you. So with those rules in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your full name?
My name is Cassandra Inclon.
Where are you currently employed?
I am a detective with the Chandler Police Department in Arizona.
How long have you been employed with them?
This month is 22 years.
What is your current position?
I'm a detective assigned to our robbery homicide unit, and I have been there in that unit since 2009.
And prior to that, did you hold other positions?
I did.
And what were those?
So I initially started as a patrol officer, worked primarily weekend graveyards, moved to what was our general investigations unit at the time as a detective out of patrol. That unit morphed into our family violence unit, stayed in that unit for about 2 years. I then moved into our narcotics and organized crime unit as a detective. I worked there for about 5 years and then moved over to our homicide unit, and I have been there since.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
So in Arizona, we are post-certified in the state, so it's a state certification. You have to attend an academy. I attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, which is run by Phoenix PD. It's a conglomeration of a lot of different departments that use that academy. You get approximately 480, 500 hours of training in that academy, which once upon graduation, you get a post certificate to be a peace officer in Arizona. And then subsequent to that, you go through a field training program at your agency.
Do you recall if you were working on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
Do you recall responding to the report of a shooting?
I do.
Do you know approximately what time the call came in?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I'm sorry to keep lodging the same objection, but just to clarify the record, I've previously objected to this witness under 404B Idaho Rules of Evidence.
All right. I appreciate you making the record, Mr. Archibald. Certainly there's a right to do that. It doesn't disturb the court whatsoever if you make a continuing objection, nor should it disturb the jurors if you continue to object. The court has previously made a ruling on this for the reasons that I stated in that ruling and incorporate into this determination to overrule the objection. This evidence pursuant to 404B will be allowed to be presented by the state with a limiting instruction that will be further provided in deliberations. So with that, Ms. Blake, you can continue with your direct and the objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall approximately when that call came in?
It was about 8:30, 8:45 in the morning.
Did you respond out at that time?
I did.
Do you recall where you responded?
So I responded to the residents on Four Peaks. At the time that I arrived, patrol had already established a secure area for investigations. Once I responded there, then additional investigative staff, detectives were responding, and then we did some basically task or job assignments.
And is that common practice to have some detectives assign different tasks?
It is.
And when you arrived, at some point did you observe Lori Vallow?
I did.
Was she there when you arrived?
I don't know if she was initially there. At one point while I was outside the residence, I realized that she was standing near a vehicle with one of the patrol officers.
At some point, did you end up making contact with Miss Vallow?
I did.
And how did that come about?
Initially, I walked over and had contact with her and her daughter, and I was moving them over to what we refer to as our care unit. It's a crisis response that is run through our fire department. They can come out and provide various different services. So I was moving them over to their van, and it's summer, it's hot, and moving them a little bit further away from the interior scene of the larger scene that we had.
And when you were moving them kind of away over to the CARES unit, had you become aware of Ms. Vallow's connection to the shooting victim?
Yes.
And what did you learn that connection was?
I learned that Ms. Vallow was the wife of the victim and the sister of the other involved party.
And when you say the other involved party, was that the individual reported to have been the shooter?
Correct.
And did you learn his identity?
That was Alex Cox.
After assisting Ms. Vallow in getting moved over to the CARES unit area, were you present when a notification was made to her?
I was.
And what was the notification about?
One of the responsibilities of detectives in our unit is to conduct death notifications to either the legal next of kin or appropriate involved parties. At that time, my sergeant and I decided to provide an official death notification to Lori Vallow in reference to Charles.
And you were present when that notification was provided?
I was.
Do you recall what Ms. Vallow's reaction was?
I do.
And what was that?
She didn't have much of a reaction. When she was informed that Charles was deceased, she had responded that she already knew, and made statements that she was present when it had happened, which was new information to detectives, and didn't really appear to have much of a reaction.
And had you made any observations about Ms. Vallow's presence or behavior prior to the death notification?
Yes.
And what were those observations?
At the time that I initially saw her and while I was in front of the residence, she was standing with her daughter near what we later found out was Charles's rental car, in proximity with a patrol officer. She appeared calm, very non-emotional, was kind of hanging out and seemed to be just having kind of some general conversation, not really upset, just kind of, at one point she was laughing, just kind of was standing around.
And this was prior to being notified of the death of Charles?
Correct. That was prior to me moving her over towards the van.
At some point, were you assigned some additional roles?
I was.
Investigation?
I was.
What was your next assignment?
Detective Moffat was assigned as the case agent, which is typical for how we conduct investigations, and I was assigned to do follow-up or more extensive interviews with Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
And was that in part based on the information Ms. Vallow provided about being present?
Correct.
Did you complete the interview there on scene?
No.
Where did you complete the interview?
Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan were transported by me back to our police station, and the interviews were conducted in what we refer to as our FAC, which is our Family Advocacy Center. It has particular interview rooms set up for victims and witnesses of crime.
And you said you transported both Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan there?
I did.
Did Ms. Vallow make any statements while you were transporting her?
Statements?
I guess let me ask it this way. Was there any conversation while you were driving Ms. Vallow and Tylee Ryan to be interviewed?
Yes, there was conversation, not specific to the event, though.
And is it typical that you do not discuss the event on the drive?
Yes, we try not to have any discussion. The intention is to, one, conduct an interview in an interview room so it can be recorded and monitored. Also is we typically try, under best practice to interview potential witnesses or victims separate from each other. So I didn't want to talk to Lori and Tylee together. I wanted to talk to them separately.
Did you make observations about Ms. Vallow's behavior on the drive to the FAC?
I did.
And what were those observations?
Similar to what I had seen earlier. She was calm, unemotional, I would say, not upset. The conversation revolved around Tylee and her school and kind of Tylee's future plans. She was almost nonchalant about the conversation.
When you arrived at the FAC, did you in fact conduct an interview with Ms. Vallow?
I did.
Do you remember approximately what time of day you would have conducted that interview?
I think it was about 10:30 in the morning, before lunch, within a couple hours of the incident happening.
Did Ms. Vallow in fact participate in the interview with you?
She did.
And do you recall if she told you anything regarding how she came to live at the residence where you'd responded?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She had indicated that they had lived at the residence for just a few weeks, that Charles had rented the house where they were residing, and that they were separated, and that she was living at the house with Tylee and JJ.
Did she indicate anything she indicated they were separated. Did she indicate anything else regarding her relationship with Charles that you recall?
She had discussed at one point that he had gone back to Texas, to Houston, and that at one point that she had ended up going back out there. The way she described it is almost like a reconciliation for the family, and that she had come back to Arizona, and that house had rented because she was going to stay in Arizona. At one point in the interview, she described at one point Charles had taken JJ back to Houston with him, and described allowing that to happen, and then coming back to the rental in Arizona.
And when she talked about Charles having JJ and that she'd allowed it, had she indicated anything additionally regarding JJ's care?
Yes.
And what was that?
She discussed JJ's special needs care. We discussed he had a particular school in Arizona, his services plan, and just kind of all that entails to provide care for him. She had discussed that when Charles took JJ back to Houston, that he didn't have any of those services and have that support. And she made reference to letting him take JJ because he was basically going to figure out how hard it was to take care of him. And then she discussed when she went back to Houston, how she went back for that reconciliation, even though he didn't have any care and didn't have those services set up and things like that, and just discussed how difficult that was and how hard that was to be able to have all those things in place for him for his care.
And so she had indicated that Charles would realize how hard it was to care for JJ?
Correct.
Do you recall if Ms. Vallow indicated anything regarding her knowledge as to whether Charles was going to be arriving in Arizona on the 11th?
Yes.
And what did she indicate?
She had indicated that he had contacted her, called her, and said that he was coming into town. She had offered to book him a hotel room because he wasn't going to stay at the house with them, and that they had arranged that morning that Charles would pick JJ up at the house and take JJ to school.
And I guess to back up just a little bit, you indicated she'd mentioned that she had gone to Houston to be with Charles.
Correct.
Did she indicate to you why she was then in Arizona?
That she had left and come back to Arizona, and her description is that they were separated, that the marriage was ending.
So she knew that Charles was going to be in town, and was he, do you know, or do you recall if she indicated when he was going to arrive in Arizona?
She had said that he was coming into town on Wednesday, and that she had offered, like I said, to book him a hotel, and that Thursday morning he could come pick JJ up. I think she indicated at 7:30 and take JJ to school.
And when you talk about that Wednesday, would that have been July 10th?
That was the day before, correct.
And when you say the day before, what are you referring to?
The day before the shooting.
And that was also, would have been the day before you were interviewing Miss Vallow?
Correct.
What did she tell you regarding, or did she tell you anything regarding whether or not Charles had arrived to pick JJ up?
Yes.
What did she tell you with regards to that?
She indicated that he arrived at the house. I believe that she said he was a couple minutes late, and that she had JJ ready to go with his backpack and things like that. She described JJ as being reluctant to go with Charles initially, and that they had gotten JJ out and settled to leave for school. She describes being in the house, and that Charles had left his phone inside the house, and that he came back into the house with JJ outside to retrieve his phone.
So Charles came back in the residence without JJ?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you who else was at the residence that morning?
Through the interview, she had identified everybody else that was present at the house.
Who did she indicate was present at the house?
Tylee was home, and then she indicated that her brother Alex had spent the night before at her request.
And did she tell you why she had requested Alex stay the night?
She indicated that she had asked her brother to spend the night because Charles was coming into town, and that she wanted her brother there.
And she said Charles had left his phone in the house and came back to get it. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did she tell you happened? Well, let me back up. Did she tell you who had the phone when Charles came back in?
Yes.
And who was that?
She had the phone when he came back in the house.
Did she tell you what happened at that point?
She did.
And what was that?
She indicated that he became very upset when he saw that she had the phone, that she made statements to him about messages on the phone, and that he was extremely angry and wanted the phone back, and she began to move around. She described being in the kitchen, moving around to basically keep the phone while this argument started.
So she indicated that she kept the phone in her possession.
Correct.
And it was Charles' phone.
Correct.
As she was moving around the house, did she indicate anything else happened?
Yes.
And what was that?
She indicated that at one point, Tylee was in Tylee's room, and that Tylee came out of the room in possession of a bat, and that her brother at one point came out and was observing this situation unfolding.
And she indicated Tylee came out with a bat. Do you recall if she indicated anything happened with Tylee and the bat?
Yes.
And what was that?
She described Tylee basically prodding at Charles. They were Lori and Tylee were in very close proximity of each other in kind of the beginning of a hallway. And she describes Tylee almost like prodding at Charles, and almost in defense of Lori, and that Charles ultimately ended up physically taking the bat from Tylee.
And did she indicate what happened after Charles took the bat from Tylee?
She did.
What was that?
She described Charles as being extremely angry, and at one point her brother interceded, coming up behind Charles and basically grabbing him. Fighting and but not specifically as to what they were saying.
Did she indicate whether or not anyone was injured in that struggle between, or the fight between Charles and Alex at that time?
I don't recall.
After she describes the struggle or the fight between Charles and Alex, did she indicate what happened next?
Yes.
And what was that?
She directed at one point Tylee outside because JJ was outside. So she had directed Tylee outside to JJ, and she had moved through the house into the kitchen, which you would become an ear witness, not an eyewitness, because you can hear but wouldn't be able to see. So she had described moving around and being able to hear what's going on but not seeing what's going on. And she describes hearing one gunshot.
After hearing the gunshot, did she tell you what she then did?
She did.
What was that?
She indicated that upon entry back into the room, she could see Charles down on the floor, and that at that point she made a decision to go to her children. She went outside and described JJ as like coming back towards the house, and at that point she put JJ in the car and with Tylee left with JJ with the intention to take him to school.
And before she left, she indicated she'd heard a shot and seen Charles on the floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know where Charles' phone was at that point?
I do not.
At some point, did you later recover Charles' phone?
I did.
Were you informed where it had been?
At the time that I recovered the phone, it was with Lori and Alex in Charles's rental car.
Did Lori, she told you she went outside with the intention to take JJ to school. Did she tell you what she did next?
She did.
And what was that?
She had indicated they left the house. She advised that they actually went through the drive-thru at Burger King because JJ is very fond of chicken fries and Sprite. They went through to get him food and then took him to school, and then her and Tylee returned to the house.
Did she indicate when she saw Charles on the ground if she saw where Alex was?
I believe she mentioned him being in the proximity, but we didn't talk specifically as far as positioning like we would in like a walkthrough interview or something like that.
After she left, did she indicate if she received any phone calls?
We did discuss phone calls.
Do you recall what she stated regarding that?
She indicated shortly after leaving the house that her brother Alex had called her and asked her if she had left, and she indicated that she did, that she was taking JJ to school and that he needed to call 911.
Are you aware of any 911 calls being placed by Lori Vallow that morning?
I am not aware of any, no.
She indicated she had her phone with her?
She did.
Did you speak with Detective Moffat about your interview with Miss Vallow?
I did.
Do you know if he had interviewed anyone that morning?
Detective Moffat interviewed Alex Cox.
Are you aware if there were discrepancies in what Alex Cox reported from what Lori Vallow told you?
I am aware, yes.
And are there discrepancies?
There are.
Once the interview was completed, what happened next?
Once the interview with Lori was complete, I conducted an interview with Tylee. And then once Detective Moffat completed his interview with Alex, at that point, myself and Detective Moffat transported Lori, Tylee, and Alex back to the house.
When you transported Lori back to the house, did you make any observations regarding her demeanor or behaviors?
I did.
What were those observations?
So I drove. Detective Moffat was in the very back. We actually took the victim services van so we could transport all three together. During the entirety of the car ride, she was very calm and put together, very nonchalant about what had happened, not upset, and there was some conversation and chatter about kind of Tylee in school and just kind of mundane conversation, very nonchalant about what was going on at the time.
And if I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Cross-examination.
So you indicate, Detective, that these interviews were recorded?
Correct.
And did you watch those again to remind you what had happened some almost 4 years ago?
I did.
And is that how you base your testimony, is reviewing all that again?
Partially, yes.
And so the interview with Lori was recorded?
Correct. The one in the FAC was, yes.
The interview with Tylee was recorded?
Yes.
The interview with Alex was recorded?
I believe so, yes.
And then after all these interviews, then you detectives, you all get together and compare notes?
Yeah. Fair.
And it was determined at that time that Alex Cox was justified in self-defense of this shooting?
No.
Were there any arrests of Alex Cox?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, we took a brief sidebar. We're back on the record now. Counsel, we were just discussing the nature of this testimony. I'll just indicate on the record the last question posed by Mr. Archibald asking the detective, quote, were there any arrests of Alex Cox? Mr. Archibald, there's not an objection at this point. There was a sidebar, so you can proceed with that question, or you can withdraw the question, or however you want to go forward with your cross at this time.
Did you arrest Alex Cox on July 11th, 2019?
I did not.
The information that you had of an argument between Charles and Lori and Alex and Tylee, was that consistent with all your interviews?
Mostly.
And was it consistent that Tylee had brought a bat to the argument to defend her mother?
Correct.
Was it consistent that in your interviews that Charles took away the bat from Tylee.
Correct.
Was it consistent that Alex was hit in the head by Charles with the bat with all these interviews?
Yes.
Now you say in your experience that Lori was not upset or acting a certain way. Is there a correct and an incorrect way to act when your estranged husband is shot?
I don't know that there's a correct way to react to any death. It left an impression upon me how unemotional she was.
Thank you, Detective. I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. Any redirect, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Inclin, you were asked if the Chandler Police Department made a determination that this was justifiable homicide.
I was asked that, yes.
Is that a determination that the police department makes?
Absolutely not.
What is the process for making that determination?
So
I'll object, Your Honor. That's outside the scope of direct.
Your Honor, defense specifically asked, isn't it true that Chandler deemed this a justifiable homicide? She responded, no. I'm doing some follow-up on that.
Counsel, given the circumstances where we are, I'm going to sustain that objection and find that's outside the scope of proper cross-examination and sustain that.
Do you generally meet with the prosecutor's office at some point during an investigation?
I'll object, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained. So the jury's instructed to disregard that last response.
Are you aware if Alex Cox is alive?
I'll object, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
I am aware that he is deceased.
Do you know when he died?
I believe it was in December the following year.
Could it have been December of the same year?
It could have been, yes.
If Alex Cox was still alive, do you believe your agency would have made a recommendation for charges to be filed?
Objection.
Sustained. Instruct the witness not to answer that.
Your Honor, she was asked a question specifically regarding the arrest of Alex Cox by defense.
I understand, and I'm limiting the nature of the cross because this is information related to Arizona for which the defendant's not on trial.
Do you generally arrest someone the day of an investigation is opened?
I'll object. Relevance.
Your Honor, again, they specifically asked.
That's overruled, and the witness can answer.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Do you generally make an arrest the day an investigation is opened?
I would say no, because generally every case is different, and it depends on the circumstances in the case and the totality of the investigation.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
And Your Honor, the state would ask that this witness be excused.
Okay. Any objection to this witness being released at this time from the defense?
No objection.
Thanks for watching, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, please do not forget to like and subscribe on your way out, and feel free to leave a comment. Have a Okay, don't go anywhere. I'm still here. Yeah, so the verdict clock is halted while they're at lunch, which means they're not working while they're eating, which is quite annoying. I know y'all are saying, let them do their job. Okay, that's fine. If they were doing their job, they didn't get here till what, 10:30. The clock was already, there was already 17 minutes on the clock. So less than an hour and a half in today, they decide that they're going to leave the building to go eat. Not that they're going to have the food brought in and, do like a, eat while they're working, because that would make sense, right? I'm just like, what? Maybe they said, okay, 30-minute lunch. Even still, though, if you're going to do that, see, I don't think they're going to do that. I bet they're gone an hour. Yeah, and yesterday, thank you, DC Aunt Shorty. Yesterday, 17 minutes it took them to say, yeah, we're just going to come back tomorrow. These people are in no hurry, and I'm confused as to why, because usually jurors want to, get things done. Not this juror or juries. No. I know, Huckleberry. I'm telling you, I'm upset too. Y'all see how upset my cat is? He's very worried about this. He knows I'm fussing. Retirees. And we believe that one of them has a background in medical just because of the questions that they ask. So I'm thinking that the person that has the medical background is the one who is the foreperson. What you want to bet? What you want to bet? So I don't know, guys. I think that we should just continue with some audio. And you guys can just do things, wherever you are. You could go about your thing and just listen in, and then I'm gonna stay here and watch this other screen. I'm not even gonna listen to what y'all are listening to. I'm gonna listen in for the court audio to come back on. Okay, yep, that's Huckleberry. You see how vocal he is? He's so vocal. He goes up to my sister's house and just fusses at them. My sister said, oh, he needs something. I'm like, no, he doesn't. He does it all the time. I think he's ready to go back outside, though. He's been inside for a little bit. He's wanting to go play. All right, guys. I passed kidney stones faster than this. That's good. I like that. All right, I've got some more. How about we listen to... Okay, so this morning I listened to Chad's son, Garth. I was actually recording it so that I can clip it down. He sounds just like his father. It's so gross. And he's very boring when he talked. Like, he had that boring tone, and it was just like, oh, ooh. Apple falling far from the tree. Anyway, the kids apparently are standing behind daddy in all of this. They believe that mommy was supposed to pass. I don't know, but we've also, I think they've been lying. There's some rumors out there that they've been changing their stories, or they did change their stories around. Anyway, let's listen to what his daughter, Emma, is it Emma? I think that's her name. Let's listen to what she says. And I'll put this back up, and I'll be back when the judge says, ladies and gentlemen, we have a verdict. Or until the stream runs out.
Who's the witness going to be?
Emma Murray, Judge.
Very well. We'll go ahead and have the witness brought in, please.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, use the microphone, and then your first word in the picture.
Thank you.
May I, Judge?
Yeah, before we get started, I was just sitting here considering whether or not the exclusionary rule applies to this witness, and I don't believe it does. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. But in the issue of precaution, my subpoenas stated that nobody was to observe any of the proceedings, and I will inquire Ms. Murray as to whether she observed any of the proceedings anyway, Judge.
Okay, I think it's just fair on questioning for examination on Director Cross, but I won't make any inquiry on the exclusionary order. So with that, I'll just remind the witness then you are under oath for your testimony. You can inquire on direct if you'd like, Mr. Pryor.
Would you state your name, spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Emma Murray, Murray.
And Emma, there's a gentleman to my left in a blue shirt at the desk over there. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's my father.
Now, I noticed that your last name is Murray. Can you explain that to me, please?
I was married and changed my name.
You are married?
Yes, I'm married.
And your husband is Joseph Murray?
Yes.
Did you receive a subpoena from either the prosecutor or the defense in this particular case?
I received a subpoena from both.
And at no point you were called for the prosecution, is that correct?
I was not.
And you did receive a subpoena from my office to appear as well.
I did.
And in that subpoena, did it indicate that we would rather you not review the proceedings as part of this, as part of your testimony in this case?
Yes, and I did not.
I want to talk a little bit about how often we've had an occasion to talk about this case, you and I. And can you explain to the jury how often we've spoken about this case?
I've talked to John maybe 3 times.
And last night we met prior to your testimony today.
That's correct.
At any time, did I indicate to you any way you're supposed to say or anything that you should say or were supposed to say as part of your testimony?
You told me just to tell the truth.
Okay, and you're prepared to tell the truth today.
I am.
I want to talk a little bit about where you're living right now. And where do you live right now?
I live in the house that was my parents'.
Okay. And at this point, you're not aware of any financial situation. Is it true that you're not aware of any financial situation between myself and your father regarding that house?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't have any personal knowledge of anything that is any arrangement between your father and I. Is that correct?
Yeah, I made an arrangement with my father. I don't know what he's decided with you.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your mother's health. What can you tell me in general about your mother's health in the last year or so?
Her health started declining. I was really worried about it. She'd always been one to be able to meet the demands of daily life without being exhausted. And she started going to bed at before dinner some nights. It would be 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night. And she would sleep in too if given the opportunity. So suddenly needing to sleep a lot was very confusing to me.
Are you aware of any health issues that your mother may or may not have had?
I, at the time, was not. Since her passing, I've been diagnosed with sleep apnea, and my maternal grandfather also has sleep apnea, and she's the generational link between. So I wonder if she did. That's something that obviously we can't investigate at this time, but symptoms like daytime tiredness and not getting restful sleep seem like they would fit what speculation.
It's sustained.
Okay. Were you aware of any other health maladies that your mother may have suffered from?
She had anemia.
Okay. Were you aware of any medications that your mother may have taken?
She preferred herbal supplements. She did take the generic form of the medication Prozac.
Okay.
That was the only prescribed medication that she regularly took.
Were there any non-prescription medications or herbs or supplements that you're aware of?
Oh, definitely. She really liked using colloidal silver was her favorite. It's
Slow down for me. Colloidal silver?
colloidal silver. It's distilled water with particles of silver in it to the part per million. It tastes like you're drinking water out of a metal water bottle. And can cure everything.
Okay, and
I say that with a smile because you really should go to the doctor instead of drinking.
Calls for speculation.
World.
go ahead.
Yep. She would use colloidal silver as an antiviral, is what she called it. So anytime she felt under the weather, she would take colloidal silver and she would.
This calls for hearsay.
World.
Go ahead.
I witnessed her drinking it and she would encourage other people in our household to do so.
Were you a consumer of colloidal silver?
I was.
Okay, how'd that work for you?
It tastes nasty.
Okay. Did it help you in curing any ailments that you may have had?
I don't know.
Were there other things that your mother did in terms of remedies to resolve other issues she may have had?
She bruised really easily and she used arnica gel.
Okay.
Arnica is a plant that helps with bruising. She had it in gel form.
And when you say she bruised easily, can you elaborate on that?
If she were to bump her hip on the counter when she was walking by, she would get a massive bruise from that. Even things like carrying a heavier load of groceries where the bag pressed on her arm would leave a bruise.
Okay. Okay. I want to go to the date of October 18th of 2019. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay. And on the 18th, you were, and before I get there, your mother was employed at a school. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the physical size of that school, can you describe the physical size of that elementary school for me, please?
This was a smaller elementary school built in a rural area. The area is growing, but the school is still small. Right now it houses 3 grades.
Okay. So if there was discussion about having to travel within the school, would that be a significant distance that you would have to travel within this school?
No, I was also employed there at the time, and it was not a hassle to walk from one side of the building to the other.
Okay. And at the time, I'm going to go back to October 18th. And on the 18th, was there some sort of an event or occurrence that was taking place at the school?
The next week, there was going to be a book fair. It was going to be held in the library where my mom worked, and she needed to prepare her workspace to become a store. The community was going to be coming in and buying books. And so she wanted to move her personal items and personal books so that way they wouldn't get sold or stolen.
And in terms of distance from in this small school you described, how far was your classroom to where your mother's library was?
There were 2 different locations where she would work. One was a computer lab that was right next to my classroom. Some people didn't know that, but they shared a wall. You would have to walk around the corner for the entryway, but I could hear her teaching and she could hear me. Her library was just the next hallway over. It was hardly a walk.
When you say hardly a walk, did it encompass miles?
No.
Feet?
Feet.
Okay. Now, in terms of interaction with other members of the school, how would you describe your mother's personality?
My mother was an introvert at the core. She could be friendly and small talk with people, but in general, I noticed she didn't confide in people. I also observed at that school, we, like many public schools, needed a lot more employees than we had. So most people were overburdened with work, especially support staff. And so she really didn't have time to visit. Even during lunchtime, when you would typically think someone could sit down and chat with a neighbor, she was helping students go through the lunch line and pay.
Would it have been your mother's habit to openly discuss her health issues with members of her school staff?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time were you present when your mother discussed any of her health issues with other members of the school staff?
Any chance that I got to, I would go visit her in her classroom. And I never observed her talking about her health with our coworkers. She seemed pretty embarrassed about
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you observe your mother in terms of her interactions with other members of the school staff?
I did.
And what did you observe?
I did not observe her talking about her health.
Okay. Would you describe your mother as a very private person?
Yes.
Would you agree that it wasn't her habit to want to miss work?
She wanted to go every day.
Was that her work ethic or was there some other underlying reason?
Her work ethic. She was also not a salaried employee, so she was paid by the hour.
So it was important financially from your perspective that she work?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the book fair on the 18th and the preparations that were involved. Did you personally observe anything as far as your mother preparing for the book fair?
She loaded her personal belongings in boxes and loaded them heavier than perhaps she should have, because I observed her walking down the hallway and she was resting the box against her body on her arms, holding it back and walking with a lot of effort. I was in a meeting and I actually stepped out to help her because it was way too heavy for her.
And on that occasion, what vehicle did she drive to the school to load those boxes and unload those boxes?
She drove my parents' Dodge Dakota that day.
Okay. And then I want to go back to approximately 2017 forward. Who was the primary driver of the Dodge Dakota?
My father.
Okay. And what would your mother be driving?
She would be driving a Chevy Equinox. She always liked to drive the nicer of the two vehicles.
Now, there were exceptions to your mother and father switching vehicles. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
But primarily, your dad was the one driving the Dodge Dakota. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Eventually, that truck was sold to who?
My husband and I.
Okay. Do you still have that truck?
Yes.
Your mother would use a common phrase in the last year of her life in terms of an assessment of how she would feel. And
Yes, objection here calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
were there occasions when you would, I think I'll move on from there. That's okay. I want to talk a little bit about the Fitbit. Your mother had a Fitbit, is that right?
Yes, she had a wristwatch that would count her steps.
Okay. And at this point, was it her habit to use that Fitbit on a regular basis?
Yes, she would wear it during the day and then charge it at night
Okay.
when she was sleeping.
So she was counting her steps during the day as part of that Fitbit.
Yes.
And is it your assessment that your mother physically was in a fit state?
But no, part of why she wanted the Fitbit was to increase her physical fitness.
Okay. She was working on her physical fitness.
Yes, she had one, I had one, and she bought my dad one, but he wouldn't wear it.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your husband Joe's parents. Who are they?
Ed and Charlene Murray.
Okay. And was there some sort of a competition between your mother and Ed and Charlene Murray?
If you make an account in Fitbit, you can add friends. They're people that you know, and you can compete with them to see who takes more steps during the day.
Okay. And were you aware of any competition that was going on between Ed and Charlene Murray and your mother?
Yes, my father-in-law took a lot of steps during the day, and she wanted to be the winner, and so she would try to beat him.
Would you describe your mother as a competitive person?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And was there anything unusual with the way your mother operated her Fitbit?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time, did you observe your mother using an unusual manner in which to operate her Fitbit?
The Fitbit is designed so that way you walk and it measures your step by your arm moving. You can count more steps than you are actually taking if you shake your arm. And at nighttime,
I'm going to object and voir dire native objection.
You may voir dire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Ms. Murray, do you recall visiting with your dad on or about November 17th of last year?
no,
Do you recall a conversation you had with him about the Fitbit and your dad telling you that your mom would hang her arm over the bed and swing it?
I observed my mom do that.
Do you recall having that conversation with your father?
No,
All right, Ms. Blake, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can continue, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. So back to the question, you mentioned in response to Ms. Blake that you observed your mother with her Fitbit, and exactly what was she doing?
she was trying to get more steps to beat my in-laws.
There was a competition.
Yes,
And where did you observe her doing this with the Fitbit?
she had 2 locations where she would do this. She called it exercise.
Okay.
She would be in the living room. She would place an iPad on the back of a recliner and play the game Candy Crush while shaking her arm. And she would also lie in her bed while reading a book on her Kindle while shaking her arm.
Okay. Was it your habit of your mother to read at night?
Yes,
Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. And at the time of your mother's passing, where were you living?
I was living across the street, diagonal, kitty corner.
Okay. So if there are, my recollection is there's 3 or 4 houses on that corner. Is that correct?
Correct.
So your house that you were staying in would have been on what location? The southwest or southeast?
I'm bad with directions.
Okay.
I live close, that house is closer towards Rexburg.
Okay, directly across the street, not diagonally. Is there a neighbor that you know over there?
There's 2 houses. There was a house that Matt and Regan Price were living in.
Okay. And then there's another house on the opposite.
There's another house. I don't know those people though.
Okay. So you were across the street and kitty corner from your father. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Relatively close.
yes.
Okay. Now, there's been some discussion about your mother training for a 5K race. Do you have any information about that?
I was training for a 5K race, but she was not.
Okay. And why do you say she was not?
I invited her to run with me and she told me no, and that she never would.
Okay. Now, there was some discussion about your husband in September sponsoring a 5K race. Do you recall that of 2019?
Yes, he wanted to fundraise for an organization called Operation Underground Railroad, and he organized a 5K race. A similar one had been put on in the community before, and he wanted it to happen again. And so he organized it. My mother helped.
Okay. Well, in helping, did your mother participate in that 5K race?
She did not.
There was a discussion about some previous testimony about someone observing her. I believe it was a principal observing her crossing the finish line. Do you have any personal observations about what you saw that day?
My mother may have walked across the finish line while helping with the race administration. She was not entered as a participant, and she did not go the entire distance. There were some people at the end of the race who were going very slowly, and a group of people walked with them to encourage them to finish. And she may have been with that group, although I don't remember seeing her.
Okay. So what you're saying then is that you may have observed her with some people helping somebody across the finish line, but to your knowledge, she wasn't participating in the race.
That is correct.
She wasn't registered in the race.
She wasn't dressed to run either. She was wearing blue jeans.
Okay. And do you specifically remember that from September of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I want to change the subject a little bit about the clogging and the Zumba high fitness classes. What can you tell me about you and your mother's participation in those classes?
At that time, my mother and I were both overweight and wanted to exercise more. And some ladies at the school invited us to come to a class that they were going to in the evening at a local elementary school in the gym.
Can you tell me when approximately you and your mother started those classes?
We started going in April 2019.
And this was a joint effort to improve both of your fitness?
That's correct.
In your situation, was that shortly after a birth of one of your children?
That's correct.
And I got a lot of heat for suggesting people's weight and size and everything else, but needless to say, you felt personally.
Yes, that is my own words. I was overweight and I wanted to get healthier.
Okay. And your mother, from discussions with her, shared the same view?
Yes, I don't know how much she weighed.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Abstain.
Okay. To try to improve your fitness?
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk about the level of participation that both of you engaged in as part of those clogging and Zumba classes?
The idea of the Zumba class, high fitness, is that you can participate to whatever ability you're able to. The way that the gym was set up is it was a school multi-purpose room, so it had a basketball court and a stage. Our instructor would be on the stage where everybody could see her moving, and we would mirror her body movements, similar to how you would copy an exercise video at your house. It was just live. We would dim the lights in the room and turn on party lights to make it feel more fun than a typical aerobics class. So it was dark in the room. You could see silhouettes of people in front of you, but you wouldn't really be able to see people around you. That's part of why it was appealing, is if you couldn't dance very well, nobody would make fun of you.
Okay. And in terms of location, where did you generally stand or participate in these Zumba classes?
My mother and I would go to the back of the room.
Was there a purpose for that?
There were different skill levels in the classroom, and we were on the poor end of that spectrum, and so we didn't want people looking at us.
Was it a requirement that you participate fully in every part of the dance or every route? And I don't know what the proper term is, routine or dance?
I think routine is fair, but no, you're not required to. The entire thing is voluntary to even show up and participate.
Okay. Okay. And then as far as the clogging, do you recall how often the clogging classes took place?
We would go once a week on Wednesdays. We went for about 6 weeks.
Okay. And for about 6 weeks?
Yes.
So if I do my math correctly, and you're the teacher, not me, that's 6 times?
Just about.
Okay. And then did that continue out? When did the clogging end?
She stopped going when she died.
Okay. And then when did it start?
About 6 weeks before. It was with the beginning of a school year.
So if there's a suggestion by anyone that your mother had been clogging and doing Zumba class for over a year, would that be accurate?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, calls for speculation.
Abstain.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your mother's other experience. Did she have any self-defense training?
Not through a formal class, but our church would periodically organize evenings, enrichment night, where you could learn different skills. And in Springville, they would routinely have the police show us self-defense skills.
And how often did you do that?
Maybe once a year.
And if you were to assess your mother's ability to fight off someone if they were attacking her, how would you rate that?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation and calls for speculation.
Abstain.
Did you ever observe your mother engage in any sort of physical activity where she practiced fending off any assailants?
There's a game on the Wii, a video game system called Exerbeat, and there's a kickboxing portion where you can practice punching.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about life insurance. And I want to mention the name Taylor Ballard. Do you know that name?
Yes, the Ballard Insurance Group offers insurance for our school district.
Okay. And did you have an occasion in September at the start of school to engage in a presentation by the Ballard office?
At one of our faculty meetings, they came and talked to us about life insurance and increasing it. And they showed us that the rates were competitive, or it was really cheap insurance. And so they encouraged us to purchase some. And both my mother and I purchased some at that meeting.
Okay, and at the meeting, was it at the meeting that both of you just elected to purchase the insurance?
Yes.
So prior to that, and I can't remember, in September of 2019, I believe you were married at that point. Is that correct?
I was.
Did you consult with your husband before you elected to up your insurance at that point?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you aware as to whether or not your mother consulted with the insurance with your father prior to upping her insurance on that meeting day with Taylor Ballard?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Are you aware of whether or not your mother consulted with your father on that day to up her insurance?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
We were sitting at a table and filled out the paperwork together. We both signed to take out more life insurance on ourselves, and we did not consult with our husbands.
Okay. And at that point, did you take up the maximum amount of insurance that you could purchase at that point?
I did not, because I could not afford it. I later did.
Okay, at the next period.
Yes.
But it's your understanding that without discussing with your father, your mother elected to up her insurance to the maximum amount.
I saw her check that box on the paper.
Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. And there was some testimony about a Google search for south-southwest wind. And that would have been on 9/8 of 19. Do you recall that?
I do.
And was that your father who did that search?
That was me.
And what was the purpose of doing that search?
I saw a rainstorm. We were planning an outdoor event, and I wanted to know if those clouds were coming our way. The weather forecast for where we live in Rexburg is sometimes inaccurate because we don't live in Rexburg. So I was trying to be an amateur meteorologist, and the weather app said it was coming from the southwest, and I didn't know if that meant it was coming or going from the southwest. And so I did a Google search on the desktop computer that my parents kept in the living room.
Okay.
That would have been typical at that time. I was late to getting a smartphone, so using a desktop computer would have been more comfortable for me. And it was common just to jump on the computer. There wasn't any login or anything, so it was just getting on the internet.
Okay, and the access to that computer, I'd like you to talk a little bit about where that computer was in relation to the rest of the house.
My parents had two different computers, a PC and a Mac. There's different capacities of each one, and my mom liked different parts of both for the business. So they had one of both, and they were next to each other in the living room. And the screens were set up so that way everybody could see the screen.
And you talked a little bit about your mother and the financial issues. When you talk about and I just had a lapse as to the name of your father's publishing company.
Spring Creek Book Company.
Spring Creek Book Company, and I'm going to mess it up again, so please bear with me. How would you describe the different roles of your father and mother in terms of their participation in the Spring Creek Book Company?
I would say that my dad was the creative side behind it, and my mom was the one that made everything happen with finances and logistics. My dad would find authors or potential authors that could write books, and he would meet with them and give them guidance to write. And my mother would help design book covers. Most of them she did by herself, and she would do the finances and taxes for the company. And they worked together on it. And I don't think they could have done each other's jobs.
But there was access, both of them. Was it necessary for both of them to know the passwords to all of the organizational for lack of a better word, all of the organization of the Spring Creek Book Company?
Yes, they were both able to log into the required programs.
Okay, there was no need for them to be provided or have someone provide them with the passwords. They were both well aware of them?
That's correct. And my mother also would typically save her passwords. So even if you knew it, you wouldn't need to type it in.
Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. We're going to get back to your father and his artistic side in a minute, but I want to change gears about the physical description of the home that you're now living in. Would it be fair to say that it's a brick house,
Yes.
a one-story,
Yes.
that there's a garage?
Yes.
Is there an unusual structure that's attached to the back of the garage?
Yes. The previous owner constructed a building over the pump house where the well is, the machinery that draws water for the house. And it's unheated. It's built from a different material than the rest of the house. And there's not very much electricity that goes to it.
Okay. And did any of your brothers or sister ever use that, and what was the word for that?
Cozy cone.
Cozy, what?
Cone.
Cone, C-O-N-E?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a time when at least one of your brothers would use the cozy cone?
We all would periodically, the children. We would play musical instruments up there. It was far enough away from the rest of the house that you could play loudly on drums and it wouldn't annoy mom. And you could turn up your guitar amp as loud as you wanted and nobody could hear it. But I would go up there. My brother Mark would. My sister Leah would go up there to study sometimes because it was quieter.
Now, in terms of access to the cozy cone, is it true you have to go through the garage in order to get into the cozy cone?
Yes.
And how would you do that?
Well, you would open the door to go into the garage, walk through the garage, go through another doorway, and you would be in a hallway. And then to go upstairs, you would have to go through another doorway. It was really inconvenient.
Okay. I want to touch a little bit about your father's faith beliefs. And my understanding is you're of the LDS faith.
Yes.
And you're a participant, an active participant in your faith. Is that correct?
Yes.
How would you describe your father's faith?
I would say very traditional in what he believed. And he would research very carefully and he wanted to stick to as close as the original form as he could. So he was really interested in teachings from Joseph Smith and Brigham Young and similar early leaders of the church.
Would it be fair to describe your father as a fundamental?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you didn't share his religious beliefs?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Some of them you were?
Yes.
Some of them that are consistent with your current LDS faith. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you would describe him as someone from days gone by, foregone?
Yes.
Okay. Very traditional?
Yes.
Okay. Literalist?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Looked at the words and applied the plain meaning of the words?
Yes.
Okay. And there's some theories that you didn't necessarily agree with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would that be a subject of discussion at the dinner table? When you were growing up?
Yes.
Okay. And do your brothers and sisters all share your father's fundamental beliefs?
I think they're more similar to me, that there's elements that they might feel drawn to and others that they don't.
Are there elements of your father's faith that you don't necessarily agree with?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. There's been some discussion about the idea of light and dark. Can you describe to me what you understand to be the concept of light and dark?
The phrases good and evil would be talking about your actions, what you chose to do, where light and dark would be talking about your motivations. Light, it means that you're acting selflessly like the Savior would be, and dark means that you're selfish, focusing inward like Satan would be.
Okay, was this something that your mother, from your discussions with your family, shared with your father in terms of her beliefs?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that your mother's beliefs, to your knowledge, were also of the fundamental or traditional node?
Probably more so than him.
Okay. Did she ever have discussions about putting numbers, death percentages or numbers, whether how light and how dark a person would be?
Yes.
Did she do that frequently?
Yes.
Okay. Was it particularly about anybody, or was it as her day-to-day activities, she would make comments about that?
As she came across people and observed things, she would mention it.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, you had an occasion personally to deal with your mother's rating system in terms of dark. Is that correct?
Several.
Okay. And was there an occasion when your mother engaged in a practice of trying to rid some sort of dark entity from you?
Yes.
And can you describe what that was about?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Can you describe what that was about, please?
I have struggled with anxiety for years, and it was feeling very unmanageable. And I felt like there was a being that was with me. And I talked to my parents about it. And my dad cast it out using the power of the priesthood. And then I felt better afterwards.
Okay. When you say the power of the priesthood, what do you mean by that?
The power of God given by the laying on of hands.
Is that something that has to be specially endowed upon something, or is that some sort of a patriarchal role that someone gets as head of a family household?
Any eligible man can have it
Okay.
if they're living and keeping covenants in the church.
Okay. And on issues of covenants in the church, your father's not a perfect person, is he?
No.
And you're aware of a relationship that had been going on. And I'm not trying to embarrass you or cause you some difficulty, but you did subsequently learn that your father had a relationship with another woman.
Yes.
And that was not an appropriate relationship.
It was not.
Okay. And at this point, it was, for all practical purposes, having a relationship with Lori Vallow while still being married to your mother.
That's correct.
And would you agree that not anybody's perfect?
Yes.
You're not perfect.
No.
None of us are perfect.
Nobody.
Okay. So when you say qualified male to help with the dark spirit or the dark entity, what do you mean by that?
Like the procedure to get rid of it?
No, just the type of male. Is it someone who's head of a family, or what is it?
In that case, I wanted to talk to my parents, but because they were my leaders in our family. But any man who is an adult and can make the promises to keep teachings of the church and to use the power to serve other people is eligible to receive it. That wasn't unique to my father.
And then and giving blessings in not your father's faith, but in your faith, it's not uncommon for people to give blessings to each other. Would that be fair?
It's common for people to do that.
And it's common for people to offer to give blessings to people in your faith. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it could come from any direction. Would that be fair?
What do you mean?
Anybody can give another person a blessing.
Yes, as long as the man is eligible.
Or anybody can give a blessing to, if you felt moved, you could give a blessing to another male. Is that possible?
In the fundamentalist views, around the time of Joseph Smith, there were women that would do that. That's frowned upon today, though.
Okay, so at this point, it's usually the head of the male or a male person who is the one who would generally give the blessing to other people. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, while you were dealing with this dark entity, is it your understanding that when you're going through the process of trying to rid that dark entity or that feeling of, and would you describe it as just a feeling? Would that be a fair way to describe it?
I felt like there is an actual person trying to control me.
Okay. And at that point, after the conclusion of what your mother engaged in and your father engaged in, Did you feel relieved or some recovery as a result of that?
I instantly felt better. I felt like the individual that was trying to affect my body was gone.
Okay, and this is something that is not inconsistent with the LDS teachings, light and dark, and these sort of entities. Would that be fair?
And all Christianity in the Bible, the Savior would cast spirits out of people.
Okay. And at this point, as a result of casting out the spirits, does that mean that after they cast the spirits out, you die?
No.
Is there any instant that you can recall in your teachings as part of the fundamental or LDS church where by casting out a spirit, the result is someone dies?
No, the goal of it is so that way you have your own body back and can be in control of yourself.
Okay. Have you ever heard the word zombies?
Just on TV and
Okay.
movies.
Okay. And at this point, are you aware of whether by stating someone's a zombie and you do one of these castings, does that mean the person dies as well?
No.
Okay. And again, part of that casting and removal of the dark entities is also consistent with your LDS faith. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about a subject called the emotion code. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
It was developed by a man named Bradley Nelson. The idea of it is that you use
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Were you aware of whether or not your parents used the emotion code?
Yes, they did.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I would use it.
Hold on, before you keep answering, there's an objection that's pending. I am going to sustain the objection. There's been no relevance established for this, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. Well, I was trying to establish by having her talk about the emotion code, Judge.
Well, that's backwards of how we get evidence in, so please either ask additional foundation or ask another topic.
Okay. Do you believe that your father and mother thought they could sense whether a person was light or dark?
Yes.
Was that something that was referred to as the emotion code?
No.
What is the emotion code?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
That's okay, Judge. We'll move on. Did you believe or ever observe your mother reflecting on her ability to identify what people's true intentions were?
Yes.
And would you talk to me a little bit about that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
World.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
My mother learned about muscle testing or reflexology as a child from her parents, and later learned more about it through a class called the emotion code. The idea is that you use your body.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you observe which one of your parents was better able to apply this issue of this true intentions?
My mother was more skilled at it.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your father's books. And would you describe your father's novels in terms of fiction or nonfiction?
He did write some nonfiction books and some fiction.
Okay. He also wrote children's books?
Yes.
And the theories and ideas in his books, where do you think he derived most of his inspiration from?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You may answer.
The Latter-day Saint Church.
Okay.
And his own ideas.
Okay. And I want to clarify a little bit. When you say the Latter-day Saint Church, you're not necessarily meaning the current Latter-day Saint Church, are you?
No.
You're referring to what was at some time a more traditional view of some of the readings of the Latter-day Saints.
Yes.
And would you agree that it was your father's intention to sort of, and through his books, discuss some of those theories and express those through his books?
Yes, similar to how historical fiction can teach about the past, he wanted to teach about the future with fictional characters.
Okay. And it doesn't necessarily mean as someone like you who's has firm belief in the LDS faith that you would necessarily agree with everything he put in his books. Would that be fair?
Yes, it was an interesting experience to read and to think about what I would do in similar situations, but I did not interpret it to be scripture in any way.
Nor did you interpret it something that you would generally accept or believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
How would you describe your father's personality?
Very introverted.
Much like your mother.
Yes.
Without name calling, would you describe your mother and father as more of a bookworm type?
Yes.
Okay. But your father enjoyed expressing his views about his religious theories, correct?
He enjoyed speaking in front of groups and teaching, but not necessarily talking one-on-one with many individuals. That would be very draining for him. But talking in front of a group and teaching had a different energy about it.
Okay. And your father found great satisfaction in anyone who would take an ear expressing his views, and once he got on the subject, he would.
It was something he was passionate about, and he enjoyed talking about it.
And Judge, if I could just have a moment, I've got more to do, but if I could just recap real quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Honor. I want to talk to you a little bit about whether or not you know if your mother is familiar with paintball guns.
As a family and like her current family with husband and children.
I'm talking about from her past.
Oh, that's a common recreational thing where we grew up in Utah. It wasn't something she enjoyed doing, but she probably went at some point.
Okay. Were you familiar with her brother and uncle who were involved in that?
Yeah, she had an older brother and an uncle who was about their age that liked to do adventurous things.
Okay. So at the time, do you recall the incident with the paintball gun incident?
I do.
You recall approximately when the date of that was?
October 9th.
Did you have an occasion to talk to your mother about that?
Yes, I had been with her moments before. She had dropped me off from our clogging class, and then she went home. And she posted on Facebook about it. That's how I learned about it. And I called her immediately.
Okay. Was there any confusion as to what she felt someone was pointing at her?
She was very sure it was a paintball gun.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the day of your mother's passing. And if you need to take a break or use a tissue, please let me know, or water. Please stop me and we'll take whatever time you need, okay? You arrived at your mother and father's home approximately when on that day?
I don't recall an exact time, but it was before 7 o'clock in the morning.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Coroner Dye?
I did.
Can you tell me what the nature of that not necessarily what Coroner Dye expressed to you, but what you expressed to Coroner Dye?
Coroner Dye was inspecting my mom's body, and she asked us some questions about our wishes, and she offered an autopsy. In the area that we live in, the body would have to be taken to Boise, which is about 5 hours away, and it would delay the funeral. And this is my own personal view. I don't think autopsies should be done on anyone. And the idea of my mother's body undergoing that was very distressing to me.
Okay. Did your father at the time in front of Coroner Dye ever express an opinion as to whether he felt one way or the other about getting an autopsy?
He did not.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
If you would rephrase that, Mr. Pryor, to make sure it's something she observed and not through other means.
Did you ever observe your father have a discussion with Coroner Dye on the subject of an autopsy?
My father was very distressed and was not speaking at that moment.
Okay.
He didn't express any opinion.
Okay. Did you express an opinion to Coroner Dye about what your wishes were?
I did not want an autopsy.
Did your father agree with you or disagree, or do you know what kind of a position he may or may not have taken at that point?
He nodded.
Okay. But he wasn't the one insisting, to your recollection, on having an autopsy done, was he?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time, did your father express an opinion as to whether or not he wanted an autopsy or not?
Objection, Your Honor, this calls for speculation.
Overruled.
May I vote for dire native objection?
That's the way it was worded. It's a proper question the court will determine. So go ahead, Mr. Pryor.
Can answer that question, Emma.
Will you repeat it?
Madam Clerk, would you repeat the question for Emma?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. This calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
He never expressed an opinion.
Okay. At the time of the discovery of the passing of your mother, how would you describe your father's emotions?
He was more distressed than I've ever seen him in my entire life. I'm used to, well, at that time I was an adult, but he felt like an adultier adult. I was used to my parents being in control and in charge, and seeing him so distressed and emotionally out of control was very scary to me. And I didn't doubt his grief at all. I'd never seen him more upset than in that moment.
Would you be able to assess whether that was genuine grief or not?
It appeared to be genuine grief.
Is there any doubt in your mind?
No doubt at all.
Okay. You understand that at the time he was involved in an affair with another woman, correct?
Correct.
But in spite of that, you still felt that he was genuinely grieved about your mother's death.
But I know that the grief that he felt was real. He may not have had the same romantic relationship with my mother that he had in the past, but I know that he valued her as a person, and seeing her die was very traumatic.
I want to move forward to a trip to California in November. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give me an idea of approximately when that trip was in November?
It was right before Thanksgiving
Okay.
and over Thanksgiving break.
And in terms of how that trip came about, I would like to start with, you started somewhere in Idaho, is that correct?
Correct.
And who was on that trip?
My father, me, my husband, our son, my sister, her husband, their son, my brother Garth.
So if I go back over that long list, your sister Leah was there
Yes.
with her husband,
Yes.
your husband Joe,
Yes.
you,
Yes.
Garth.
Yes.
Garth didn't have a wife at that point.
He
is
was
that-
not married at that time.
Okay. And then in addition, your father.
Yes.
And you left the St. Anthony Rexburg area fair.
Yes.
Where did you go?
We drove to the Salt Lake airport.
Okay. And then from the Salt Lake airport, what did you do?
We flew to California.
Okay. And then what did you do in California?
We went to Knott's Berry Farm.
Okay. How long of a trip was that?
Just a few days.
Was it a Thanksgiving trip of some kind?
Yes.
Okay. And then what was your father's plans after that weekend?
He was going to go live in Hawaii.
Okay. And was that going to be a permanent move?
No,
Temporary?
that's what he said.
Okay. And was there any secrecy applied to that meeting? Was there any way that he was trying to conceal where he was going or what he was doing?
No.
Okay. So it was public airline tickets,
Yes.
public transportation,
Yes.
public hotels,
Yes.
Okay. Public planning.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, was someone else planning on going on that trip with you?
Yes, Lori Vallow attended with us.
Okay. Did she drive from Rexburg, St. Anthony area with you folks to Salt Lake City?
She did not leave the same time we did. And she
Okay.
did not leave from the same location.
Okay. Do you know where she left from?
I do not.
Do you know when she arrived with you in California?
She arrived later that night, about 12 hours after we had left. She arrived by vehicle.
Okay. Did you ever find out why she was not going with you folks for the drive to Salt Lake and then the plane trip from Salt Lake to California?
She told me that she was with.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
She told me that she was
Hang on.
with. Oh, sorry.
Hang on.
Can answer that.
Was there a discussion with her about what she was planning on doing prior to arriving in California?
Objection, Your Honor, this still calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Was there at any time did you learn at any time what Lori Vallow was doing before she arrived at California?
Objection, Your Honor, this still calls for hearsay.
Response, Mr. Pryor?
It doesn't call for hearsay. I'm asking whether she learned of something, Judge. I'm not asking what she said to her.
Your Honor, may I voir dire a native objection?
No, I'll overrule the objection. She can answer.
Did you at any time learn of where Lori Vallow was doing on the before she arrived in California?
She told me that she was.
Hang on. I don't want you to say what she told you, whether you learned information.
I learned that.
Objection, Your Honor, this is why it calls for hearsay.
Judge, I'm not again asking for what Ms. Vallow may have said, although I think a statement of a co-conspirator, it comes in anyway.
Well, that is true. Co-conspirator statements do come in.
Your Honor, not from only as a party opponent. So the state would still object. This calls for hearsay. It's not based on personal knowledge.
Judge, there's no indication that Ms. Vallow is on my side or in any way in support of.
Your Honor, case law is clear.
All right.
Judge, would this be time to take a break?
Yeah, I don't want to have continued argument over this in the jurors' presence. I want to make sure that we're going into these types of issues. I get a clear ruling before we continue with objections in front of the jurors. So why don't we go ahead and take the morning recess a little earlier for 20 minutes here, and then I'll hear additional voir dire on this and argument in aid of objection if there is any, and we'll make a ruling before we get back on with additional testimony. So that'll be the time for the morning recess, and we'll go ahead and take the break now.
And be excused.
Sure. She can step off the stand and take a break. Yeah, please be seated. All right, the court will note the jurors are returned to the courtroom at this time. We appreciate your patience as we work through an evidentiary matter. We do have Ms. Murray on the stand. I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony. On direct examination from the defense, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue, you may.
I just want to advise you that you can't tell me what someone said and repeat what someone said, but you can answer my questions without telling me what the person actually said to you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So it's your understanding that at the Knott's Berry Farm trip, Lori Vallow came from another direction. Is that correct?
Yes.
She didn't participate in the travel plans with you to California. Is that correct?
Yes.
At any time, without telling me what she said, was the topic of the location of the children discussed with her?
Yes.
Okay. At any time, did you and your father ever discuss his knowledge of where the children might be?
Yes.
Okay. What do you understand your father's knowledge of where the children were located during the time that investigators were looking for them?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
From my understanding, and from I was told that the children were in a safe place.
Okay. And was that understanding through your discussions with your dad?
Yes.
At any time, did your dad actually know where that safe place was with your discussions?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay. The only way she'd know this is based on hearsay and calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time, did your father ever tell you where he might think the children might be?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Judge, I'm not asking for an answer. I'm asking whether there was a discussion regarding that subject.
May I have a quick sidebar with counsel? The court is going to sustain the objection.
So at some point, is it fair to say that you had a discussion or multiple discussions with your dad about where the children might or might not be?
Yes.
I want to go to the issue of the planning of your mother's service. Were you present at the time for the planning of that service?
Yes.
Who was present at that time?
Um, when we first talked about choosing a day for the funeral, we were meeting with the mortician and
Who was that?
it was from he was from Flam Funeral Home. I don't recall his name.
Okay.
And
were you given a couple of options as to when to have the service?
yes.
And what were those days?
They gave us the choice of Tuesday and Saturday. There were other customers that the funeral home was helping, and those were the only days that they were available to have her ready by.
Okay, so I want to clarify something. Your mother passed on that Friday, Saturday.
Yes.
You're not talking the actual Saturday where the unfortunate time you've discovered your mother. You're talking a week later?
Yes, 7 days after that.
So was that a family discussion as to whether or not you would do it on the Tuesday or the Saturday?
Yes.
And then the decision to have the funeral in and I'm going to hack the town again, Springville.
Yes.
Is that the name of the town again?
Yep, Springville.
Spring Creek, Springville. I'm going to mess this up, so please forgive me. So the decision to have it in Springville, was that also a family discussion?
Yes.
And the decision was made for Springville as opposed to Rexburg. Why?
My mother had lived in Springville far longer than she had lived in Rexburg, and her family still lived there. And there was a family plot in the cemetery, so it just seemed like the natural decision to bury her there.
Okay. Okay. I want to go back a little bit about the outdoors and your mother's participation in the outdoor activities around the property. Can you elaborate a little bit about what your mother's primary interest and role was in terms of the outdoors?
She loved to nurture things, so taking care of animals and gardening and growing plants. She really wanted to have a strawberry patch and raspberries. She liked cute little critters like ducks and chickens and rabbits, and she would take care of them.
Now, in terms of managing the pet cemetery, was that your father's role or your mother's role to manage that?
My mother's.
Okay, and she was the one primarily responsible?
Yes.
So your father didn't necessarily go there and participate in anything with the pet cemetery. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, so anything that changed or anything that was modified in terms of the pet cemetery, would your mother be aware of it?
She would be aware.
Okay. Okay. And you recall that you've seen some evidence, actually the news, it's been all over the news, about an email that your father sent to your mother on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Pryor, quick sidebar, please. All right, Mr. Pryor, please continue.
You recall reading an email on September 9th about shooting some raccoons and burying it in the pet cemetery. Is that correct?
It was a text message, I believe, but yes, I did.
Would it be unusual for your father to send your mother a message if he was involved in the something involving the pet cemetery?
Objection, Your Honor. May I voir dire native objection?
You may.
Miss Murray, did your parents tell you about every message they ever sent each other?
No,
Did you look at their phone records routinely?
no,
Did you look through their phones routinely?
no.
Your Honor, this would call for speculation. I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Okay. Again, it was your mother's primary responsibility to manage the pet cemetery, correct?
Yes.
And it would be, if your father were to do something in the pet cemetery, would it be unusual for your father to have to let your mother know that he was doing something?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. I'll move on, Judge. You mentioned that you lived kitty corner to the your dad's house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And has there been occasions when you folks have also encountered issues with animals on the property?
Yes.
And in some of those instances, were those animals buried as a result of being shot
Yes.
on your property?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge about animals being shot on your dad's property as a result of issues with either livestock or otherwise?
Yes.
Okay. And some of the animals that were on your father's property at the time, can you go through the list of different type of animals that were on your father's property at that time?
There were a lot of cats. We live right by a busy highway. And so all throughout, there's stray cats that get hit, and my mother would feel bad for them. And they weren't even our cat, and they'd get buried. And some pet dogs, raccoons, skunks, rabbits, ducks, chickens, sometimes sparrows even too.
And your mother was a kind and considerate person,
Yes.
and she felt that that was the reason for why she erected the pet cemetery. Is that correct?
Even if it was a pest animal, she didn't want them to be disrespected.
Now, I noticed that when you ran off the laundry list of animals, that during the time period of, let's start with the beginning of November or beginning of 2019 through at the time when your father was accused of this. Are you aware of whether or not your father owned a dog?
My father did not own a dog. He does not like dogs.
So there was no dog on the property at that point. Is that correct?
Correct.
That they owned.
Oh, that they owned, yes.
You guys had a dog across the street, right?
We did.
Okay. And you don't know whether Regan Price and her family had dogs, right?
They sometimes have, but I wasn't sure at that time if they did.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your feelings about law enforcement in this case. And there's been some mention previously about your, at least indicating that you had some difficulty with law enforcement. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, when I first, I heard from Garth that a detective had come in.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what Garth told you, but I want to talk about your personal experiences in dealing with law enforcement and how you felt about that.
I was aware of an event that had happened with my brother, and I wanted to learn more about it. So I contacted the same detective that had talked to him.
Now, in an instant, was it that same detective who talked to you about the exhumation of your mother?
Yes.
And who was that detective?
Detective Hope.
Now, do you recall when you had that discussion about the exhumation of your mother?
December 13th, 2019.
Okay, and at that time, was it your indication that your mother had not been exhumed?
Yes, I thought she was resting in peace, just like we left her.
Okay, and was the subject of the discussion with Officer Hope that your mother in the future would be exhumed?
But he said it had already happened.
Okay. And was that the first time you heard about it?
Yes.
And if you need to take a break, you tell me, okay?
Okay.
At any time prior to your mother being exhumed, did anybody from law enforcement ever tell you that your mother was being exhumed?
No.
Did you ever hear from your mother's family in Springville that they were going to exhume your mother from the ground?
No, nobody knew.
Okay. And to your knowledge, the amount of time, do you have any information as to the amount of time from the minute they started the exhumation to when she was placed back in her grave? How much period of time that was?
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Were you ever misled about whether there was going to be an exhumation or not after the exhumation took place?
No,
You were never misled?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Did an officer ever tell you that they were going to do an exhumation even though it had already occurred?
Yes,
Who was that?
Detective Hope.
Okay. At any time, did the events that led up to your father's arrest cause you to have concern about law enforcement?
Yes.
What kind of concerns did you have with law enforcement?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you feel like you were at any time under scrutiny as part of this case?
Yes.
What sort of situations was it that felt that you were placed under scrutiny?
Any interaction I had with law enforcement.
Okay, was there an occasion at a gym that caused you particular concern?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Was there a particular situation at a gym that caused you particular concern?
Yes.
What was that situation?
I went to exercise with my sister-in-law
Who
and
was the sister-in-law?
Vallow-Daybell,
Okay, that would be who's,
my brother Seth's wife.
okay. I can't keep all of you straight, I'm sorry. And then what transpired at that point? What did you observe?
We were in a section of the gym with lightweight dumbbells, and Detective Hermosillo came and started exercising near us. And it seemed like a part of the gym that would have been too easy for him, and he stood closer to us than felt comfortable.
Objection, Your Honor, this is calling for speculation.
Judge, she's describing an event, not speculating about anything.
It's overruled.
Go ahead.
He was standing closer to us than felt comfortable, and it felt like he was trying to listen in on our conversation.
Were there other occasions, either at church or otherwise, where you felt that people were maybe judging you?
Yes,
Give me an example.
I had a detective from Madison County confront me in the hallway at church.
Okay. And was that an uncomfortable situation?
It was really uncomfortable, and I haven't attended that congregation since.
And was that a situation where your role at the church was what at the time?
I was asked to help teach young children in the nursery. And my daughter was in that class, so I was really excited too.
Did this particular detective have some sort of authority over the church or a position in the church that allowed him to dictate whether you were schooling young children or not?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
And Judge, if I could have just a moment, please.
You may.
Did you have an occasion to meet with that same Detective Hope at your school?
Yes,
Do you recall when that was?
I only met with him one time.
Okay. Do you recall what the nature of that conversation was?
The idea was I wanted to ask him what was going on, why he was contacting members of my family.
In what regard?
He was asking where my dad was, and we gave him my dad's phone number and told him he was in Hawaii, but they said that they had no way of contacting him. That seemed untrue.
Because you had previously provided that phone
We
information?
provided contact information and they said he was in hiding, but we told them where he was
And when do you recall telling them where your dad was in Hawaii?
at that meeting.
Okay. So a suggestion that you felt that the suggestion that they weren't able to locate your dad and that he was somehow running or hiding was inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the day that you were present for your dad being arrested. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you know the day that that was?
June 9th.
Okay. And on that particular day, we've previously seen some videotape of you approaching your father, and it was an emotional situation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about how the car was positioned in relation to the property, your father's property.
It was parked parallel on the side of the road.
What road was that? Do you recall?
200 North.
Okay. So if the car was pointed towards Salem Highway, the nose of it, correct?
Yes.
And the rear was parked down 200, correct?
Yes.
So it was pulled over on the side of the road. If someone were to look out the right side of the car window, what would you be looking at?
The house.
If someone were to be looking and turning and looking behind the seat, back towards the trunk or that corner, what would they be looking at?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
What would they be looking at?
Whatever was behind the car.
It wouldn't be by turning around and looking back, you wouldn't be looking at the property, would you?
No.
Okay. Now, there was an occasion that during this investigation of your father's property, that your father was over at your home that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have a discussion with your father about what he was intending to do?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to observe him leave the house?
Yes.
Did he leave the house at that time? And I'm going to use a phrase, flee the scene?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you observe your father racing off at a high rate of speed once he left the house?
But the speed limit's 50 miles per hour. I saw him drive that speed.
Okay, and he left the house and did it appear to you that he was in a hurry?
No.
Okay. Now you have a recollection of who he was going to see, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And who was he going to see?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Was there a discussion with you being present that he was going to visit a lawyer?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike, calls for hearsay, leading.
Sustained, and I'll strike the question and the jury's disregard that question.
But in any event, your father was not.
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to call for speculation.
I agree, and it's leading, so sustained.
Okay. Did you observe your father speeding off from the house on the day of June 9th?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And again, Judge, if I could have a minute. On the day of your mother's funeral, how would you describe your father's reaction?
Typical for any grieving Latter-day Saint husband.
What does that mean?
He cried. He also seemed happy at moments.
And when you say typical, what do you mean? Is that typical?
Latter-day Saints believe that we will be resurrected and be with our families forever. So a funeral isn't saying goodbye forever. It's a see you later. It's a break.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that he had mixed emotions, both positive and negative emotions?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Would it be fair to say that he had mixed emotions?
Yes.
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, Ms. Blake, cross-examination.
Miss Murray, is it okay if I call you Miss Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Pryor started off saying that he told you to tell the truth here today. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said you'd met with Mr. Pryor maybe 3 times?
That I recall.
You've been talking with your dad almost daily over the last several years, correct?
Yes.
Lots of conversations with your dad.
Yes.
Do you recall your dad in early June of 2020 telling you not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I don't remember him saying that.
You don't remember a phone call in which he relayed to you, probably better if you just don't cooperate?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember then telling the FBI you were not going to meet with them anymore?
I chose not to do that because of counsel from another attorney.
But it was after having that conversation with your dad, correct?
No.
Was it after June 9th of 2020 that you told him that?
Yes.
After June 10th of 2020 that you told him that?
I don't remember.
Do you recall visiting with your dad as well?
Yes.
Do you recall a visit on around November 23rd of last year?
Not specifically.
Do you recall having a visit where you and your dad talked about that 5K race?
Yes.
And do you recall your dad telling you that you might want to say certain things?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
Do you recall then talking about a race in 2013?
Yes.
You recall your dad saying, once again, maybe say that?
No.
Do you recall your dad talking to you about the one that exercised with you at Zumba that Tammy wasn't able to keep up? She would just make up her own moves. Do you recall your dad telling you that?
No.
But you've had a lot of visits with your dad.
Yes.
So it may be hard to remember everything he's told you.
He's never told me to say anything.
So you don't recall him telling you those things?
No.
You talked about you were worried about your mom's health.
Yes.
But your mom went to a doctor, right? She'd been there for a wrist recently?
Just for the wrist.
Surprised you to learn that no mention of current anemia in her medical records?
Because she hadn't been to the doctor since 2017.
When did your mom go to the doctor for a wrist?
In 2019. That's a
Okay.
2-year gap.
You just answered the question. So when did your mom go for her wrist?
In 2019.
Her medical records say nothing about current anemia. Does that surprise you?
Yes.
Her medical records say nothing about sleep apnea, correct?
I don't know.
Would it surprise you that they don't say anything about sleep apnea?
No.
Talked about your mom going to bed early. Again, what time did you say she'd go to bed?
It varied depending on the day, but 5, 6, 7 o'clock.
Were you over at the residence when she'd go to bed?
Usually,
Would you go in and visit with her?
if she was awake.
Would you go watch her while she was in bed?
No,
So you don't know what she did when she went to bed. Fair to say?
fair.
So you don't know what she would do with the Fitbit when she went to bed, right?
I watched her do it several times.
Several times. You didn't watch her nightly go to bed.
I did not.
You say your mom went to bed that early, 6, 7, 7 at the latest. Is that your recollection?
On some nights, she probably stayed up later.
How much later?
I don't know.
Because you weren't there, right?
Correct?
So surprise you to learn that on October 18th, there was activity on her phone at 10:22 p.m.
No.
That's a lot later than 7.
She had been sick that night. I stay up later when I'm sick and have just thrown up as well.
Were you there that night?
No,
Did you see her throw up?
no,
So you don't know.
nope,
You only know what you were told.
yes.
You were asked about this book fair. And you talked about your mom carrying a heavy box. Do you recall that?
Yes,
But your mom was carrying the box, right?
yes,
So she was able to carry a box,
barely.
but she was doing it, correct?
Yes,
You were asked about who drives the Dodge Dakota. Do you recall that question?
yes.
Any reason why your husband would have referred to the truck keys as your mother's?
They had 2 sets. And the set that my husband used was my mom's.
Any reason why he would have to get those keys from your mom?
Yes,
Why was that?
he wanted to borrow the truck to work potato harvest, and she was the closest of my 2 parents to him.
So they both had keys to it,
Yes,
both access it,
yes,
both could drive it.
yes.
You talked about your mom playing on the Wii. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And what kind of game was that again?
an exercise game.
Did you see her do that a lot?
In 2018 and earlier.
Was that something that she enjoyed?
Yes,
Fair to say your mom enjoyed physical activity?
she enjoyed video games.
And when you say video games, some of them, you described the Wii. Were there other types of video games your mom liked?
Yes,
And what were those?
farming simulations, Pokemon.
Would she play those on her phone? Do you know?
Yes, and other handheld devices.
And then she liked to play the Wii as well.
Periodically.
And she took self-defense classes.
Not formal classes, it was with our church.
But was that a voluntary thing?
Yes,
So she wanted to go do that.
yes,
And that's physical activity.
yes,
She wanted to participate in Zumba, correct?
yes,
She wanted to do clogging.
yes.
She was training for a 5K.
No,
You say she wasn't training for a 5K.
she was not training for a 5K.
Would it surprise you that other people said she was?
No,
We talked earlier a little bit. You weren't privy to all your mom and dad's communications, right?
no,
You weren't privy to all your mom's conversations that she'd have with people, correct?
correct.
So at school, she may have conversations when you weren't around, right?
Yes,
She may tell people things that you have no idea she told them, right?
yes,
And council talked to you about an insurance policy that was increased. Do you recall that?
yes,
And you said your mom did that on her own.
yes.
Why was your dad's signature on the application?
I think she took out insurance on him.
Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibit 151?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I ask that the witness be shown this exhibit?
You may. I'll have the marshal please retrieve that.
And I don't know if counsel needs to see this as well.
I'm good, Judge. Thank you. I'm good. No, I'm good. Thank you.
And Miss Murray, if you can just look that over. Did you have a chance to look that over?
Yes.
Do you see on the back page whose signatures were there?
Yes.
And whose are those?
It says employee signature, Tamara M. Daybell. Spouse's signature of applying for coverage, Chad G. Daybell.
And do you see dates by those?
9/8/19.
Is it the same date on both signatures?
Yes.
And can you see that that's only insurance for your mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I be handed that exhibit?
Yes, I'll have the bailiff retrieve that, please.
And permission to publish from the Elmo.
You may publish.
And Miss Marie, can you see which company this is through?
Yes.
And what company is that?
Life map.
And then do you see kind of towards the bottom a box marked with an amount?
Yes.
And what is that box?
80,000.
And then is this back page the page you were just looking at?
Yes.
And Miss Marie, I believe you indicated that your parents would share their passwords with each other.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that they could access each other's accounts?
Yes.
So your dad could delete emails or block contacts on your mom's account?
If he knew how.
And you were asked about whether or not your mom was familiar with paintball guns. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And who is Garth Daybell?
Garth is my older brother.
Would it surprise you to learn or to hear Garth say that she wasn't familiar with paintball guns?
I don't think he said that.
Would it surprise you if he did?
Yeah, that would surprise me.
Did you ever shoot paintball guns with your mom?
No.
Ever see your mom with a paintball gun?
No.
Ever see your mom with a rifle?
No.
Ever see your mom with an assault rifle?
No.
And counsel talked to you about when you learned your mother had been exhumed. Again, do you recall approximately when you learned that?
Yes.
And when was that again?
December 13th.
And you talked about a meeting that you had with Detective Hope. Is it that same meeting?
Yes.
And do you recall at that meeting, Detective Hope inquiring of you or letting you know that they were still concerned with the whereabouts of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Do you recall him telling you that they were still looking for him?
Yes.
You talked about seeing Detective Hermosillo at the gym sometime. Do you recall approximately when that was?
It was after my dad had been arrested, so sometime after 2020 or during that year.
And when you met with Detective Hope, do you recall him telling you that all they wanted to see was JJ was safe and find out where he was located?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating that you were in contact with your dad at that time?
Yes.
Did you ever ask your dad where JJ Vallow was?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me that he was in a safe place.
Did you ever ask your dad where Tylee Ryan was?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
In a safe place.
Do you know where JJ and Tylee were found?
Yes.
Where?
In the backyard.
Of whose property?
Of my dad's property.
You indicated that you live kitty corner to your parents, or that you did live kitty corner to your parents' residence. Is that right?
Yes, I used to.
What direction was that from your parents' residence?
It was towards Rexburg, which I believe is to the south. Southwest.
And you indicated that on September 8th, you were searching for southwest wind.
Yes.
So you happened to be searching for southwest wind the last day Tylee Ryan was seen alive?
Yes.
The day before Alex Cox or a device associated with him was on your dad's property?
Yes.
The day before your dad sent your mom a message about shooting a raccoon and burning limbs on that property?
Yes.
We talked about your dad, some of the things that he would teach you, including light and dark. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have you tried to discern light and dark?
Yes.
Did your dad ever teach you about zombies?
No.
Did he ever teach you about castings?
Yes.
And I think you talked about your mom doing something like that.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you qualify that as a casting?
What my mother would do?
Yes.
Yes.
And you said that it helped you.
Yes.
Are you still alive?
Yes.
Did your dad teach you about multi-creations?
Yes.
You said he didn't teach you about zombies.
Yes.
I think you said your dad was passionate and he enjoyed talking about his views.
Yes.
Your dad ever talked to you about death percentages?
Yes.
Did your dad ever talk to you about people being close to death?
Yes.
Do you recall any specific people your dad talked to you about being close to death?
Yes.
And who was that?
Well, my mom was one of the people, but it was not death so much as how connected your spirit was to your body. My mom would feel lightheaded and say she didn't feel quite connected to herself, and they would reconnect her spirit to her body.
When your dad would talk to you about castings, did he explain to you anything about the body having to die?
No.
Explain anything to you about the body having to be destroyed?
No.
Again, didn't talk to you about zombies?
No.
Were you privy to all your dad's conversations with people?
No.
But your dad liked to share his views, correct?
Yes.
Your dad ever talked to you about Alex Cox?
No.
Did your dad ever talk to you about Lori Vallow before your mom passed away?
No.
So you don't know what he talked to Lori and Alex about?
I don't.
And counsel talked to you about some of the books your dad writes. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Have you read a lot of his books?
all of them.
So are you aware in his autobiography that he indicates the visions in his books are true? Things
Ye-
that he's seen?
Yes,
And is it fair to say the books were they sold at religious bookstores?
yes,
So some people may have put more stock into them.
yes,
And you, counsel talked to you about priesthood blessings a little bit. Do you recall that?
yes,
And I think you made the statement, a man living the covenants would be worthy or could give a priesthood blessing.
yes,
Is committing adultery living the covenants?
no,
When did you learn that your dad was having an affair with Lori Vallow?
after he was arrested.
Was it quite a while after he was arrested?
Well, I heard about things in the news after Lori was arrested in February of 2020, but I learned more after he was arrested, very shortly after, once again, the news.
Do you recall participating in an interview where you indicated that you didn't believe he had a physical affair?
Yes,
And that was about sometime in 2021?
yes,
Did you know of the physical affair at that point?
no,
So it was sometime after that that you learned of the physical affair?
yes.
And then I do want to talk to you a little bit about the day that your mom passed away. Were you present at the residence when 911 was first called?
No.
When you arrived at the residence, who else was there?
My father, my older brother Garth, my husband, sheriff's deputy. There may have been two, but I remember one that walked with me from my house. And the coroner was, I think, arriving the same time that I was. I can't remember if she was there before me or not.
Is it fair to say your dad had conversations possibly outside of your presence?
Yes,
Were you there when your dad was providing your mom's medical history to Deputy Greenalch, the officer?
yes,
Were you there when he provided it to Deputy Coroner Cammie Wilmore?
yes,
And were you there when he provided it to Coroner Brenda Dye?
yes.
Did you provide any statement about your mom's health at that time?
I don't remember.
You said that you had serious concerns about her health though, right?
Yes,
But you don't remember if you said anything.
she wasn't talking to me, so I didn't answer her.
At any point, did you reach out to law enforcement to tell them about any concerns you had about your mom's medical conditions?
It wasn't a crime, so no.
You were asked about when your mom was exhumed. Did you know there was going to be an autopsy?
I assumed there would be.
Did you reach out to anyone then to let them know of your concerns?
Family members.
Did you reach out to law enforcement?
No, I didn't feel like they would help me since they were the ones conducting it.
But you didn't reach out to them with any concerns?
No,
And you said you didn't want your mom to get an autopsy, is that correct?
correct.
Once you learned she'd had one, did you want to see the results?
I did.
Do you recall law enforcement coming to meet with you and you telling them, nope, I don't want to know?
I didn't say that.
Do you recall telling them you didn't want to know?
I don't recall that, so no.
Do you recall not being willing to have them share with you the results of the autopsy?
Judge asked and answered, it's just in a variety of different ways.
Overruled.
Do you recall indicating you did not want to sit down or that you were unwilling to sit down and have them share the autopsy results with you?
No,
You don't recall that?
that's not what I said.
What did you say?
I told them I didn't want to interview with them. I wanted to see the results, and I did not want to discuss it with them.
And do you recall them indicating you wouldn't have to do an interview? They were just going to share the results with you.
They never said that.
Did you in fact decline to see the autopsy?
No, they never offered to let me see it without interviewing with them.
So you were unwilling to sit down with law enforcement.
In that instance, yes.
Well, there you go. Sassy little thing.
I think you talked about the morning of your mom's passing. It was difficult to see your dad not in control and in charge.
Yes.
Was it pretty common for your dad to be in control and in charge?
Yes, as the patriarch of our home.
The patriarch.
And you were asked about how your dad seemed when your mom passed away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did your dad ever share with you a text to Lori
No.
that was sent on less than 24 hours after your mother's passing on October 20th of 2019?
My dad didn't share text messages with me.
So would it surprise you to learn that your dad texted that he was sad, but not for the reasons everyone thought?
Well, when I
Yes or no? Oh, would it surprise you to learn that?
No.
And counsel talked to you about the events of June 9th of 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall speaking with your dad on that morning?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to be handed State's Exhibit 300.
Very well.
Or maybe there's one juror holding out and they're casting out demons in them right now. I don't know, Cass. Jeez. Isn't that horrible? The judge needs to step in and say, y'all are going to have to stay longer than 3 hours a day to deliberate.
In the record before publishing so we can ensure what is being published.
Yes, Your Honor. And it was indicated that there may be an A and B, so I want to verify before publication as well that this is the correct one.
All right, thank you.
I like this prosecutor. I know one of y'all said y'all didn't like her. I like her. I'm trying to cut out the pauses.
Is 300A. It is the body cam video from Detective Wheeler that was previously admitted.
Very well, thank you, Ms. Blake.
And I would ask permission to publish from approximately minute 1 hour, 2 minutes, 44 seconds.
Okay.
If this is the body cam, I think it is, I'm going to fast forward because I have the body cam footage. What's taking them so long to get this?
Week and there's this has nothing on it. Turn it over to her right now. And then card that here. It's right here. That's up to you. I don't see. Can I look through it? Sure.
56 seconds.
Hi, they said I could talk with you and I want you to be able. I love you so much.
Okay, this is the one I have, so I'm going to play that. Let me find it. That's the end of her testimony, too. Okay. Whew, sorry I put y'all through that. I had no idea. I hadn't watched that one yet. I am so mean. Tie you to the verdict and say, but you got to watch this. 2 hours, 37 minutes, and 39 seconds that we've been waiting. There's been no updates about them taking a break yet. They got back from lunch over an hour ago, though. So, it might be time for them to take a break. Right? Yeah. Was it an hour ago? It would have been 1:30 their time, 3:30 our time. Yeah. It's 4:30 my time right now. I really hate to start another video when I feel like something is they're either going to go on break or we might get something. I don't know. I just got a feeling. I got a feeling. I'm usually wrong, though, just so you guys know. Let me flip over to this for you guys. Do you guys want an audio break? I can give you an audio break if you need one. Will I sing? You do not want me to sing. Oh, it just started raining here too. All right, let's see. So there's a brother-in-law that testified in Chad Daybell's trial. We've got Chad Daybell's sister. What do you guys think about that? Oh, we got Tammy Daybell's sister. Oh, y'all want to listen to that one? She doesn't believe he's innocent either, does she? Please tell me she doesn't. The roof is leaking in your timeout cell. Oh, get some Fix-A-Flat or something and make it stop. I'm wondering about what the jury is doing right now. And my thoughts are that, right, at this point, as long as they've taken and as slow as they're moving, they probably looked at each other and said, let's just go home. It's been a long day. Before they went home, they were in there 17 minutes together. They probably raised hands. They did a vote or whatever. Yeah, they probably did a vote, whatever, however they do this. And they said, who wants to look at more evidence before they make a decision and call a vote? They probably assigned their little 4-person at that point. He said, who wants to stay? Who wants to go? Who wants to look at evidence? And then a couple of them said, I would feel more comfortable looking at evidence. Okay, fine. Let's just come back tomorrow. So that's why they started to so late today. Then did we have another juror running late today? I feel like we did. I don't know if we did or not. I just feel like it because we probably did because there's been a late juror every day. So then they come in this afternoon or this morning and they're there for, what was it, an hour and 40, was it an hour and 40 minutes, Laura? Wasn't it an hour? No, it was an hour and about an hour and 20 something minutes, 23 minutes. And then they decided to take a lunch. So they probably looked through some stuff, did their little, who did their little inner vote. And they decided that not everybody was in line with the same thing. So they said, okay, let's all look at the evidence again. Now, they could be allowing they could be just saying, let's pass the evidence around and look at it. Everybody take their time with it. and each of them have a piece of evidence they're looking at. They could be watching that video. That video is not very long. There were a couple of videos, but they weren't that long. They could be watching. They can't watch tallies, obviously, and the fact that they're also trimming that video. It's been redacted. A bunch of stuff in there has been redacted. So I don't know. They have to be. Cass says the jury's rewatching Lost and arguing about the ending. That's awesome, Cass. All right, let's listen to Chad's sister. This is, I don't know how long this is. As soon as they make noises or whatever, or make noises, as soon as they start making noise in the courtroom, they turn the audio on, I'll switch over if it happens.
Court's exclusionary order. There's a Idaho case called Shackelford that helps distinguish who that applies to and who doesn't, and the court determines it would not be applicable to this witness. So for that reason, I won't inquire. Thanks for the time, counsel, and working through that. So, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Vallow-Daybell, Heatherdaybell.
Thank you. And ma'am, for the court and the jury's sake, you recently had some kind of an injury, is that correct?
I had a surgery. I had some artificial discs put in my cervical spine, so my throat's a little scratchy and my neck's in some pain. But
And my understanding is you might require some breaks during your testimony for that reason.
Yes.
So I might invite you, as you feel like you need a break, please alert the court, and then the court will decide if and when to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ma'am, you're related to Chad Daybell?
I am. He's my brother-in-law.
Okay. And who are you married to?
His younger brother, Matt.
And may I ask how long have you been married?
We'll be married 30 years this winter, but we started dating 35 years ago.
Would it be safe to say then you've been acquainted with and known Chad for roughly 35 years?
He was actually on his mission when Matt and I started dating, but I was still in high school and he came home.
Oh, more than 30 years?
Yeah, 30 years.
Was there ever a time since you've been married to Matt that you and Chad and Tammy had lived in the same town?
When Matt and I first got married, we lived in Springville where Chad and Tammy were for a short time.
About how long? The best you could recall.
Maybe that first year, I remember helping them move up to Ogden. I'm not exactly sure. It was early on in Matt and I's marriage.
And then was there any other time subsequent to that you and Chad lived in the same town?
Yes, when they moved to Rexburg in 2015.
So in between the time that they moved to Ogden and the time that they moved to Rexburg, how did you interact with them at family occasions and whatnot?
Yeah, when we'd get together, we'd talk with Tammy and Chad and their kids. Yeah.
Was that something that happened frequently, infrequently?
Probably several times a year. We'd get back to Springville. Not a lot, but we would several times a year.
From your perspective, was it a normal amount of contact?
I would say so, yeah.
I want to just stop now and ask, how would you describe the nature of your relationship with Chad?
In the beginning, when Matt and I first were married, it was normal as any in-law relationship would be. And then, like I said, we moved away. We didn't live close, but when we'd get together, we would talk mainly about his books. That seemed to be the topic most of the time of conversation, but I would say cordial and nothing out of the ordinary.
At any point, did the nature of your relationship with him change?
It did, yes.
When did it change?
2014, when he started talking about end of times events and discussing a book that he had published for Julie Rowe.
We'll come back to that, but how did this relationship change at that point?
I was concerned about the things that he was telling the family and telling Matt and I. I was not comfortable with what he was informing us with.
Will you please elaborate to the jury what were the things that Chad was saying or teaching you that caused you the concerns?
He indicated that there would be an earthquake that would be happening and in 2015, and he was kind of making us aware and preparing us for all of these end times events that were going to happen and cause a lot of destruction in Utah, in particular Salt Lake area.
Did he explain to you why he believed those events would occur?
Those were events that Julie Rowe had seen in a near-death experience. And so he had talked about those things with her as he published her book. And then he indicated he was seeing those things in vision as well.
So Chad is someone who had expressed to you and your family these visions that he had?
That he could see beyond the veil and see future events.
Were there other things that he explained to you that caused you concern, other teachings in addition to that?
At that point, it was mainly that. It was just these end of times events and when they would happen.
Later, were there other teachings or things that he would say to you or your family that caused you concern?
When he informed us he was thinking of moving his family to Rexburg in 2014, or 15, whenever that was, it started, we actually had a conversation with him asking him exactly what it was he thought was going to happen. And we had a pretty detailed conversation.
I'd like to pause you there. To the best you can recall, can you tell the jury when did that conversation occur?
That conversation was when they came out, Chad, Tammy, and some of their children came out to Rexburg to look for homes. And Matt and I sat with Chad in our home. That would have been summertime 2015.
And what happened in that conversation?
It was, excuse me, it was asking him point blank to give us the details of why he felt he needed to make this move. And he indicated that, and in particular, the houses that he was looking at were very close to our home. And we had some concerns with that. He told my husband and I that we would become great leaders in this gathering of people that would happen because of all the destruction in Utah, that our land where we lived would help in that, and that our home would become like a church or a temple. He was telling us those kinds of things. And that he felt like he needed to be in Rexburg with his family because the headquarters in Salt Lake of the church would end up having to move to Rexburg when all this destruction happened.
Did he ever explain to you whether he had seen or believed that he would have any kind of a significant role in this?
Mainly just that he would be helping in this gathering of people with their tents and everything, that he would be helping in that cause.
So based on what he was telling you, did he perceive his need to move to Rexburg to be something he could do to fulfill his role?
Yes, that he had a part to play in that. Mm-hmm.
Did you believe these visions or teachings at the time that Chad was sharing?
No, I did not.
Then help the jury understand, why was that a concern to you? If you didn't believe them, why was it concerning?
Because he had let us know he was intending, he was going to let people be knowing of this with Julie Rowe's book and trying to prepare people as all this destruction happened, that's why he was coming, and that he felt that we were going to be helping in that cause.
So further, if you don't believe them, why was there a concern that you had that he would be telling everybody about this?
Because in the belief system I had at that time in the LDS church, just some average person doesn't get information specific like that to share with others. In my belief at the time, we had a prophet of the church that would let us know if we needed to do anything to prepare for something like that. So in my understanding and how I had been taught, it wouldn't come through someone like Chad.
So let me ask it this way. If you didn't believe these things, why do you need to care about it if he's out teaching this stuff to people?
Because my opinion was that was incorrect, and that he was spreading that around to other church members. And that's, as I was taught, you don't do that.
Okay. So during this conversation that you were referring to in your home, did you ever confront Chad or tell him that you don't believe these things?
I did. I told him that I wasn't feeling good about what he was saying, and that I did. I was very blunt. I just flat out said, I don't believe what you're saying.
What was his reaction to you?
Chad doesn't show a lot of reaction, so it was just, okay, that was about it. He didn't argue or anything like that.
Did you express concerns about whether or not he should move near you?
Yes, Matt and I both did that. We we decided years and years ago that we wanted to live apart from family. We do better that way as a couple, and had made a home for ourselves in Rexburg. We'd been in the area 15 years at that point. And we did express to him as he was looking at homes near us that if he needed to move to Rexburg, that was fine. Please just move somewhere not right in our neighborhood and not in our ward.
Why was it important to you that he not move in your neighborhood and ward?
Because I knew why he was coming, and I didn't want him trying to draw in people from my ward and having people associate his close proximity to us that we were involved or agreed with him.
Would it be fair to say, were there reputational concerns for you and your family?
We've built a business in Rexburg. We've made a good name for ourselves and didn't want there to be issues because of what Chad was coming with.
How did the conversation end?
We had gone and looked at homes. The conversation at that point, they said they didn't find a home that they liked. And so they just kind of put it all on pause, asked if they could store their stuff in a shed or something at our house in case they needed to quickly come to Rexburg. They'd have some supplies there. We told them they could do that. So when they left from that trip, we were under the impression that they wouldn't be moving soon.
Excuse me. So having explained all this at that point, how would you then describe your relationship with Chad at that point?
I was relieved at that point, so I kind of didn't worry about it because he indicated they wouldn't be coming. So, but to me, it felt, I don't know if I'd even say, well, it was strained. It was strained at that point. I was struggling.
How was it strained? Could you explain that?
Again, it was just my concerns with his trying to convince his family and others that these events were going to happen. And so as he wasn't going to let up on that he was quite certain. We asked him, is this happening? And he said, this is happening. And so.
May I interrupt you?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by this is happening?
All of these events, the earthquake and everything, that those things were happening in 2015.
Did you later learn that he and Tammy did have immediate plans to move to Rexburg?
It was shortly after that. I can't remember for sure. It was about a week or two. We did get a phone call that they had put an offer on the home that they bought and that they were moving.
And approximately when did that happen?
That would be summer 2015. I can't remember exactly if it was July, August. I don't remember for sure.
When you found out about that, what was your reaction? What did you do?
I cried. I was very upset. Asked my husband to please talk him out of it, but the home was already in process of being bought at that point. So there wasn't anything that I could do about it.
And we'll come back to that for a moment. Can you please explain to the jury what, at the time that Chad started having these visions and sharing them in 2014 or 15, what was your relationship like with Tammy?
About the same. We were cordial and friendly, and when we'd see each other at family events, we would visit, just normal.
Did that ever change?
Once they moved to Rexburg, because she knew we weren't happy about that move, we talked and things as they moved, and I tried to do a few things to help her. So I wouldn't say off the bat that it was strained with Tammy. That progressed as time went on.
And likewise, to go back on something you mentioned, I think you said Chad was teaching these things to his own family.
That's the understanding I had, yeah.
Did you ever get any sense of whether or not his wife and children were believing these things?
In a conversation I had with Chad and Tammy, it was Chad that indicated that he would come home with these visions and he'd say new things, and she'd kind of look at him and roll her eyes, but then she would go pray on it and get an answer that he was right. So especially concerning the move to Rexburg, she indicated that's how that went, is that he would come home with things, should be.
Sustained.
Did you get any of this information from Chad, or was it just from Tammy?
Well, the information of him receiving visions and bringing it to her and her kind of rolling her eyes, that was from Chad. He said that to me.
Okay. Did he explain that Tammy would ever change her mind?
I don't recall him saying she'd change her mind. I don't recall that.
Just based upon your interaction then, did you ever come to believe that Tammy was accepting of his visions?
Took it, yes, that she was. After some time, if it was something
I
that
think we
seemed
might have
off
a
to her,
verdict.
strange, she'd pray about it and then get a confirmation.
Hang on. I think we got a verdict. Thank God. Ugh. Because I pulled up Court TV and it says right there, verdict. You see it at the bottom? So I'm assuming. I have not been watching the Court TV one, but Law and Crimes tab is still moving. Their clock is still moving. But their clock was still moving yesterday when the jury had already basically left. So I don't know. The clock stopped. All right. Here we go. I'm sorry, I was reading a message from Laura. Audio's on. Now we just got to wait. Now, they may wait another 20 minutes or longer to let people come in. Nate did report it. Let me pull up Nate's tweets. Nate says a verdict has been reached. He tweeted that 2 minutes ago. Okay. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, God, I did not want to do this again tomorrow. I did not want to do this tomorrow. One day is enough. I'm just sitting here waiting for this so that we get right back in. Like, as soon as they said verdict, I wanted to be on just like this. So now we're going to sit and wait, but. All right, let me make an announcement. If you wander in back and forth in different if you wander back and forth in other channels and stuff and you like to come in and make big announcements, please don't do that here. We've been waiting on this and we want to watch the verdict together on our own time. So please don't ruin it for everybody in the chat. Laura just put that up. I didn't even put it up. There's a 5-minute delay in them reading it. So they'll read the verdict and then the clock starts for 5 minutes. And then probably while they're still in the courtroom, they'll start playing the replay. Oh, I got to turn the volume off on this thing. Forgot I had it on. Welcome in, everybody. Make sure you read the screen. She's good. Oh, it's so guilty. It's so guilty. It's gotta be, right? Even watching Court TV. Why are you watching Court TV and not our channel, Kathy? I'm just kidding. I know, because was it Melissa that said the clock stopped on Court TV? And we're like, no, it didn't. And we didn't realize she was watching the Court TV clock. And so it made me open it and look at it. And that's when I saw verdict. And I was like, oh. So Melissa, I apologize. You were right. Will Lori serve time in Arizona for this crime? Okay, so here's what I'm assuming how this would work. And I'm, again, not an attorney, nor do I have any legal experience. But I would think that what happens is she would spend her time for Idaho in Idaho. When that is done, they would transfer her to Arizona for what, and I would think that that would happen after, because she's sentenced after that other one. Because technically her time's already started, I guess, in both of them. That is weird though, and is the sentencing going to be today, like on some of them? Usually, probably not, right? It's probably not going to be today. And also, will it be concurrent or will it be consecutive? It has to be a separate sentence, so it's going to be separate. Okay. It's going to be consecutive. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud. You have to pardon my talk. I do this. I talk to myself a lot, and y'all just have to listen now. She still has another trial to do. Okay, and you know what they were saying, Laura? Who said this in the chat earlier? That if they may decide they're not going to go forward with Brandon Boudreaux's trial if she's found guilty in this one, depending upon the time she'll end up serving in this one. Somebody said that in chat earlier. And I thought, well, I guess it could make sense if they drop the charges on that, knowing they've got her. I mean, she's already in for life, right? A little under 3 hours for verdict. So we weren't that bad off. It just, we didn't plan on them going home and taking an hour and a half lunch to get to that 3 hours. My word. Why didn't they just stay last night? Were they that tired? We got bankers and government workers on the jury, I guess. They're not used to working long straight hours. Not all government workers, okay? Not all bankers. I know. I'm going to get fussed at. Judy says, but she's serving 3 life sentences. So how much more time will they, or could they give her? Right. But it's just a matter of giving justice to the victim and their family. Judy said consecutive. What does the seal of Arizona mean? Why do you ask these things, Cass? You're so funny. You always throw something out of nowhere. I'm like, what are you talking about? What if I was popping in only to spring this news? Little captions and occasional announcements won't stop them. How about a big full screen size? Do not message. You're very right. Do y'all agree with me on that? Do y'all agree with Laura's a stickler on that one, y'all. You're scared. Don't be scared, Lenny. Don't be scared. Are you watching Karen Reed, Grandma Cece? They went home for the day, didn't they? We thought that about Casey Anthony. Laura, I tell you what, y'all, she's on her tiptoes today. Y'all better watch out. Wait, Grandma Cece says, I have been in the bushes for the past 3 days, not saying much, but I do check into your stream every once in a while. Well, okay, Miss Grandma Cece. She said, I have been in the bushes. Well, I'm sorry. That's funny. We are family. Y'all getting me started. Get up, everybody, and dance. The app made me laugh. Haha. Okay, you know what I want to do before I forget? Let's put up this picture of Charles because you guys, this is why we're here today. This nice looking man right up here, left hand corner, actually very handsome. She was lucky to have him. He put up with her crazy ass for years. How, 15 years? Weren't they married for 15 years? Laura said, I'm tired and I'm cranky and I'm sore. Cass says, if someone comes in and ruins it, it's the same as the person that ruins the surprise party, gender reveal, and Christmas present all in one. I know, right? They don't understand that, though. People don't understand that. I don't understand what the Karen Reed trial because I haven't been watching it. I've never watched it. I've never checked into it. I've never even listened to a short media clip on it. My understanding is something about she was married to a cop, boyfriend was a cop, he got unalived. She's being charged for it. She's saying that she was set up. I don't know. Was he abusive? I don't know. That's all I know. But man, it has everybody like everybody is watching that trial. You think of Gene Hackman in drag? Well, you know, Patty, I'm sure he would prefer you to think of him in other roles. You know who I think when I think Gene Hackman? I think of him a lot in the Firm with Tom Cruise, but I remember him very first as Lex Luthor in Superman. But he's had so many great roles, or had. He's a great man. I'm so angry at all the people that keep wanting to disgrace his death with a bunch of rumors and talk like it was a conspiracy or it's like it just happened. They passed away. And he was an older guy too, right? Okay, so Laura said they did say 30 minutes after the verdict was reached before it could be read. Oh, that sucks. How do you live with crazy for so long? It's usually those people. Thank you, Cactus, for your super chat. It's usually the people that have the most patience and are just good people that, somebody like Charles Vallow. He was so even keeled and just like he was, when he was talking to the cops and he was upset, but he was just so calm and patient and he wasn't cussing. He's like, look, I love her, but she's just talking crazy stuff. It was just the way he handled it. I was just so impressed with him. Okay, 3:30 to 4. All right. The verdict will be read between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. Wait a minute. That's their time, right? What time? What is that Central? I have to pull it up on the big screen where I can't even see it on the little screen. The verdict will be on a 5-minute delay. Verdict will be read around 3:30 to 4 p.m. Pacific time. p.m. Pacific time would be 6 p.m. our time. So it's 30 minutes. Longer than 30 minutes. Yeah. I believe you're right, Melissa. I think the cops did drop the ball with him. I just don't understand why it took them so long to do anything with that case. There wasn't enough. Usually there's still a lot of investigation. You can't just call somebody in and investigate that day and then drop it. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Had all the other, because people say, had all the other things not happened, had all the other deaths not occurred, then they would have gotten away with it with Charles's death, you know? Yep, grab your ice cream. You have time. Laura, where did your little sign go? I lost it. Oh, Grandma Cece comes in here a good bit. I was just giving her a hard time. Oh, well, thank you, Grandma Cece. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was trying to give you guys something to watch. You can't listen to me talk the whole time. Have you heard me? I mean, really. When you had it pulled up. And I apologize for those of you. I had been doing timestamps on these at the end of the day usually, and I kept forgetting to go back in and do them. So, like the last two ones that we did, I didn't timestamp them until the following morning, and I didn't even think about the people at night that were trying to come in and watch as much as they could because they have to get up and go to work. Mark is being a smart aleck. Cass, we're just picking on you. You're fine. I was just making you were cracking me up. You just cracked me up, honey. Oh, here it is. All right, I think I'm caught up on everybody's chats. I think I have. I'm looking. I'm still looking. All right. We got 70 in the house. Y'all, please don't forget to like and subscribe to this video, or to like this video and subscribe to my channel if you'd like to come back for another day, another round of Lori Vallow when she is on trial for the conspiracy to commit homicide for Brandon Boudreaux. You're wondering why Charles did not get a restraining order against Lori. Well, he did try to put her into like a mental thing. Like, it seems if they had been in Florida, she would have been Baker acted already. So he filed that paperwork to have her checked on because he was worried about her mentally. And I guess all they did was question her a little bit. It didn't even seem like that really went anywhere. But I don't have the whole story because I wasn't following it from the very beginning. I'm sure there's a lot more to it. Oh my gosh, Patty, you're confusing me. Patty said, remember, it's not 4-hour difference from Eastern time. It's Eastern time because Arizona does not do daylight savings time. So it's only 3 hours. Oh my gosh. All I know is that I'm on Central and that they're 2 hours ahead of me. And I'm sticking to that story. It cracks me up when people come in and go, but what time is that my time? But what time is that my time? I'm like, I don't know. I barely know what time it is my time. I apologize for making y'all listen to Chad's daughter today. I had no idea it was that bad. I had the son. I didn't make you listen to the son because I knew the son wasn't going to be a success. And I was like, I had no idea the daughter was just as bad. They all sound like robots. It's the homeliest little family I've ever seen in my life. No wonder he tried to make up things and live in a different world. He was bored out of his mind, but he is a very boring person. For all the negative things we've said about Chad Daybell, he is boring, you guys. I don't get it. He doesn't talk a lot. When he does, he talks real low. He's kind of hard to understand and hard to hear. He doesn't sound very certain of himself when he speaks. It's just not, What did she see in him? She read his book. She read the book first. She fell in love with the man that wrote the book. Is that how it was? Is that what it was? And the fact that he had so many people that followed him too. And I wonder how many of those people are still in contact with him while he's in jail. Has anybody that's been following this trial from the beginning, have you heard from other channels or anything about how have they kept up with any of that? That'd be interesting to know. Lee said, I think this is enough, Lori. Chad was charged and Brandon was charged. Was Brandon charged? I'm sorry. Was Chad charged in Brandon's attempted incident? No, I don't think he was. And the reason I don't think he was is because, well, he would have been brought to Arizona for it, right? He would have had to have an Arizona trial for it. And there was no, I guess it was hard enough to link her to it, much less him to it. So I don't know. Arizona might have said, well, you know what? He's already got the death sentence over there. So we're not going to charge him. I mean, that could have been it too. And who knows? Maybe we're right. Maybe they do come back and they don't go forward with Brandon's trial after this. We'll just have to go. We'll have to rewatch the Jodi Arias trial together. If y'all weren't here yesterday when we were talking about that, we want to do that. That should be fairly easy to pull off, right? Is it on Court TV? And all of it. Was that Ezra Candless? Candless? Does that name sound familiar to anybody? That was a little bit of a crazy little girl. Young woman, or whatever you want to call her. She was different, and she got convicted of was it conspiracy or attempted homicide? I forget. Jodi Arias is on every channel. Oh, Laura. We talked about it yesterday, Laura. A lot of people here said they hadn't seen it before, or they'd watch it again with us. I have never sat through her trial. I don't think I watched but like little pieces of it that were in documentaries, to be honest with you. Susan says she heard the verdict clock stopped at a minute 40. Well, no. Okay, I can answer to that. A minute 40 was when they went to lunch, Susan. That's why. That's why you thought that. We know Cher. Cher's yelling. Laura's already got up her sign. Oh, we got audio in the courtroom. Oh, so see, Bama says she's not seen it either. I think it is strange how the whole family is like all behind him. Absolutely insane. 1 hour, 40 minutes was when they stopped for lunch. Why do y'all keep bringing that up? Yeah, so I've never seen like Juan Martinez do his stuff. I didn't do the Depp Heard trial. I watched it on Ick and Mouth. Shh. Huckleberry. I made Huckleberry come in because it was sprinkling outside. I only caught bits and pieces of Jodi, so I'd okay, good. I remember the movie, the Starman movie. You know what? Was that the movie that wasn't one of Madonna's songs like popular during that movie? Melissa says, truly feels prosecutors won't go forward with Brandon's trial if she is found guilty, especially since there were no injuries. Yeah. We never run out of true crime, do we? Jody is a piece of work, and I have that being said that I didn't watch her trial. I did watch her interrogation video though. That was before I really watched trials. I would just watch the Dateline or the 48 Hour stuff. It's before I got sucked into YouTube. Lori's still plugged into the charger, Mark. She's going to get zapped. I have never seen Juan Martinez do his thing, Mandy. And it seems like there's a lot of people in here that haven't either. So I think that's going to be cool. We're going to do that together. Love 21 Jump Street. Yeah, that was a crazy trial. It was a good trial. I'm trying to remember why I didn't. I'm trying to remember why I just watched it and did not do anything. I guess I just didn't feel like I had the knowledge behind it to do it. Did I have a channel back? Yeah, I had a channel then. Pretty sure I did. No Madonna. Okay. I thought that Crazy For You song was in that movie. Maybe I'm thinking of a different movie. Might be a different movie I'm thinking of. You could have played Jodi Arias' opening statements while we were waiting on this verdict. Well, thanks a lot for the idea now, Mandy. That's not really helping, is it now? I could have done that. Honestly, though, I wouldn't have wanted to interrupt that trial with, no, I wouldn't have wanted to do that. I don't like to get things too what's the word? Cluttered. I don't like clutter. I can definitely help you. Oh. Okay, Laura said, let's team it up on Jodi Arias. All right, girl. Laura, you're just going to start feeling better and she's going to come back. She's going to start kicking some booty on YouTube. Okay, I finished eating my bunny. Bring on the verdict. Your bunny ice cream? Blue. Was it Blue Bunny? What's the name of it? Every time I hear that If I Could Turn Back Time song with Cher, I think of Jack, just Jack, from Will and Grace, saying, if I could turn back time. You know how he used to do that? Did y'all ever watch that show? He's so funny. Him and Karen crack me up. Forensic Files. Oh, Gene, and I think I've said this before on the stream. Forensic Files scares me. Like if I could never watch that TV show by myself at night or anything like that, just because it always gave me the creeps. The guy's voice, I think. Yeah, no. I don't know why. And it was the same with the guy from Unsolved Mysteries. Robert, what's his name? That was in the airplane, who did the voiceover on that one. Oh yeah. Can't watch that one either. I feel like something's coming after me. It just creeps me out. So you're watching Karen Reedley? Okay. I did not do Letitia's trial, and I don't even think I watched all of it. I think I did. I was in the middle of doing another trial or doing something else, but I did like some updates from it when it was going on. Who was disbarred? Aren't they? If Trina Kay, the prosecutor in this trial, is dating Juan Martinez, the prosecutor in the Jodi Arias trial, isn't he much older than her? He looks much older because I've seen pictures of him. Oh my gosh, who were disbarred? I missed it. Desperately Seeking Susan. That was in the movie? Okay, thank you. I didn't watch the business trial either, probably because it was very graphic. The same reason I didn't watch that crazy guy that unalived his parents and they found his mom's head in the pot. What was that guy's name? Yeah, I know what I'm talking about, because that was right around COVID, and he had the face mask on that had the clear plastic front. Joel something Junior or something like that. Oh, he was creepy. Robert Stack. That's who I'm thinking of, Melissa. Vision Quest. Thank you, Laura. Crazy for You was in the movie Vision Quest. I knew it was in one of those. Cher says Charles had embraced Mormonism, was paying all Lori's bills, thought he had control of at least a little, never saw it coming. He was. He took really good care of that family. Oh, I loved Unsolved Mysteries. Don't get me wrong. I love the show. I just could never watch it by myself. I got so scared. Discombobulated. You've never heard that? A name here? You've never heard that? Juan Martinez and Jodi's attorney were both disbarred. Oh, okay. I did not know this. They were disbarred because of Jodi Arias' trial? Joel Guy. Thank you. Joel Guy Jr., I think was his name. Cher said, there's females always pining for the incarcerated captive audience. They both crossed the line. Oh, see, now I have to watch this. It's getting even deeper. This is great. Thank you, Carolyn. Carolyn knows what discombobulated means. Jodi ended up suing her own attorney, Kurt, because he violated attorney-client privilege. Oh, because he wrote a book. Well, of course. See, everybody's always trying to get theirs. And what it do? Backfired on them. By the way, guys, I have the volume on. There's just no volume in the courtroom yet. Me too, Cass. I agree. Wait, you know who else is on the verge of getting disbarred for that same reason? Hang on. Because I want to do a deep dive on this. Isn't it? Oh, it's the attorney for the Peterson, not Scott Peterson. What's the other guy that was a cop? He was the cop, and he was just, he was arrogant, and he unalived his young girlfriend, and then they figured out he had unalived her first or second wife before that. And he never shut up, and he was always in the media when he was on trial or before he got arrested. Something Peterson. I want to say it was something Peterson. Anyway, he is about to, something's going to go down there because his past attorney was on something not too long ago that says that people that mattered in this whole case, that the things that mattered in this whole case, they're all no longer with us. So it needs to come out and the story needs to be told or something like that. Drew Peterson, thank you. Chicago guy. Yeah. When is Owen's movie coming out? I don't know. Do y'all think it's going to be a book or a movie? He did say it was a movie, right? It's going to be like I kind of wonder, do you think it'll be something like the way the Hulu did with the attorneys, the prosecutors for the Crumbly trial? Or do you think it's going to be more of a regular document? I think it's going to be more of a regular documentary where they take bits and pieces from the trial and utilize it. You saw a head pass by? Okay. Maybe they're moving around in there now. Never marry a Peterson, Judy said. Scott, Michael, and Drew. Which one is Michael? Did he also? He's not the one, the staircase guy, is he? That his wife fell on the staircase? Ooh, Laura. He was a jerk. Mandy, I thought you just got back from work. You got to leave again? Michael Peterson's story is so bizarre with the owl killed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. They did a documentary on that one too. I remember that one. Wasn't it called The Staircase or something like that? That guy was weird. It's almost like that documentary made him look even more guilty. Patty said she used to watch somebody on YouTube who had a cellmate with Drew, who was a cellmate with Drew, and said he admitted to unaliving Stacy. And they never found her, did they? But did he ever really get charged for her, or is he in jail because of his other wife? They exhumed her body. It's been so long, guys. What blows me away is that the Innocence Project has taken on Scott Peterson's case, and they're delving into that. Now, I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but man, his sister-in-law is crazy into that one. Like, she went and got her law degree and everything to help fight his case. It's going to be a B movie if Owens does a movie. It'll just be a regular documentary, probably. The Staircase, yeah. I'm slow in reading y'all's chats. Bizarre story. Agreed, and he is finally free. He is free? Wait, what? Did he do it or not? Michael Peterson did it, right? Drew is definitely guilty. Drew was a much like a Chad Daybell and a Lori, because he just walked around knowing that everybody knew he did it and he didn't care. He just ate up all the attention. It was just so odd. So odd. Now, I can't imagine, like, I have a hard time when people don't like me. And I've gotten better with age with it, but like, can you imagine that the people, and I know everybody has a little of that in them, but these people that we're talking about, Lori Vallow, Drew Peterson, they feed off of the fact that people don't like them. It's so odd to me. I don't understand it. Yeah, the delay is the reason we're having to wait is because they had to let the victims' families know that what was going on. Like we've got to because they weren't. I'm sure they were close by the courthouse, but they probably weren't all waiting in the courthouse the whole time. I think Nate Eaton said he had gotten a room next to the courthouse in the hotel next door so that he didn't have to be in there constantly. Sounds like he was in there working though the whole time. Now, I don't know about the victim impact statements though, because I don't know if I don't know if they'll even go there today. You're saying he proved that an owl really did it? Okay, I must have not watched that story right then. So you guys think that Michael Peterson guy did not have anything to do with his wife's death? And you do believe that the owl had something to do with it because she had scratches on her head or something? Yeah, I think I remember that. He did plead guilty. That's why. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for trying to make me understand. I know it's difficult sometimes when when you're trying to explain it in chat. Right. But the staircase guy, what did he have two past? He had two past ex-wives or two wives that both died. See, that's just it. Like, is this another one of those where mysteriously they've passed away type thing? And his sister-in-law's in love with him? The webs these people weave. Okay, come here, babe. Lay down. Oh. Huckleberry likes to lean up against the computer and he'll click a button and then we'll all be saying bye-bye to each other at the worst part when they're coming in for the verdict. Oh, you're a Mandy, you do independent living care or whatever? Laura said Michael did it and pled guilty to a lesser charge and was released with time served. Had he not been greedy and offed another wife, he'd gotten away with his first wife. He pushed the first wife down the stairs, but he got a new trial and it was proven his wife was attacked by an owl. He was weird, Dottie. He was very weird. I would start watching that documentary and then I'd, for some reason, have to click off and I never just was drawn back into it that much. It was just one of those that I was kind of like, I don't think I like the way they did the documentary. All from his perspective. I would have liked to see it more kind of better rounded, I guess. Melissa, I do think that that Colby will give impact statement for Charles's death. Absolutely. Laura says she's getting riled up about Drew Peterson. All right, here we go. Thank you, Miss Kitty. Thank you for your super chat.
Where's the state?
Nobody's in there? Judge is like, they're not here. Okay, wait, let's see. Let's see what Nate says out on Twitter. On Twitter? I'm checking Twitter right now. Lori has questions about, wait, that's old. Wait, Lori has questions about aggregating factors. Judge asked if she plans to present any testimony or evidence in the aggravation phase. That's old. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, okay. So just 36 seconds ago, he typed in that Kay Woodcock and other family members were not there yet. So the judge says that they
Parties
will
are
wait until the
present.
people arrive.
The jury's not present. We were informed about 45 minutes ago that the jury has reached a verdict. In the event that the verdict is not guilty, this trial will conclude. In the event that there's a guilty verdict, we need to move on to an aggravation phase immediately after the reading of that verdict. I've given the parties proposed aggravating circumstances, instructions, and proposed verdict form. The state and the defense both have a chance to review those.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any additions or corrections from the state?
No, Your Honor.
How about from the defense? The defense did email my staff requesting an additional paragraph. The defendant is not required to testify or produce evidence of any kind. The defendant's decision not to testify or produce evidence is not evidence of any aggravating factor, which I did include in the bottom third of page 3. Given that, are there any additions or corrections?
No, Your Honor.
Are either the state or the defense requesting any other additional instructions?
No, Your Honor.
If there's an aggravation phase, does the state plan on introducing any testimony or exhibits?
Testimony, I believe, likely from 2 family members, we will limit it. I don't plan on doing openings, just presenting testimony and then argument.
All
It'll
right.
be Colby and Kay.
Would the defense anticipate presenting any evidence?
Your Honor, can we just stipulate to that? I mean, the statute says there's only one punishment for this crime. What is this? Why is there an aggravation phase for this specific count?
Much like the guilty verdict, the jury in Arizona has to find whether or not there's any aggravating circumstances. In addition, the jury would still need to find that if it's a guilty verdict, whether or not it's a dangerous offense. Until it's found as a dangerous offense, that sentence that you're talking about wouldn't be triggered. So I think we need to have an aggravation phase regardless. So would you plan on presenting any testimony or evidence in the aggravation phase if there is an aggravation phase?
No, but could I just stipulate to it or not? That's my question.
You can stipulate to aggravation and you can stipulate to whether or not it's a dangerous offense, but I think you should probably wait until we read the verdict to do that. So I guess it will, depending on what the verdict is, we may take another break. If there is an aggravation phase, are your witnesses here yet?
No, they are not here yet, Your Honor. The next of kin are, from my understanding, about 5 minutes out.
All right, we'll wait a few more minutes before we take that verdict. Please let me know when we're ready to come out.
Yes, thank you.
Anna says she's 10 minutes away, but she's.
Which one is Michael Vaughn? Somebody said something in the thing about Michael Vaughn. If he's ever found and the case is tried, I hope you cover that trial. Why does that name sound so familiar, but I can't. Oh, I know what I was going to do. Yeah, she had to be brought over from the jail for this. Public is being brought into the courtroom. This was 17 minutes ago. There are extra sheriff deputies there today. This is all from Nate Eaton on Twitter. He said if jury finds Lori guilty, the jury will immediately hear aggravating circumstances from the prosecutor. Lori could also speak. The sentencing will not happen today and will likely be scheduled 30 to 60 days from now. Judges, staff, and other court personnel were in the courtroom, and there were around 20 members of the public there. Only 20 members of the public. All right, justice for Charles, you guys. I'm going to turn that off since we're not going to be using that. Michael Vaughn. I'm trying to remember which one that is. No one proved the owl did it, Laura said. Oh, Lord. Y'all are having disagreements about how that happened. Yeah, but he said they may not speak today, but he said there'd be Trina said there'd be 2 family members. And when she said that, I immediately thought it's got to be Colby and Kay, right? I wonder if Adam would want to speak, but Adam may not still be there, though. They've never found the last wife. Oh, gosh, you guys. Oh, again, Miss Kitty, thank you for your super chat. Which one you told me to do? Drew Peterson? Oh, Michael Peterson. Yeah, I don't know. You guys remember the one where the lady had the chimpanzee and it went bizarre and it lost its mind really and it went after her friend? And they ended up having to unalive the little chimpanzee. It wasn't little, it was a big chimpanzee. I watched a documentary on that. That was so sad. Melissa says, I'm not going to lie. I'll miss seeing this handsome judge. Michael Peterson was on the down low. Okay, yeah, so let's address something here because as I was doing research, I saw that Colby was also about 2 years ago. He was arrested for some kind of domestic assault or something. And him and his wife had gotten into a fight. And it just got taken out of context, is what I understand. Now, I don't know. What I do know is, though, they're still together. They seem very happy. I think they're just a young couple that got into a fight. But anyway, there was some, of course, the media went crazy with it. Oh, he's been arrested. But it looks like they're back together. They seem pretty strong together. She was there in the courtroom with him this week. So, yeah, I just wanted to put that out there because in case somebody did find that information, I don't think it was that big of a deal. You're a CNA. Okay, thank you, Mandy. I was wondering about that. Private. Nunya. Girl, where you been? The Good Neighbor. It's a true story. I think I saw that, Cass. I'll have to look at that. Yeah, they're still waiting on Kay and them to get there. I would have thought they would have been staying close enough to Kay's with Colby. Because I don't think Larry's there with Kay, her husband. But I would have thought she would have stayed closer to the courthouse. But who knows? Maybe she's walking to the courthouse, and that might be the problem. I don't know anything about Phoenix, Arizona. If it's heavy traffic, I don't know anything about it. But it's downtown, so I would assume it's a lot of traffic. I think I'm behind a little bit. Or are you talking about Nunya? You must be talking about Nunya. But I did check. I double checked. We're still live. We're on the same time as everybody else. get the car, plugging it in. You got a plug-in car? You got an electric car? Does it irritate you guys that aren't reading the chat that I just talk to people in the chat? I really don't know what else to do while we're sitting here at this awkward time, just waiting for them to hurry up. We've been on way too long today. We've been on for 6.5 hours. That is a very long time. I'm behind in reading the chat. Cher's filing a motion that Lori aggravates the bejesus out of her. I know, but they gotta wait because it's Charles's sister. Wonder why she's running so far late. And Rosawa is signing up to be a witness in Rosawa and Cher's motion. Cher said there's so many deputies in the room and they're all to hold they're all to hold Kay back. For those of you that are coming in and do not know who Kay is, Kay Woodcock is the sister of Charles Daybell. She's the one that's been fighting so hard for justice for JJ and Tylee and now Charles. I wouldn't want her on my bad side. I can tell you that. Michael Vaughn went missing. Okay. I need to see a picture so that I can visualize it because I think I know who you're talking about, but there's so many of them, guys. I can't keep them all straight. How long did they deliberate? Nanya says. What did we say? Oh, I read it out when the clock stopped and I forgot. Wasn't it just under 3 hours? I don't think it hit 3 hours. They're going to keep her in Arizona longer. Yeah, she doesn't like that. She is not happy about that. Oh, Monkey. Okay. He's the little boy. Okay. I know you're talking about now. Okay. I don't like to do cases with little kids in them. Laura said 2 hours and 58 minutes and 8 seconds. What about Charles's sons? Do you know, that is odd. Because they didn't testify. I'd totally forgotten about them. That's a great point, Mad Mac. They didn't testify. Wait, no. One of them did, I think, didn't he? And the sons are going to want to be there too. Colby, Adam, Larry, and Kay. And then his son's names, which I'm sorry, I don't know what his son's names are. Oh, so Colby's live on his channel, so he's not there today? That surprised me. But wait a minute. Where does he live? He doesn't live in Arizona, does he? The OnlyFans case, Louise? The Courtney Clenny case, nothing has happened. They moved it back. They had a hearing. And the prosecution and the defense were both like, well, we're not prepared yet. So, and it's been over a month since we've heard anything from anybody in that case. I have to go back and look. I've got it written down though. The next time they're supposed to be in court, there was a scheduled hearing, but then it got moved. They canceled it and rescheduled it. So I have to go back and look. But trust me, that's like, I'm so ready for that case to go to trial. That definitely is going to be on this channel. That's actually one trial I know a lot about. If these zealots really believed in their cause, this would never make a difference in their new state of being. Do you think sitting in jail, Chad thinks that, okay, first of all, I don't think Chad believes any of what he says. He knows he's full of crap. But I think that Lori believes it. I think she thinks this is it's just a matter of time before she's called up. Yeah, I remember in the Summer Wells case, there was a lot of back and forth on YouTube. Like there was a lot of people on YouTube, like a lot of YouTubers that would fight over that case and would get upset over that case with each other. And I guess that's why I don't like doing those types of cases. That's one of the reasons, is because number one, you're talking about a child.
All right, back on the record, State of Arizona versus Vallow-Daybell, CR 2021-001-704. The parties are present.
Okay, I'm going on
I'm going
mute.
to have my staff go ahead and line up the jury to wait in the hallway for a minute.
Okay, they muted it, so I guess they're bringing the jurors in. I feel like we get more Hawaiian late in the last trial during the sentencing or the verdict or something like that. I think it was a sentencing. As a snub for Lori and Chad. Okay, I have a strange question. Kerry, did your family have driving vacations or flying ones? We always drove wherever we went. We always had motorhomes. Arizona does move in slow motion. I've decided that too. Okay, I'm going to go on mute now. And I'm taking everything off the screen so we can watch this. Did somebody fall?
All right, the jury is present. Please be seated. Do we have a foreperson? Who's the foreperson?
Yes.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
I'm going to ask you to hand that to my courtroom assistant.
Move your hair so we can see your face.
I'll ask the clerk to read and record the verdict.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona and in for the County of Maricopa, State of Arizona versus Vallow-Daybell, CR 2021-001704-001, verdict count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about July 11, 2019, guilty. Signed, foreperson. Is this your true verdict? So say you one and all.
Yes. On the court's own motion, I'll go ahead and ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the jury to retire to the jury room for just about 2 minutes. I need to discuss something with the parties before we determine whether you're done or not. So the admonition still applies. Please go to the jury room for a few minutes.
All right, to the jury.
Justice for Charles. That's awesome. Did you guys have any
Be seated.
doubt?
The jury is no longer present. I'll ask the defendant, you indicated earlier perhaps a willingness to stipulate to aggravating factors. Is that something you want to do, or do we want to go through this aggravation phase?
I'm willing to stipulate to it, Your Honor. All that it is the dangerous phase. Is that correct? There's only one statute there's only one sentence.
Well, the jury would need to find, first of all, whether or not this is a dangerous offense first. Secondly, whether the offense caused physical, emotional, or financial harm to the victim, or if the victim died as a result of the conduct of the defendant caused emotional or financial harm to the victim's immediate family. And then thirdly, the offense involved the presence of an accomplice. If you're willing to stipulate to all three of those, we can do that. If not, we'll bring the jury back in.
I'll stipulate to it, Your Honor.
All right. You understand that if you stipulate to this instead of a jury finding, well, let me back up. You understand the jury would have to find these aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand that if you stipulate to these factors instead of a jury doing it, I could also find additional aggravating factors at sentencing?
Sure.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to get you to stipulate to these factors?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to stipulate to these factors?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No.
Do you agree that pursuant to the jury's verdict of guilt, that this would be a dangerous offense because a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument was used?
I'm stipulating to it.
You agree that that's what that this is a dangerous offense?
Correct.
And you're further stipulating that as a result of your conduct, at least the victim or the victim's family suffered emotional or financial harm?
Absolutely.
And you're also further agreeing that the offense involved the presence of an accomplice?
Yes.
Is the state satisfied with the colloquy?
Yes, Your Honor, it appears it's knowing voluntary. Made.
All right, the court does find that the stipulation to those three factors was knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily made. I will accept the defendant's stipulation. At this time, I'm going to bring in the jury and release them from the admonition. Before we do that, well, as my staff's lining up the jury, do you want to have a sentencing date within approximately 30 days, or do you want to wait until after the next trial to be sentenced on this matter?
What does the court prefer?
It doesn't matter to me. Maybe you want to talk to your attorneys or advisory council about that.
She doesn't even care.
We don't have to do it right now. You can do it in a few minutes.
She's like, oh, it doesn't matter to me. She just has no regard for it. It's like she believes she's over and above all of this. It's insane. She thinks she's going to, like, in the next year, fly away like a little dove. I don't know. Like, she's a caged bird. Do y'all want me to read the poem? Mark said another successful pro se. Only 2 women on the jury, yeah. Isn't that great? I love all y'all's comments. I'm trying to put them all up here. So, one thing was Colby crying? Oh, that's right. You've got him on his live or whatever. Yeah, y'all have to go watch that after this is over. You know, I did notice him saying, do you want to wait to be sentenced until the other trial? So maybe we were wrong when we said that about, I guess we were wrong. That they weren't going to ever consider taking the Brandon
Please be
Boudreaux
seated.
thing off
The
the
jury is
table.
present again. Members of the jury, you are now released from the admonition. This concludes your jury service. I want to thank you for your jury service in this matter and your attention in this matter. The admonition is lifted, meaning you can talk to anyone about any aspect of this case that you want to at this point, but you also have the right to not talk to anyone about any aspect about this case. I just need to take care of a few more matters, but if you want to wait for me in the jury room, I'd like to thank you personally. And then you can be on your way. If you don't want to wait for me, that's fine as well. But you are released to go at this time. All right, thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Can I get my nonchalant on the side, please? And where were you parked? Yeah, it's a break from jail. It's like a vacation from where she was. Natural born idiot. Ooh, que sera, sera.
All right, please be seated. Do you want to talk to your advisory councils briefly to discuss whether or not you want to proceed to sentencing or wait until after the next trial?
If we could just wait till after the next trial, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'll hold off on ordering a pre-sentence report until we resolve the next remaining case. I've already set the dates and we have a status conference in mid-May on that. So unless there's anything else from the state's perspective,
No, Your Honor.
from anything else from your perspective?
Nope.
All right, we'll be at recess on this matter.
Did they set a date? Did I just miss when they set the date? Or what? Recess till when? Somebody help me understand what just happened. I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't understand. Mid-May? Cuff her and take her, please. She will be sentenced after the next trial. Hey, Blanco. She's like, you can cuff me. I've got to carry these files. You can cuff me later. Mid-May for a status hearing. Yeah, mid-May for the status hearing. And then they're going to sentence her after the other trial. She has to go take off her shock vest before they can cuff her. She doesn't care. I mean, she's mad. Of course she's mad. She's going to throw herself around or whatever. She's probably going to be a pain in the neck to be around for a couple of days. Oh, press conference. Yeah, she'll lose in that trial too. You're absolutely right. The other trial, Becky, is for Brandon Boudreaux, where her brother Alex shot at him. He missed because Brandon's still with us, but it was a conspiracy to commit red rum. That was odd. I agree, Cass. That was odd. But you usually don't have a defendant with this many trials back to back to back. You'd think as many trials as she set at this point, she'd be better at defending herself. And you'd think at this point she's had 2 non-successful verdicts with going at it with no defense, basically saying they haven't proven beyond a reasonable doubt, so the defense rests. So now, is she going to go into this next trial thinking, okay, yeah, I definitely need to put on a defense? Or does she just say, it really doesn't matter, I don't care? I would think the charges in this next one aren't going to be nearly as big, but again, maybe she thinks it doesn't matter. Maybe she doesn't have that much faith in the fact that she will ever win any type of appeal on the other convictions. So this is just for the victim's family. Four-time convicted red rum. Yep. Where's you gonna put it? I don't know. It doesn't fit. She probably wouldn't want to show anybody that she's ticked off, though. I think she was trying to hide her anger somewhat. Now, surely they're going to try to... You guys think Dog Mom is still there? Remember she was going to Arizona?
Anything, folks? You don't want to say anything? Anything? Yes? Anything you'd like to say? Sorry, nobody's walking around. Yes, okay. Oh.
I don't have it on fast play, do I? Yeah. I'm assuming we're waiting on the prosecutor. Judy gets excited and she forgets she can't type stuff like that. I don't know. I've got a bunch of stuff I'm going to be putting up for you guys this week, Cass. Just getting caught up with other stuff now. I'm going to still drop some more audio from this Idaho trial. And I just got a couple of videos I want to put out throughout the week. So did Chad and Lori ever say anything against one another in their trials? Like, did their attorneys try to go against the other in any of their trials?
I don't want them to really leave right now. I know they're chasing jurors.
We miss you too, Cass. You had to work today, didn't you? All right, come on, prosecutor. Let's do this. I'm assuming that they're going to want Kay to talk. You know what I bet's going on? Shit, I should go over to Nate's. I don't know. You think Nate's inside getting... Hang on. Let me look. Probably not. I think they're all supposed to be right there. That's like the place for the media. I don't know. I kind of like their angle better, maybe. I'm going to show you guys their angle. I don't know. Which angle do you guys like better? I guess we'll have to flip back and forth and decide. I feel like we can see a little bit more right here in this angle. But in the other one, we can see him coming out of the courthouse. So I don't know. Y'all tell me what y'all want to do. They're interviewing the jurors. So Lori said in her Dateline interview that her and Chad have no contact, but he's still her husband. I know. I hate that banner sometimes. Thank you for all your help today, Laura and Bama. So the court is talking to the jurors right now. The judge is. And the prosecution is talking to them. Lori, do you think Lori's consultants are talking to the jurors right now? They did not see her awesomeness. I know. You like the law and crime better? That angle better? Okay. Good night, Cass. I know you know Nate's going to get some jurors to talk after this, so that'll be interesting. That might be something that we end up watching this week is interviews on the jurors. Good night, Baba.
No, no hay nada aquí. Lo que sucede es que alguien salió de la corte y no sé.
A radio chief. Does it look to the picture of me with really? Is it a bad picture? It's like one of my most recent pictures. Oh, sorry, I'm sneezing. I'm allergic to myself. Oh, wait. I'm actually allergic to my cat. She's pretty.
I sure do. Do you guys have me? I sure am.
So I asked about Dog Mom. Did any of you guys know? Do y'all know if she's still there? Has anybody seen her? That headphone is what I wear every time I go on a live. I need a better microphone. I haven't gotten one yet.
Hey there, John and Christina. Well, after several days of testimony and about 3 hours of deliberation, it all came down to one word. The jury said they reached a verdict, and it was read in front of everyone in the courtroom. Guilty. Now, I was able to watch some of the expressions of jurors when they came into that room, and I noticed that none of them looked into the direction of Vallow-Daybell. And I also noticed as they were walking outside of the courtroom that a few of the jurors actually looked in the direction of the clock, which is the certain of Charles Vallow. Now, if you recall, this is a case, an ongoing year saga involving murder, marriage.
Did you hear what she said? She said none of them looked at Lori, but they looked at Kay and
Lori Vallow-Daybell, along with her brother Alex, who's now dead, wanted to kill Charles.
whoever else is over there.
Back in 2019. They said the main motives involved money, Charles' life insurance policy, marriage. Lori wanted to marry Chad Daybell, and of course their religious beliefs as well. Now, there was a lot of evidence the jury couldn't hear in this case, including the fact that Lori has already been convicted for killing 2 of her children. But despite that, the jury still came back here and they said that there is enough evidence to convict Lori in this case. Another twist was Lori herself was her own defendant. She did not take the stand in her own defense, and she did not put up any witnesses either. We were able to speak, I believe, to one of the jurors, one of our reporters here, Fox 10 Kenji Beach. She's also here, so can't wait to hear their insights to all of this. But it is finally over after all of these days of all of this testimony, guys.
Did she say that they were already talking to some of the jurors? Is that what she just said?
Yeah, so we don't have too many members of the public. Those who were interested were inside of the courtroom today. But we are expecting to hear from family members of Charles, specifically Charles' sister, Kate Whitlock. If you remember, she's also the grandmother of JJ, who's also killed. She's expected to speak with us in just a few minutes. So we're going to have even more coverage of this. A lot to break down and talk about right here at Fox 10, live at 5:30 and throughout the rest of the evening.
How about that, Bama? No, you're good, Laura. Go rest. Laura's still sore, y'all. She's getting off for a little bit. She's going to be on her phone, maybe. How do you know Kay's coming on? Are you guys watching something I'm not watching? Should I be on a different stream? Hang on. I'm pulling up. I would have thought they all had to come right there.
First of all, Lori Vallow would have to admit that she's not a good attorney. And I think that with Lori's arrogance, that's probably not something she would do. That's probably stuff with her personality. But aside from that, I think that's going to be super, super difficult. We probably have to speak with someone like Benjamin Taylor, who's been doing a fantastic job on the panelist, for Justin Long as he continues to break down this. However, I do think she was warned of the risks of doing this ahead of time. So that would be very, very difficult to come about and say otherwise.
Okay, there are some other channels that are doing some things that we're going to switch over to. I don't.
Steve, what's your live feed look like?
Let me pull this up. ABC Arizona is talking to somebody.
Also known as Tosh Reed Tucker, though.
Tosh Reed Tucker? Can you
Yes.
spell that?
TAS.
See Charles Vallow's sister, she was sitting there. It seemed like she was taking some deep breaths. Obviously, you have to imagine the family.
To stand in her own defense part of your deliberation at all?
Oh, these are jurors.
And what about you?
Hang on.
Where she was found guilty in the murders of her 2 children, spending life in prison with no possibility of parole, then coming here to face this single charge of conspiracy to commit murder, and now a second charge in a later trial date. And as Ashley just mentioned, this has to do with Brandon Boudreaux, who is Lori's now. So many, anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, we just had the jury come by here a short moment ago, and Ashley Holden went after them to see if they want to discuss their decision, what brought them to this unanimous guilty verdict. And in fact, we have one of those jurors live right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Didn't seem to take anything very seriously.
Were you hoping to hear it? How much of that did that play into a factor in the decision?
It did.
Were you hoping to hear her testify? Were you hoping to hear her call witnesses?
I was.
And what about you?
I didn't understand why she didn't call any witnesses.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I don't get
Or why she didn't have, like, I know she made a statement about the only family that was interviewed was her estranged brother, and why wasn't her parents or her sister, but yet she didn't call them. So,
I mean, in saying that, she is not obligated to prove her innocence.
exactly, yeah.
And you gave her that benefit of the doubt. She recognized she didn't have to put on the defense.
She knew.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
She knew.
Was the fact that she didn't put up a defense or take the stand in her own defense part of your deliberation at all?
No.
No.
No, it was all evidence. It was all evidence that was
Yeah.
produced and presented to us.
Sorry if this was asked. What would you say the biggest piece of evidence for you guys as a jury was when you came to the decision?
Well, for me, like her, it was text.
The
Texts
text
were damning.
history.
What specifically about the text?
Oh, there were so
I don't know
many.
if I can do that. Remember? Yeah, there was.
I mean,
there
we
was
had
2 of them for
pages.
me that really stood out.
Can you tell us which ones?
The
Um,
Nephi.
Yeah, that was one of them. Soon you will be Nephi and so will I. So that was one of them. But I don't know if I should say anything more than that.
We heard so much about dark spirits and religion and how this all plays into it. I mean, as a jury, what's going through your head when you start hearing that in court?
For me, that didn't really play a big role because you have to have evidence of conspiracy, and that is not evidence of conspiracy to me. To say somebody is
Was it unusual for you guys to? I mean, you're talking about her brother Alex, the guy who actually that was the trigger. But so many players were referenced in this trial, and you never saw them, and never heard
Correct.
from them. It had to be confusing when
It
you
was
guys got
very
back
confusing.
in the jury room. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very confusing.
What did
It just felt like there was so much of the story that was missing.
Did she have any valid arguments, like anything that made you think maybe she's not guilty?
Do you want to answer? I can't think of any.
You know, honestly, up until yesterday, I would have said not guilty. But when the prosecutor, I don't know, what do they call that? When they give their
The
say their
closing
yeah.
argument.
Yes, the closing
Connected
argument.
the
That's
dots.
really there's a few things she said in there, and then when I looked them up today, I was like, oh yeah, that's bad.
And you were still on the fence yesterday.
I was yesterday. Yes.
Give us a sense of what it was like to be in that jury room. Was there any point that someone was disagreeing, saying that maybe she is not guilty?
Yes.
Were you guys
There was
all-
a couple.
And what was that like? Walk us through that.
It's just a matter of, you know, adults working things out and going through all the evidence and figuring out, you know, what we thought, what we were going to come to an agreement with. So
To learn now that everyone that was in that house that day, minus Daybell, is all not with us anymore, is dead or has been killed. I mean, what is that like to hear as jurors walking out?
Sad. Like I kept wanting to hear from Tylee.
I was going to ask, is anybody wondering why Tylee wasn't testifying?
Yes.
You were.
Did you ever ask the judge why aren't they here?
No. And the one witness that really got to me was hearing Kay. I was holding back my emotions.
Thank you guys.
Can y'all spell your names for us?
Yes.
Please, Carl, K-A-R-L.
And your last name, are you comfortable sharing that? No. Okay.
Victoria Lewis, Lewis.
Thank you guys.
Well,
We appreciate it. I know this is a lot, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, folks.
Love your fox.
Oh, that's her. You have been listening to some of the comments from some of the jurors.
Of the other jurors. They let them out the doors. I followed a few down to my left, and they didn't want to talk. And then a few were down here to the right. An elderly man, I shouldn't say elderly. He was a man who's probably in his 50s or 60s, along with a female who's probably in her 50s, and a woman who's probably in her 20s or 30s. All three of them serving on this juror. They said they learned yesterday that Tylee had died. And they said they were waiting during this trial to hear from Tylee Ryan. They wanted her to testify. They were wondering what happened to JJ. They were wondering about Alex. They knew that Alex had died. Lori Vallow-Daybell said that in her opening. What they didn't know is how he died or how he played into this, at least at the beginning of the trial. They later learned that he was actively involved in this, as he was Lori Vallow's co-conspirator. So we will play those juror interviews for you tonight. For now, Lori Vallow is on her way back to the jail, where she will prepare for her next trial, which is scheduled to begin the first 2 weeks of June. She's facing a charge of conspiracy to commit the murder of Brandon Boudreaux, her former nephew-in-law. He was married to her niece, Melanie, when he was driving home from the gym in 2019, and he was shot at the first week of October. He was shot at, busted out his window of his car. He was not hit. He was not injured or killed. Well, Lori faces charges in connection to that crime, and she, again, plans to represent herself with advisory counsel, and that trial is expected to last 2 to 3 weeks. Trina Kay says that some witnesses will be coming from out of state, most likely from Idaho, perhaps some of the investigators there. This trial, we did not hear from anybody in Idaho. It was solely focused on investigators here in Arizona, firefighters, police officers, the medical examiner, the Department of Public Safety. Those were the people who testified in this trial, along with people who knew Lori Vallow well, who were friends with her, along with a woman who went on a date with Charles Vallow the night before he was shot and killed, and he told her a lot of stuff. They had texted back and forth for hours. Those are the people we heard from in this trial, and those are the people who these jurors heard from that led to the guilty verdict. So we're out here outside the courthouse. A lot of media. It's getting warm. It looks like there are some jurors getting back on the jury bus, and it looks like one of the jurors almost missed the bus. So they were hanging. See you later. Good to seeing you. Okay, so the jurors are getting on the bus. I don't know if you can show that, Jordan, or is that out of your shot?
I love Nate. He's so cute.
Okay, well, yeah, it's a bus. It's the bus, and the jurors are getting on the bus, and they do not have to return tomorrow. They reached their verdict, as I said, in a little less than 3 hours. The sentence that Lori Daybell could get for these crimes, 25 years to life in prison. Once she is sentenced here in Idaho, she will immediately return back to once she is sentenced here in Arizona, she will immediately return back to Idaho, where she will serve her 3 life sentences in Pocatello Women's Correctional Center. That is where she will spend the rest of her life, regardless of the outcomes here in Arizona. She is technically an Idaho inmate. She was found guilty of those crimes first. She was extradited here for her sentences or for her crimes here, and then she will return back to Idaho as soon as we have that. Kay Woodcock's coming. I'm going to get my mic on the stand.
Okay, let's change over.
Great. I'm sure that everyone has heard by now that Lori Daybell was convicted.
Introduce yourself.
in the first degree conspiracy to commit murder against my brother Charles. And it was a relief.
Introduce yourself.
In the first degree conspiracy to commit murder against my brother Charles. And it was a relief, a long journey, and I'm just glad it's over with. I really am. My whole family is, my sisters, and I just want to thank everybody, the Arizona Prosecutor's Office, Trina K, and everyone else that was here and got us through it all. Our court advocates and the whole 9 yards. Today's a good day. We won.
Were you worried, Jerry, that the jury might come back with a not guilty at all, or were you pretty confident?
I had a little concern, but when it came back so quick, I pretty much knew that it was done. So.
What did you think of her demeanor during the trial?
I thought she was kind of a smarty pants, not real. I don't know what word I'm looking for. I know which one I would use. Right. I know which one I would use, but so anyway.
What did you think of her lawyering skills?
I thought she sucked.
You think she did herself any favors by being her own attorney?
Probably not. I'm sure the first day into the trial, she wished she would have had an attorney.
You think?
A real attorney, right.
Did you look at her when the verdict was read?
I could see the back of her head.
And what was there? Did you have any reaction? Did she have any reaction?
I couldn't see, but she didn't shake her head or that I saw. So.
Okay, what did you think looking at her?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Come on, Kay, your
just,
turn.
I just saw the back of her head too. I couldn't see anything, and she didn't. A lot of times during court, she'd shake her head no when she didn't agree with something being said, or she would just shake her head no, and she didn't shake her head no. So I guess that means she really did do it.
She seemed to,
Oh, okay. Sorry.
She seemed to really have a visceral reaction to you.
That's what I heard.
And when you were on the stand, what was that moment like for you?
I didn't know that she was that shaken by me being there. And then when I got off the stand, I really didn't even know what I said. And then once Jerry and my sister Susan and our friend Laura Ferris and who else was right there? And Colby was right there. And they were like, "You did so good." She was shaking like a leaf when you, and I was like, "What? No way." And it was, the more I thought about it, I was like, yeah, okay. That's all I needed to know. That made my day. That of all the people she should be shaking for, and she was shaking about me. I was very pleased.
When she read, the verdict was read as guilty.
What
did you feel?
Oh, just 6 years of walking the pits of hell every day. And about halfway through, I realized, okay, I'm going to make it through. But it was a long time.
Elation.
It was a long time before I got to that point. But it's still difficult, but it's okay. I'm ready to move on. It's time. We've got a 10-year-old granddaughter we're raising now, and I've got my hands full, and I'm real happy to be being her grandma. So
After 6 years, does it feel real after 6 long years of walking through hell, as you mentioned?
yes, it feels real, because for about 3 years I didn't feel anything. I was totally just didn't feel anything, numb. Then I started feeling.
Justice for Charles.
Yes, and this the order in which it's happened. This was the first incident, the first murder, and then everything up in Idaho, and then so Charles would have wanted, take care of Tammy and the kids first, and get to me when they're ready. And so he would have been. He's fine. He's fine, and I know that he's pleased with us. And excuse me, there's a bug. I know he's pleased with us, and I feel I feel good.
We had a juror tell us that your testimony stuck with them, and they even saw you after and felt like there was justice for your brother. What does that mean to hear that?
Great. I whatever I said, I struck a chord, and that's what I wanted to do. That's what I was trying to do, and I'm grateful. I mean, hey, the Lord gave us. Well, this was thrust upon us, and our lives just went into like a tornado for a long time, and then getting to say things in the first two trials, and then getting to speak about Charles finally, because he's been so silent. And I mean, it's just been silent where he's at. I know people thought we forgot about him, and no way, and but law enforcement never stopped. Like Lori said, they didn't stop, because I was right there behind with law enforcement here in Arizona, talking and saying, "What's going on now? Tell me." I was in contact with them nonstop, so I knew at some point, it was going to happen, and then all the other stuff, and I'm just glad we got to. I'm just glad this is done. Now we just have to get justice for Brandon, and I will be back. I can't stay the whole time for his, but I will stay as long as I can, kind of more towards the end of it, I guess, and because then it will truly be over. I say I've still got a little bit left before I can close my book, but when that's over, then I can close my book.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed, I saw two jurors at you as they were walking out. Did you notice that at all?
No, I didn't. I watched them walk in, because I know that if they look at you when they're walking in, that's a good sign. And nobody looked at me, but I didn't see, so I didn't watch them walk out. I didn't think to look. So good. If
what'd you think?
I really couldn't hear her, because that baby talk she does, that baby voice. She needs to lose that, man. I hope she grows up in prison and learns how to talk like a woman, and not a baby. But anyway,
one of the jurors, the woman with the long hair, she said that she really just wanted to give you a hug. She's like, afterwards, I really just wanted to give her a hug. Just tell her sorry.
In Idaho, all the jurors I've met from up there, from both trials there, that was the one thing they were like, I just wanted to hug you. I just wanted to hug you. So I hope I get to meet her. I hope she reaches out to me. Nate, if anybody calls you, give them my number, and just make sure they're a real juror. And I want to talk to them. Absolutely.
I was going to say, Kay, I'm wondering if there's anything you'd say to Lori at this point.
We got you, and you're not the smartest person in the room, and now it's time for you just to hide away, and well, after Brandon's trial, but you can just hide away, and everybody's going to forget about you. We'll be on our way through our life, and she'll be rotting in prison where she deserves to be.
And like Charles always used to say, love always wins.
Yeah.
So.
And thank you for saying that. Yeah, love always wins was Charles's thing, and so it does.
She described this as a family tragedy.
That is absurd. That was
when you heard that mantra over and over again.
And calling Charles my husband, whom she was hated at the time, whom she was ready to kill him. It's like, that just shows you what she's an actress. She turns on this persona and goes with it, and then boom, she turns it off, and then there's the real her, whatever the real her is. I sure never knew her.
Tell us a little bit, just for me, about Charles. You know, let's bring it back to him and his legacy.
Hey, you want to take that one?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
If you could just
Tell
tell us a
them
little
about
bit
Charles.
about Charles and his legacy and how you want us to think
Well,
about him.
he was my big brother. You know, I followed in his footsteps. I did everything he did. He was only a year and 2 months older than me. So we hung around a lot. We had a lot of the same friends. He was a big influence in my life. And he was just a good dude. He was, all the way from a kid till when she killed him. So, you know.
What did it mean to hug Trina Kay at the end? What did that feel like? To hear the verdict and then give her a hug?
Well, I hugged her and told her I loved her because she did such a great job. And it
Yeah.
felt good. It did.
And she did do a great job. And all the detectives and everybody that has worked on this case, from Nicole Byer to she's our victim advocate, and Trina and Nate Duncan and all the detectives that have come, and even we had a few visitors from Idaho that came, and that was welcome. And I got a thank you from not a thank you, I got a congratulations from Rob Wood, from the prosecutor in Idaho a while ago. And we have gained, we lost some dear family, we lost a lot, but we have gained family as well. So, you know, there's the silver lining. Even in the worst times of your life, there is something good there. You just take sometimes a little while to find it. But y'all, we're dying here.
And so,
Susan, do you want
Lauren?
to say anything? No, she doesn't want to.
And as a parting shot, they got the bitch again. Thanks, y'all.
Thank y'all.
He's a nut, man. She's gonna go lay her head down on that pillow tonight, and she's gonna take a deep breath, and then she's gonna say, "We did it, bub. We did it for you. We finished it." And then she'll probably have a good cry at some point when she can be alone. I know, she just gives me chills. Just listen to them talk about their brother. It just gives me chills. You can tell that they were just a loving family. I don't know if the prosecutors are going to come out and say anything. That would be the only ones I think would be left at this point. The reason I switched it from Law and Crime to Idaho was because Law and Crime lost their audio or something. In fact, I think they stopped streaming. Yeah, they cut it off right at the beginning of the news conference. I don't know what happened.
Okay, everybody, there we go. We are about to log off here, and we will have much more tonight on Courtroom Insider, 8 o'clock, including those juror interviews that I told you about. We will have those. I'll play them for you in full, along with the comments from Kay and Larry, if you missed any of that, or Kay and Jerry, her brother, and we'll recap everything that happened today with closing arguments, and hopefully we'll continue to report on this. Thank you very much for watching East Idaho News, for being with us. If you have any questions, please send them to us. Oh, also, really quick, I'd love to your 10-second reactions to the verdict. Send me a video, 10 seconds or less, your reaction to the verdict. If it's over 10 seconds, I'm not going to use it. 10 seconds, we'll play a montage of those, and it'll be good to hear from all of you. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Nate.
Jordan, can you get some video of these guys?
I'm still alive.
I don't know if you talked to the
Just 1 minute. Let me grab this. Stay right there. Oh,
Who is this?
I'm sorry.
I just want to let you know the older lady juror, she said she
I don't know who that was. Okay, hang on. One more feed, and then we'll call it a night. Hang on. So these guys were talking to one other person, and I'm thinking it might have been a juror.
the jury verdict was read guilty on the conspiracy to murder Lori Daybell's fourth husband, Charles Vallow, who was shot to death in the family home back in 2019 by Lori Daybell's brother, Alex Cox. Cox then died a few months later of apparent natural causes. Here comes Ashley Holden.
Yes.
We'll let her get a mic on real quick. I know you were sprinting down
Yes.
there after the jurors. So one of the things that really just resonated and almost shocked me, I will tell you, was it sounds like at least one of the jurors did not know that the two children that Lori Daybell was convicted of killing in Idaho, they didn't know that those children were dead.
Yeah, they were just talking to us about that. They said that it seemed like there were so many missing puzzle pieces in the story. They really wanted to hear from Tylee and to learn now as they walk out that everyone inside the home that day, minus Lori Daybell herself, have been killed or they are no longer with us. They are just learning those facts right now. Now, I did ask, was there any piece of evidence that really kind of stuck with you? And they said the text messages. And they said that there were a lot of them. From the mention of
What were the text
Nephi-
messages about? Walk everybody through that.
From the messages of Nephi, so the prosecution said that they were using this extreme religious beliefs to kind of say that this was a justified killing. So those text messages, and then we saw others, right, about the life insurance policy between Lori Daybell and her now fifth husband. And so we talked about that. But I do want to say one of the jurors we just talked to, he said that he was on the fence until closing arguments.
Yeah. We want to play you a little bit of sound that Ashley just got here from one of the other jurors. Let's go ahead and listen into that. Oh, I'm sorry, it's live right now. So let's go ahead and listen into what this juror is saying.
Cases in the trial, the people who didn't testify, there were a lot of holes when you went into the jury room that were not explained to you. That must have made it more difficult.
It did, which is why we went back through everything just to make sure we didn't miss anything, to make sure that we were 100% on what we were choosing to do.
Was there anything that made you think she might not be guilty?
No.
When you went back to the deliberation room, were there any jurors that were uncertain and some that were certain? Where did you start? What was the foundation for deliberations?
I think probably 10 out of 12 of us were certain. The other two, we helped them go back to what they needed to learn to kind of make up their mind. And then, we just kind of went from there.
Did you guys look at any additional evidence once you were back there? Because I know that not all of the evidence was presented in the court, and they said there was additional. Lori asked you to watch the entire interview, for example.
Yes.
And Tina K invited you to do the same. Did you guys do any
We
of that?
did. That was actually one of the first things we did because what we saw was only clippets. And going back through it, it was actually kind of the whole interview that was like that. She asked us to watch the whole thing, but the whole thing was pretty much those clippets, other than her laughing, smiling about, she was kind of just at peace. Like she was just sitting there, her legs were crossed. She was sitting all the way up on the seat with no shoes on, just her legs were crossed like she was in her own home.
Lori made a big deal out of being called nonchalant or calm throughout the entire trial. Didn't think it was really fair. Was that something that affected you guys? Her calmness or nonchalantness?
Yes. Being that calm when everything happened, it's not something that you would normally be calm about. You'd expect to be sad, asking how your brother's doing since he was the one that got injured during it too. She didn't do any of that. She already knew it happened and she just went with it like that.
Do you want her to testify?
I guess I don't know. Yes, seeing Charles's sister's reaction when they did say she pled guilty was really relieving. It made all of us feel really good that they got justice.
Can we get your first and last name?
Natasha Smith.
Natasha Smith.
Also known as Tosh Reed Tucker, though.
Tosh Reed Tucker?
Yes.
Can you spell that?
TASS. And then my last name is Reed Tucker, REED-Tucker.
Do you plan to go watch a bunch of stuff about this case now? Or
Yes. I believe we're told that there's a Netflix documentary and you can basically just Google it. Everything will pop up. So that's probably what I'm going to do when I get home.
die.
Yeah. Yes,
And you
thank
really
you guys.
didn't know anything about this case coming on as a juror.
No, and I told my grandma that I got requested for jury, and she asked if I know anything about it. I told her the name, and her jaw dropped. Like I was supposed to know who she was. Like she thought it was insane that I didn't know what was happening. But I just moved here 2 years ago as of March, so I didn't really know anything to begin with. But my grandma did, and she thought I was just crazy for not knowing.
Where'd you live previously?
Minnesota.
And so your grandmother was able to keep a tight lip on
She
things?
did, yes, she did.
Fun discussion with
Yeah,
her.
yeah, and I actually see her tonight too, because my mom just flew in from Minnesota, so I'm gonna go see them after this, and we're probably gonna watch everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, again, you're hearing from another one of the jurors here in the Vallow-Daybell case. Daybell convicted of conspiring to murder her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. Just this afternoon, that jury had the case for about 24 hours. They got it late in the afternoon yesterday.
I want
Just
to
really
listen to
sticks
this
with
one
you to
more
hear
time.
them say.
I want to hear what he said about, if he said that about, yeah, we looked it up last night.
Right from the beginning seemed to all be in agreement that guilty was the appropriate verdict in this.
Yeah.
We want to go ahead and go back to some of those jurors and listen to what they had to say.
What did you think of her defending herself? Anything that went through the jury's head with that?
Well, for me personally, I thought, what does she have to lose? You know, it's guilty or not guilty. What does she have to lose?
For me, it was the text messages that did it as far as evidence. And I feel like we uncovered some lies.
We heard so much about dark spirits and religion and how this all plays into it. I mean, as a jury, what's going through your head when you start hearing that in court?
For me, that didn't really play a big role because you have to have evidence of conspiracy, and that is not evidence of conspiracy to me. To say somebody is possessed
unusual for you guys?
And the one witness that really got to me was hearing Kay. I was holding back my emotions.
She looks like Meryl Streep.
Okay, again, some of the jurors that we heard from just moments ago following that guilty verdict in the Vallow-Daybell case. We now move on to sentencing. Do we know when that sentencing is expected to happen yet?
She still has another trial, so it sounds like it's going to happen after her next.
All right. Whew. It's been a very long day, you guys. Very long day. I know you're probably as tired of me as I'm tired of sitting at this desk. I want to thank you all for being here with us. I know you could have been elsewhere. There were a lot of other options to watch this trial with, and I appreciate you so much for choosing my channel. We have the best chat here, and for those of you who are not involved in the chat, that goes for you as well. You're always welcome to come and chat if you'd like, but if not, that's okay too. I want to thank our mods, Bama and Laura. You guys have been awesome. I'm sure Laura's still listening. She's probably on her phone. And yeah, I'm going to log off here now, and I'm going to go back and timestamp this bad boy before I forget to do it. And I'll have some more stuff up for you guys. If not tomorrow, then the following day, okay? Thank you so much, everyone. Y'all have a blessed evening. Stay safe.